Three for Siney on rain-shortened first day. Kent make the trip to Emirates Old Trafford in confident mood. A corner has been turned. A second win of the season earned at Edgbaston, but a real test awaited them. Lancashire third placed and still hopeful. Their gap to Surrey at the top of the table, 31 points. Poor weather in Manchester meant there was no play possible until well after lunch, and Kent were the beneficiaries of the disruption, electing to bowl first under overcast skies and picking up an early wicket. Jennings outcaught by Crawley off Siney for 14. Behannon joined Wells in the middle, and the duo pushed the score past 50. It was up to 68 when Behannon fell caught by leading off Gilchrist for 27. Croft stayed with Wells through to tea. Lancashire 76 for 2 at the break. A good start from their visitors. It took Kent just a few more overs before they added 2 more wickets. The score 97 when Siney took 2 in 2. Wells, the first to go, caught by leaning, and Jones followed for a duck. LBW. Kent turning the screw late in the day. They were up to 112 for 4 when the rain that had delayed the start returned, and they were forced off and couldn't get back out there. It had been a frustrating day for both sides, Kent's probably the happier, having taken 4 wickets, but Lancashire had still managed to move beyond 3 figures, and they set a decent platform for their middle order to build on. The visitors will be targeting quick wickets tomorrow morning. With a couple of scalps, they could skickle their hosts for a relatively low first innings total.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful. We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladway Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Good morning, and a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Day 2 between Lancashire and Kent in the LV County Championship. Scott Reed, Matt Cole and Phoebe Graham, your commentary team for this second day. And we're going to start on time after a delay yesterday, 3 o'clock start yesterday, but we've got through those problems. It is dry, the forecast is pretty clear, and it looks like we're set for a full day, and we'll have 104 overs to be bowled on this second day. The ground staff have removed the hover cover and the stumps are being inserted, and you can maybe just see, for those watching on Lancs TV, at the kind of top right of the screen there's a little three-way conversation involving some very senior players and indeed coaching and management staff from both sides. Matt Cole is alongside me. Good morning, Matt.
It's a sort of time I'd love to be a fly on the wall. Good morning, absolutely right. The grizzled head coaches there talking. Goodness knows what they're chatting about.
And Jimmy Anderson chipping in for good measure as well.
Oh, that's Jimmy down there, yeah, of course, with you.
Yeah, that's Jimmy down there.
Mrs. Chaplin Walker, indeed so.
So, yeah, the two head coaches are down there. James Anderson's down there. there is some news, Matt.
Yeah, truly breaking news is that Kent captain Sam Billings has tested positive for COVID-19, so he has obviously is immediately out of this game, and the like-for-like replacement Ollie Robinson for Kent will come into this game, although Jordan Cox, bear with me, who's also a wicketkeeper and is already playing this game, was the one keeping to the bowlers' warm-ups this morning. We gather that this is such a late call on COVID for Sam Billings that Ollie Robinson is en route as we speak. So Kent, as we were saying yesterday, have an embarrassment of riches with wicket-keepers, and they've got another one coming, but we assume that Hamid Kadri or whoever is 12th man for Kent today will take the field when Kent do take the field, and Jordan Cox will be wicket keeping. As far as we know, Jack Leaning will stand in as captain for Sam Billings, as he did well, effectively from the start of the campaign. He was named Red Ball captain in Sam's absence whenever he was away. So yeah, that's the breaking news for Kent.
The state of the game, Lancashire 112 for 4 is what they'll resume this morning on. We had 34 overs yesterday, and I think Kent enjoyed those 34 overs. They bowled superbly. They enjoyed, actually. It was a much shortened day, wasn't it? But a day that I think belonged to Kent.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think I mean, it looks like a lively pitch. Having said that, there's certainly something in it for the bowlers. Good carry, good pace, good bounce as well. Navdeep Saini once again really enjoyed himself. He's got that extra half a yard. The Indian paceman took 3 in all, but 2 in 2 balls as well, getting rid of Luke Wells, who looked like he was, well, not exactly set, because I'm not sure this is a pitch at the moment where you can feel entirely confident of that, but as much as anyone had got through a number of balls, hadn't he, in his 35, so been very patient, but then Rob Jones the next ball as well. So yeah, when they came off a combination of bad light and rain yesterday, 112 for 4 then, and umpires coming out to the middle now. Well, that's a glorious sight compared to what we had yesterday, wasn't it? Waiting for the rain to abate. Eventually a 3 o'clock start yesterday, which is why we're making up overs for the next couple of days. Yeah,
we've got a lunch which has been pushed back to 1:10, and tea will be at 4 o'clock. So slightly revised playing times for this second day. There's Washington Sundar. There's a few stretches limbering up, as he little tour of the shoulders from Stephen Croft as they make their way out from the Lancashire dressing room.
It's a lovely contrast in approaches there, wasn't it? Some elaborate warm-ups from stretches from Washington Sundar, and Stephen Croft, as you say, just sort of rolled the shoulders, didn't he? Let's get on with it. Yeah, let's get out there. It's cricket.
Yeah, that'll do. I'll just roll the shoulders around. That'll get me going. So here they come.
Whatever works.
Indeed, whatever works for you. The umpires today might not be too concerned about losing their hats. Graham Lloyd there with his white hat on, and Neil Pratt also with his white sun hat on, but the wind is nowhere near as strong as it was yesterday.
No, having said that, there's another absentee from the ground this morning as the cover for the transmitter in front of us took flight around about half an hour ago and cleared the stand here. So if you see it going over Salford, they probably like it back, that they have replaced it with another very attractive, well, it's a bin bag, frankly, with some tape on it. But it's not a charity appeal or anything like that if you see it floating across Manchester.
No. So yeah, it's just a gentle breeze around the ground. It will be Washington Sundar on strike for the first delivery of the day, which of course is the completion of the over from yesterday. We're two balls into this over, and Matt Henry, who is wicketless, and he's unfortunate, could have bowled really well.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Paul Allett said, what was the word he used, luckless yesterday. I think, yeah, he's bowled really, really well, and he's got a lot of life out of this pitch, as Saini has as well, but he's been accurate too, Henry. So yeah, it'll be a test.
So the 34th over is being completed, 35th over is being completed as Henry bowls to Washington Sundar, and that's defended to mid-on, and there is no run. Matt will be back with us shortly, just nipping next door to update listeners in Kent. Phoebe Graham, Thunder player, with us throughout the course of the day. Looking forward to getting Phoebe on in about half an hour's time. She's watched quite a bit of Lancashire this summer, been part of our coverage throughout the course of the Championship and the T20 Blast as well. There's Henry in and bowling. Oh, it's left by Sundar, and the ball clatters into his off stump. And the Washington Sundar remains there, peering over his shoulder, and he'll see his off-stump uprooted rather emphatically, and a bail dislodged towards one part of the pitch. And a perfect start for Kent. Sundar not offering a shot, and to his horror, a ball crashes into the off-stump, and Lancashire lose their 5th wicket. So 112 for 5. Sundar bowled by Matt Henry, and just as we were saying that he was perhaps the most unlucky bowler yesterday, he does have some reward today on the second day. He deserves the wicket. He has bowled well. But Sundar here, leaving this delivery. Oh, and then that horrible feeling. Look over the shoulder. It can't be true. The ball didn't clatter into the stumps. I'm afraid it did. And Washington Sundar is out for 6, bowled by Matt Henry. Stephen Croft is the Lancashire captain for this game because Dane Villas was ruled out with a finger injury which he sustained last week in Northampton. So Croft is captain in the side. So Lancashire without their captain, but that was from the start, and now Kent are without their captain after the first day. Sam Billings due to COVID. I mean, the most important thing, of course, is we hope Sam is okay and gets himself back fully fit as soon as possible. So we know that Croft is captaining Lancashire, and as Matt suggested, I think that Jack Leaning is skippering the Kent team in the absence of Sam Billings. So George Lavelle is the new batter to join Stephen Croft. Lavelle in the side because of the injury to Dane Villas. 2 balls left of the over. 3 slips and a gully point. Wide mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket and long leg. And Lavelle off the front foot straight away to smother the ball away into the offside for no run. Great opportunity for George Lavelle. He kept wicket last week in that game against Northamptonshire, but he couldn't bat. Obviously, he was on as a substitute for Dane Villas, so he wasn't allowed to bat in the match. But he took the gloves because Villas was injured. Final ball of the over coming up. 2 wickets as well in this morning session. George Lavelle just edging behind, and Matt Henry picks up his 2nd wicket of the first over. It's actually a completion of the over which was started last night and then shortened due to rain. So Lancashire have lost 2 wickets in this first over, the second of which Lavelle caught at first slip. The first was Washington Sundar, didn't offer a shot, and he was bowled by Matt Henry. And now Lancashire are 112 for 6. Oh, a grimace on the face of the captain, Stephen Croft. What a start for Kent. It's a good catch from Crawley. Went low down to Crawley and took a very sharp catch. And 2 wickets in this 35th over. It's taken some time for Matt Henry to complete his 13th over, but it was worth the wait because he's picked up his first 2 wickets of the innings. So even though the over was started last night and completed this morning, it was worth the wait for Matt Henry, dismissing Washington Sundar, bowled for 6, not offering a shot, and then George Lavelle edging low to Crawley at first slip. He took a good catch. Lavelle out for naught, and Lancashire 112 for 6, and Kent with a terrific opportunity to try and wrap up this Lancashire innings and set about batting themselves. Spoke to Luke Wells last night, and Lancashire, he was saying that the Lancashire team was still hopeful with Croft and Washington Sundar there of getting certainly north of 250, and he was perhaps suggesting somewhere up to 270, 300 maybe. It's a awful long way off now, so a really good start for Kent on day 2. Conditions not too dissimilar to yesterday. It's felt like it's been difficult for the batters through the first 35 overs of the match. Navdeep Saini in a bowling to Stephen Croft, who faces his first delivery. He's been watching from the non-striker's end this morning. Croft plays forward in defence and there's no run. Senni with 3 for 45 through the course of yesterday, dismissing Luke Wells for 35, Keaton Jennings for 14, Rob Jones for 0. So that was 2 wickets in 2 balls for Senni. Wells and then Jones was on a hat-trick at one stage. So he enjoyed a good first day. 3 slips and a gully. Senni comes in from the Brian Statham end. And Croft off the back foot defends. Back down to Senni, and there is no run. So 112 for 6. What an eventful start to the day, Matt.
Well, absolutely, yes. It was a bit like, well, you know, obviously very selfishly thinking about myself, doing my update there. You've got 30 seconds. You've got to get the Sam Billings breaking news and 2 wickets into that update. Felt a bit like one of those tests you do for an interview, you know, and they say, OK, script that now. You've got a couple of minutes to do it. But yeah, what a start for Kent. Fantastic for Matt Henry.
Is Senni in and bowling to Croft, who's up onto his toes again and defends, and there is no run.
So yeah, I mean, Sundar misjudging that, obviously the first one and ripping out his off stump, and then a catch for the second. And our presenter on BBC Radio Kent pointing out, as I said, that Ollie Robinson was a trainee. He said, well, it's good job it wasn't tomorrow, because there's a strike, isn't there?
Oh yes. Dear.
It's a long walk from Canterbury.
Yeah, it'd be a higher card job, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's Senni over the wicket and bowling. Oh, that comes off the edge of Croft, but he's not got at it too hard. He played it quite softly off the front foot, leaning into it. Ball was edged, but into the ground, and it's a good stop, I reckon, at third slip.
This is a lively wicket, I think it's fair to say, isn't it? Doing something again enough for Senni just to... for Croft to be pushing forward outside part of the bat. So great start from Kent, but I think they were saying last night when the Lancashire camp that this is if not a definitive result wicket, they wanted it to be a competitive one.
Yeah, that's what Luke Wells said last night. Yeah. Senni balls to Croft, edged, and put down, I think, by the keeper. Yeah. Cox went to his right, Crawley went to his left at first slip. I think it went into and out of the gloves of Cox, who went for it across Crawley, who perhaps may have been in a better position to take the catch. We'll look back at the replay. Genuine edge of the bat of Croft. Pretty sure he thought he was a goner.
I think you're right. I mean, it's wicketkeeper's privilege to go for it if they can, isn't it? To his right there, but I think it would have ended up squarely with Zach Crawley at first slip.
So a lifeline for Croft, dropped on 21. Here's Senni into Croft. That's turned off the pads towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, it's been a lively game so far. Only 36 overs and 6 wickets have fallen. 112 for 2 in the morning session so far today. It was 2 in 2 balls at one stage yesterday. So yeah, plenty going on this morning, and the Kent bowlers, 2 in particular, Henry and Senni, have enjoyed their time at Emirates Old Trafford so far.
Yeah, no runs off the bat so far this morning either. Sundar going bowled by Henry, and then Crawley catching the next one. So it was 2 wickets in 3 balls at that point, wasn't it, for Matt Henry, as Crawley wrapped up Lavelle. George Lavelle going for a duck, and yeah, then that drop from and it was a drop definitely from Cox. If he's going for it, has to catch it. 3 slips and a gully in as Henry now comes in to bowl. So leave outside the off stump by Luke Wood. That's a good leave, but getting very close to the off stump again. Getting some life out of this pitch.
Yeah, Luke Wells last night said that they wanted I think the phrase he said was a result pitch, yeah. And he said that we might, we as in Lancashire obviously, might have to bring the opposition into the game to try and create the best chance to try and win it.
Here's Henry to Wood, leaves that outside again. His movement, and actually Cox just has to, he just moves his head to the side as he takes that. I think it's bounced just in front of him, but getting some movement in the air off the as well as off the pitch is Matt Henry here. who was saying was a bit luckless yesterday, but he's picked up two very early today.
Yes.
That's bowled very well indeed. But yeah, this is going to be fascinating. As you're saying, bring the opposition into the game. Luke Wells saying that. Obviously, Kent are going to have a bat on this as well. Up on his toes there, a little bit short from Henry. That's a bit of a rarity. A bit short and a bit wide. And on the back foot, it's just a nudge into the offside by Luke Wood. And he gets off the mark. He's on to 2-1-14 for 6.
Yeah, because Lancashire have to win the match. They've got to win every game now between now and the end of the season if they are going to try and close the gap to Surrey, which is going to be difficult. Surrey are 30 points in front, so Lancashire have no choice. They've got to try and win the match. And that's what Luke was suggesting last night.
It's Henry to Wood. That's a good shot, actually. He's rolled the wrists over that, taking it from off stump through into the onside. And they'll take a single. Nathan Gilchrist throwing in. Fred Clarkson is 12th man, by the way. Hamid Kadri was the one left out of the squad, but Clarkson, we saw him warming up this morning. Good fielder as well. The tall left-arm bowler. So say that, I'm just trying to spot where he is. I've been told he's on the field.
You can't really miss him, can you, normally?
No, he's yeah, we'll just keep that close to my chest at the moment. Henry Bolsterwood has flashed at that, but it's along the ground, and that's gone for 4 runs through extra cover. I say it's along the ground. Aerially, for a moment, I just thought maybe that Joe Denley was in play, but wide of him. And good attacking shot, that. From, sorry, Stephen Croft there, isn't it? I beg your pardon.
It's probably worth that approach at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially with the way this day has started. Might be a few kind of risky-looking shots, but Lancashire in danger of here have been skittled out with not a great deal on the board, so kind of calculated risk maybe from Stephen Croft.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well struck shot, that one as well. 25 from 50 he is. 119 for 6 though, Lancashire. In comes Henry once more. Ooh, inside edge past his stumps from Croft, who will take the single. And it is not easy batting out there at the moment, as much as we praise the Kent bowlers for taking their opportunities. Stephen Croft proving just how tricky this is at the moment. He's got a whole gardening show of his own, this Croft, hasn't he? The amount of time he's must be pretty flat out there. Sometimes he's just been thrashing the bat down on it. But end of the over, 120 for 6, 37 overs gone.
2 wickets of Washington Sundar and George Lavelle. As Matt Henry completed his 13th over, wasn't it? Took a while to complete it, but it was worth the wait for him. 2 wickets in the first 4 balls of the morning. Croft on strike, 3 slips and a gully. Senny running in from the Brian Statham end. Croft just a little flick away off the pads. Down towards long leg for a single. Moves on to 27. Not out, Stephen Croft. Now it's 121 for 6. Top scorer in the match so far is Luke Wells, is 35. Bohannon made 27, Jennings making 14. Croft now joint second top score so far in the innings for Lancashire with just 27. Runs have been hard to come by. Batting has been tricky. The bowling by Kent has been terrific, and they've made the most of winning the toss so far, electing to bowl yesterday morning. Forward goes Wood. Cautious defensive push back along the pitch. And there is no run. It's still overcast. We're hoping for slightly brighter conditions later in the day. And tomorrow looks lovely.
Yeah.
Maybe the best lot of the 4 days tomorrow. Thursday, there's a suggestion of maybe a bit of rain around in the morning, but forecast is telling us it is dry, even though it is pretty thick cloud above us, but with the prospect of it brightening up a bit later on. Full length on off stump and driven away by Wood. Picked up just at cover point. And there is no run.
The batsmen find it very hard to middle the ball at the moment, though. If you look at just thinking back to yesterday, how many shots actually legitimately came out of the middle of the bat? Bohannon looked good.
Got a good ball, didn't he, Bohannon?
But yeah, absolutely. At the end, and fantastic catch as well, wasn't it, by Jack Leaning? It was a combination of the two.
Senny over the wicket. Bit of width and handsomely driven through the offside by Luke Wood. Times it well enough to reach the boundary. And 4 runs. 125 for 6 now.
I wonder if counter-attack is the key here for Lancashire. Let's try and get on top somehow. This pitch isn't going to cede that many runs.
Well, certainly a drivable length, wasn't it, sent down by Senny, but he's got those slips, the 3 slips in the gully in place, and I like the way he's bowled here. He's too concerned by the runs conceded. This one's defended by Wood in towards the onside for no run, giving himself the best possible chance to try and get those 3 slips into position, into the game. 125 for 6. I think everyone started in the county championship. No delays, I think. Just had a quick little scan around. Looks like everyone's underway. They are certainly in Division 1. Actually, there's 1 delay. Durham Middlesex is delayed by 15 minutes. That's in Division 2. In fact, Yorkshire have been bowled out this morning now. 159 all out. Yorkshire against Hampshire in Scarborough. Around the wicket, Senny comes. Eased out through the onside by Luke Wood for a single. He moves on to 8. Keeps a strike. 127 for 6.
That's Fred Clarkson. There we are. Feeling the ball. My Clarkson watch. Now, my problem is, and you know, I should probably have the different glasses on, but he and Nathan Gilchrist are standing basically either side of the wicket, square leg and point, in deep positions. They're both 6'6". They've both got caps on. They're both very similar builds.
Tricky,
so it's only when the left arm comes out from Clarkson. I've got him marked down now.
Oh, Senny's continuing. There must have been a no ball here. This is punched away through the offside. Again, nice shot by Wood. And 4 more runs. That is now the completion of the over. Apologies, I must have missed that no ball.
Well, it's not on the scoreboard either. There are 6 deliveries before that 4, aren't there?
I think that will get adjusted. There must have been a no ball on there. Nice looking shot for for 4. The extra delivery worked a treat for Lancashire. So I reckon it's 132.
Oh yeah, they've put it on the analysis now on the on the TV stream. You could see there
4th ball of the over. The first 4. Signal as a no ball, and then the over eventually completed with that lovely cover drive for 4 more. So 132 for 6 at the end of the 38th.
So Henry charging in again to Luke Wood, left-handed, plays as if to play it anyway outside the off stump. Maybe just withdrew the bat at the last moment. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, but through to the wicket keeper. No great shouting from wicket keeper or slip, so. Perhaps had withdrawn the bat earlier than it first appeared. But again, it's a good delivery from Henry. He's nagging just outside that off stump. He doesn't do much, Matt Henry, in that. He doesn't move the ball a lot, but just enough. And in English conditions, that can be the key, can't it? And this is round the wicket, the left-hander, just defended up to mid-on, and there's no run.
That's what you need to do, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a criticism at all from Matt Henry. It's enough to put the doubt in the batter's mind that as you're going forward,
especially in a pitch like this and conditions like this. So it's just kind of doing the work for him, isn't it?
And it's a decent pace as well, Matt Henry, isn't he? So it's on you, and that's a little bit short. And Wood just pats that away to square leg, fielded by Nathan Gilchrist, and they take a single. 133 for 6. But as I said, I think that modest movement is the sort of, well, it showed in that delivery to Sundar, I think, didn't it? Is that he's misjudging it, thinking, yeah, I could just about leave this one, and suddenly you're off stumpies all over the place. So an adjustment of the field as Stephen Croft again looking suspiciously at the pitch. Do more gardening. Coming up the strip. 3 slips and a gully in. Next to Jordan Cox as Henry bowls. Oh, it's a snorter. Has he got the edge there off the shoulder of the bat? He has indeed. There's a hold from Stephen Croft. There's immediate shout of glee from bowler and wicketkeeper. That has reared up from Matt Henry. Stephen Croft looked quizzically over his shoulder at that one. It's an absolute snorter. What a delivery that is. It squared him up. It's umpire says it's hit something. It's coming up towards the shoulder of the bat, maybe even the glove there, I think, Scott.
Possibly. It's an absolute beauty, isn't it? I mean, you do well to play that. What a ball that is. Good juggling catch from Cox.
I was going to say, yeah.
He's doing a good job here. I mean, this is tricky for him. And I only found out whenever it was last night, first thing this morning, that he's got to keep wicket a little bit for a period of time before Robinson arrives. And the ball moving as well. It's moving late. And it's not easy for keepers at the best of times, but especially if you're kind of thrown into it at the last minute. There's a bit of a juggling catch, but a good one in the end, and a terrific delivery from Henry.
It's a beast of a delivery.
It
looks even more fearsome on the replay than it did live, looking down the barrel here. But yeah, no chance for Stephen Croft. As I said, he looked a bit quizzically. He may have just feathered off the glove or the shoulder of the bat, but umpiring no doubt. Said the bowler and wicketkeeper had gone up very quickly for that one. Well, once, as you said, Cox had secured the ball. But wobbling about here at Old Trafford. It's 1-3-3 for 7. We must say again, there's no triumphalism from a Kent point of view here. I mean, Henry and Senny are a potent pair, as we saw on a much less bowling-friendly pitch against Warwickshire last week. But on a pitch like this, that's a real problem for the batters. And this will be fascinating when Lancashire come to bowl on it. The combination of seam and spin as well. We've seen almost no spin, I think, from Kent so far. If we had an over yet? Maybe not.
I don't think we have.
There's no reason why they would, I suppose, is there? But it's Henry Nauser Bailey is the new man to come in, leaves that extravagantly, flamboyantly outside the off stump, and it's going towards first, second slip as Cox almost on the jog takes that again. Prodigious movement this time from Henry.
Now 4 bowlers used. Henry into his 15th over. Senny 13 overs, 3 for 57. Gilchrist 6 overs, 1 for 26. Stewart 5 overs for 9 runs.
That will be fascinating to see what the spinners do on this, because with 2 frontline spinners in the Lancashire lineup, they must obviously have believed it would do something. It would turn down the leg side as he nudged that. He hasn't. Taken by Jordan Cox. It's a good take. End of the over. 1-3-3 for 7. Another successful one for New Zealander Matt Henry on his return to Kent. He has 3 for 40. Senny has 3 for 57 so far. Gilchrist has the other wicket to fall. 3 to go this morning, as Scott was saying. Washington Sundar and George Lavelle within 3 balls of each other. Sundar bowled by Henry, Lavelle caught by Crawley, bowled Henry, and Croft in that over going 4:31. Still Luke Wells is the top scorer in this match so far with 35.
Partnership's hard to come by in this Lancashire innings. Batting bonus points hard to come by. 133 for 7. There's Senny. He runs away from us. And balls and up onto the toes goes Wood to defend it back down the pitch, and there is no run. 3 wickets in the first 20 minutes of play, all 3 for Matt Henry. Absolutely, he's got his reward today for the way he bowled yesterday. He was unfortunate, luckless, was the description, as you mentioned, that Paul Allott used yesterday, and he is he's made up for it today. 3 wickets in the first 20 minutes of the second day. 1-3-3 for 7. Still the 3 slips are waiting. Into the front foot goes Wood. Angles the ball away to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Plenty of wickets tumbling around in the county championship. A little run through the scores in Division 1 elsewhere. Mentioned Yorkshire won 5-9 all out. Hampshire have just started their reply. 3 without loss, that game in Scarborough. Warwickshire 291 for 9. Taking on Surrey at the Oval. Wood waiting. Working the ball through the leg side. Clipped off the toes out towards mid-wicket. And comes back for 2.
statistical, well, I would say anomaly. That's Jordan Cox's first catch as a first-class wicketkeeper. I'm very surprised by that, but there we go. That's how little he's kept. But yeah, I guess he's a stand-in, because the like-for-like, the understanding will be that Robinson will come in as keeper, because you have to have a like-for-like replacement, don't you? So I don't imagine that would be the same anyway. Cox will take his place in the slips, as he did when Sam Billings was keeping. But
he's on the train travelling north.
Yeah.
Sending in and bowls. And Wood leans into it and eases the ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I
had pictures of him taking bread roll throwdowns in the buffet car or something like that.
Just
you know,
getting warmed up.
It might work, mightn't it?
That, yeah.
Because the movement of the train may slightly put you off balance.
Get the conductor to hurl a few bread rolls at him.
Let's hope they can help on that, that train coming north. Just get his eye in.
2 off the over so far, and 2 balls left of it. Get a ball that bounces on towards Wood, who gets up onto his toes and drops it away into the offside for no run. Elsewhere in Division 1, Gloucestershire playing Northamptonshire. Northants 46 for 1, replying to a Gloucestershire total of 317 all out. And Essex are up against Somerset this week, and Essex are 286 for 3 in Chelmsford. 3 games in Division 2 as well. Durham, Middlesex, Worcestershire, Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, Sussex. Sending in short again, and Wood bends his knees, leans back, and allows that one to go through to the wicket keeper. And that completes the 40th over of the Lancashire first innings. 135 for 7, Bailey on 0, Wood on 11. Those Division 2 scores: Durham 141 without loss against Middlesex. Worcestershire 150 for 7, replying to Derbyshire's 130 all out. And Nottinghamshire against Sussex is day 1, and not a 25 for 1 at Trent Bridge. Let's see Matt Henry to continue from the Jimmy Anderson end. Had almost half an hour of play, and it's been Henry's day so far. All 3 wickets to him. Oh, met that 4. That beats Bailey's defence. Unplayable from Henry. And Lancashire lose an 8th. Henry having a morning to remember, as indeed are Kent. 135 for 8. 4 wickets in the first half an hour. Now that's an absolute beauty from Henry. Not for the first time this morning. He's taken all 4 wickets to fall inside the first half an hour. Lancashire 135 for 8. And Tom Bailey out for naught. Pretty comprehensively bowled by Henry. And the off stump uprooted rather emphatically. Phoebe Graham is alongside me, Thunder bowler. That must be terrific for a bowler to get a dismissal like that. Good morning, Phoebe.
Good morning, and what a start it's been from Kent this morning. It's tough conditions out there for batters. The ball seems to be moving around a lot, and Henry is taking full advantage of that. Great wicket there, absolute seed from Henry, and it's been a great start from him this morning.
It's been an incredible half an hour, hasn't it? But Lancashire up to 135, but 8 wickets down, 4 have fallen inside the first half an hour.
2 from the unfinished over. I bet Lancashire never wanted to see the end of that over again, do they?
Exactly, yeah. You waited hours to complete your over, and you pick up 2 wickets in it. Well, Will Williams is the new batter for Lancashire. And here's Henry looking for a 5-foot. It's left alone and through to Cox, and there is no run. Goodness me.
Yeah, a lot happening this morning, and I'm sure a lot of the Lanc seam bowlers, Will Williams himself, will be thinking that he can't wait to get out there and bowl himself more than anything. But they just need to hold out for another, 5-10 overs, see if they can get 30-40 more on the board before anything else happens from the Kent camp.
A little defensive push towards mid-on. Half an hour gone on Day 2, an extraordinary half an hour, actually, where Kent have picked up 4 wickets in the morning session. Lancashire 135 for 8 in their first innings. All 4 wickets from for Matt Henry, dismissing Washington Sundar for 6, Stephen Croft for 31, George Lavelle for naught, and bowling Tom Bailey also for naught as well. So outstanding bowling from Henry. Kent enjoying a terrific first half an hour, and Lancashire 136 for 8. Yeah, brings Wood back on strike. I mean, what it's kind of try and counter-attack if they can here. Like if you kind of hang around, this could all be done pretty quickly, couldn't it? It's a difficult one to get the balance right, I think.
Definitely. I think both Wood and Williams need to stay there for the next couple of overs and just see out what is a unbelievable spell from Henry, or at least try and block out a few and mess his rhythm up slightly. And then, like you say, it doesn't feel like they're going to be around for a long time. So can they get a quick 30-40 on the board?
What is this spell from Henry as he comes in and bowls to Wood? And that's down the leg side for four runs. It'll flick down towards the boundary. And welcome runs nonetheless for Lancashire. He moves up to 15, 140 for 8. I think it's 3.3 overs. 4 for 14, this spell from Henry this morning.
I mean, they're figures that you can only dream of. I'm sure he was dreaming about finishing his over just like that last night. Absolutely fantastic start from him this morning.
Yeah, imagine rocking up at the team hotel and going down for breakfast this morning and having your boiled eggs and thinking, you know what, I fancy 4 wickets inside the first half an hour this morning.
I've got a few balls left of my over. I might take a couple then.
Just get me going on day 2. Final ball of the over, and eased off the hip by Wood. Just backward of square on the leg side for a single. That takes Wood to 16, keeps a strike as well. Lancashire 141 for 8. 41 overs gone of their first innings. And after a frustrating first day with the weather. And a pretty eventful start to day 2. You've seen some good cricket this season when you've been to watch Lancashire, haven't you? There's always been something happening when you're around.
There is. There's always action. It's always jam-packed. I think that's why I've enjoyed it so much. It's because they always produce when I come on the mic. I mean, not today, but there's always something happening at least.
You very rarely have a dull session when you're on the mic. There's always something going on. There's Senny to Wood. That's played back out into the offside, picked up by Senny off his own bowling, and there's no run.
It looked like last week Lancs were in a similar situation, all bowled out in the first innings against Northants for 132, but sort of came back with revengeance. So when you're looking at teams, they've done it before in terms of coming back from this position, and when it's only a week ago, I'm sure there'll still be a lot of confidence in camp.
Senny for Kent around the wicket's full, but it's well wide of off stump. It's probably flirting with that guideline that the umpire uses. Left alone by Wood. Yeah, 132 all out. Lancashire last week at Wanties Road in reply to Northants 235. So they actually had a first innings deficit of 103, and were then set 278 to win, and then went on to win it by 4 wickets. Yes, on the back of a victory. In fact, both these sides are. As Wood works it with an angled bat away through mid-wicket for a single. It takes him on to 17. 142 for 8. Kent on the back of a victory at Warwickshire, so you think both teams will be pretty
confident going into this. Yeah, definitely. And the conditions have changed dramatically in the space of a couple of weeks. After a lot of rain here over the past few days, it's a bowler's territory, whereas a couple of weeks ago these guys were playing on roads. There was nothing but runs to be scored, whereas now the ball's nibbling around. It looks like a case of SAS survival out there.
Is that Channel 4 programme?
Yeah, that's
the one.
The military one, isn't it? How can you survive?
Can you bat on this pitch is the latest version of the Channel 4 programme. So sending in and balls, and Williams defends actually for a single. He's just off the back foot and dropping it up towards mid-on. And darts through for a quick single, 148 for 3. Well, welcome listeners on 5 Sports Extra to Emirates Old Trafford. So this I think there's some rain around in the game at Scarborough, where Yorkshire are playing Hampshire. And we've had 35 minutes of play this morning, and Kent have picked up 4 wickets, all 4 for Matt Henry, with an outstanding spell of bowling and some absolute pearlers. I mean, it's a show reel and a half, isn't it, from Henry this morning? It's a wonderful spell. We've got Senny bowling from the other end. He's in now to Wood. It's worked up to mid-on for no run. So Washington Sundar was the first to go. Didn't offer a shot. Ball came back in, hit the off stump, gone for 6. In the same over, which was being completed from last night, George Lavelle edged Crawley at slip off Henry for 0. Stephen Croft got an absolute jaffer, which was edged to the keeper Cox off Henry for 31, and then Bailey with a pretty much unplayable delivery from Henry was bowled for 0, and that rattled into his off stump. So it's a magnificent spell of bowling from Henry. It's back of a length, and Wood looks to try and take it on. Playing a miss, looking to cut the ball through to the keeper. There's no run. So 143 for 8 is the Lancashire score. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent will be back with us after 12 o'clock. Scott Reed and Phoebe Graham at the minute on the mic, and you can't really take your eyes off the match.
No, definitely. I mean, only 42 overs gone, but it's been the last 10 overs this morning that have really made the biggest difference to this game. Some key wickets from Henry, and like you say, it's just been unplayable this morning. The way the ball's been moving and those sort of deliveries that you look back as a batter and you think there's not a lot I could have done there to prevent that from hitting the stumps and prevent myself from getting out.
Yeah, it's survival mode. Or maybe try and counter-attack where possible, but goodness, it's tricky to do both, isn't it, really? Henry looking for a fifer. Williams gets him behind it. And a ball of good length that bounces to Williams. He's a tallish man anyway, and he's already up onto his toes to pushing away into the offside for no run.
I think Henry's looking so threatening from the James Anderson end. It's a case of seeing out every over that he bowls at the moment. If these two can build a little bit of a partnership, that'll help Lancashire provide a much more comfortable total to bowl at.
Henry to Williams. He's asking whether that's LBW. Williams playing forward. The ball deflects away into the offside. Just got the feeling the bowler joined in and once the keeper and the slips went up first.
Yeah, there was a definite delayed reaction there. It didn't seem like a full-hearted appeal there from Henry, which I'm sure if it was a plum decision, he would have been up and about in the umpire's face.
Henry bowls again, left by Williams. Movement away from Williams and taken by Jordan Cox, and there's no run. Actually, for listeners who may have just joined us and missed the news a little earlier on, the Kent captain Sam Billings testing positive for COVID. So he is out of the match. So it is Cox who's keeping wicket, and Ollie Robinson's on his way up at the minute on the train from Kent. As Williams works his ball out towards mid-on for no run.
And Cox has done okay behind the stumps as well, hasn't he? Taken his first class catch behind the stumps, so he's filled in well and done a good job there.
Yes, he has. I mean, the ball's moved around a lot. I mean, even for a kind of an established keeper, one that's in the match rather than one that's thrown into it a little bit here. I know that Cox clearly is a wicket keeper, but it must be tricky for him. It's worked out towards mid-wicket for no run, not expecting to keep wicket, and then at the last minute having to do it, and then the challenge of the ball doing plenty.
Definitely. I think it must be one of the funnest times to be a keeper when the ball's moving around and spraying a little bit, because that's what keeps you alive, really. If you think about when you're bowling your best spell, or I don't know, I'm not a keeper, but I feel like that surely when it's the most exciting time to be a keeper, knowing that something's going to come at any point.
I guess so, yeah. It seems a bit kind of perverse that way, doesn't it? Because there's so much could go wrong, but I suppose you actually in the match, full length ball just on off stump, which Williams drives back down the pitch, and there's no run. That completes the over. 143 for 8, Lancashire. Williams 2, Wood on 17.
Just put a leg slip in there for Henry. They must have seen both batters just trying to clip the ball off the hips and seeing if there could be any opportunity or catching chance there for either of the to take either of the batters' wickets. So the party stand is still up at Emirates Old Trafford.
It is.
That must be ready and raring for the 100, which starts in,
I
think,
next week.
Next week, yeah.
Next week,
Friday the 3rd, I think, is the first fixture against the Northern Superchargers.
Yeah, empty at the minute. It'll be pretty full for that. Test match here against South Africa as well. Just a solitary camera operator on the Baywatch Tower in the middle of that party stand. 3 slips waiting. There's Senny into Wood, left and taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
Senny will be wanting to join the party as well. He'll see what his friend's doing from the other end and think, why aren't I quite getting that nibble? And he's not looked as threatening. He's not bowled as many balls at the stumps and challenged the batters. He's probably bowling 5th, 6th line at the moment rather than really attacking those stumps. So I think to really cause Lancashire more threat at the moment, he needs to target those stumps a little bit more.
Would wait, Senny in, bowls. Oh, blimey, that's wide. Signalled as a wide too.
He's gone on to the next strip. Never mind the 6th, 7th line. He's gone for the strip next door.
Aye.
I mean, he must be channeling what I'm saying. No, you need to move over onto the stump, Senny, and then it'll produce more goods.
143 for 8. Wood on 16. In fact, 144 for 8 with the wide. This is a straighter delivery angled in towards Wood, and the ball just deflects away in towards the onside. There is no run. Well, it's been we've not had many overs, 43. We only had 35 on the first day. So we're coming up towards the 10th over of the day. But the game has advanced considerably. Luke Wells said last night he got 35. He's the top scorer in the innings so far. That they wanted a result wicket here. Senny in and driven by Wood to mid-off for no run. And unless it's going to rain for a couple of days, and that's what we're going to see, isn't it?
Definitely. Yeah, hopefully the rain holds out here in Manchester. It looks a lot brighter than it did this morning, but I think there will definitely be a result over these 4 days. And I think this is where it's interesting, isn't it, when Lancashire get the new ball, how they make the pitch look as well, because at the moment it looks really difficult to play.
Senny in full again on off stump and driven by Wood. Picked up by Denley at mid-off, no run. Kent moving kind of mid-table in Division 1 on the back of a victory at Warwickshire last week. Lancashire are 3rd. They're doing their best to hang on to the coattails of the teams above them, Surrey and Hampshire. But they're going to have to win their final 4 matches. This one this week and then the 3 in September, and hope that those teams drop points along the way. It's flicked out towards the leg side by Wood, towards mid-on, to the left of mid-on in truth. And he keeps the strike. And Wood moves on to... Oh no, 1 ball after the over, apologies. Wood moves on to 18, so brings Williams on strike. Hampshire have lost a wicket in their reply to that Yorkshire total of 159 all out. Ian Holland, Court Hill bowled by Ben Code for naught. So Hampshire 3 for 1, replying to Yorkshire's 159 all out, but there's rain in Scarborough, so they're not playing at the minute. And Warwickshire all out now for 253.
The scores are certainly changing, aren't they, from just a few weeks ago.
Senny over the wicket balls to Williams, who's back on the cross and defends, and there's no run. End of the over, 145 for 8.
It just feels like we've entered a whole different country. That's England for you, isn't it? 1 minute we're seeing roads and tracks that produce 500 plus totals to scores 195 all out or 145 for 8 here at Emirates Old Trafford, and it's difficult to play when there's rain around and it's overcast and the wicket's moist. Changes the landscape of things. I was just looking at Lancashire in the table here, and they've drawn 5 games out of the 10, and that's what's really killed them in that third spot there, whereas Surrey played 10, won 6, drawn 4. They're clearly that drawing and not going for the win sometimes and playing that safe cricket really makes a big difference when it comes towards the back end of the season, and it's the points on the table that you're really needing to take you to the top.
Yeah, they've been frustrated by some draws. The draw at Southport, you were there for one of the days against Somerset. They just couldn't bowl Somerset out on the last day. They threw everything at it. The spinner Jack Morley picked up Pfeiffer, I think he was. He got 4 or 5 wickets, and they just couldn't get the 10 on the final day to win it. They were left frustrated with that. That's chipped to mid-on, and it's a Pfeiffer for Henry. Caught at mid-on, and Matt Henry picks up a Pfeiffer. All 5 wickets in the first, well, just over 45 minutes of play this morning. So a sensational morning for Henry. Around the wicket to Wood, flick to mid-on. He departs for 18. Lancashire lose their 9th wicket, and Matt Henry 5 for 46. What a morning for him.
Yeah, what a fantastic morning for Henry. He's bowled absolutely superbly, deserves every single one of those wickets. Quite a soft dismissal there for Luke Wood, who's just flicked the ball gently to mid-on. He'd been fighting and digging deep to keep Henry out and to try and build a partnership there for Lancashire, but sadly gone for 18. Luke Wood.
Yeah, Grant Stewart with a catch at mid-on. And a memorable morning for Henry. Let's have a look at the spell now for Matt Henry. 4.5 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 14 is his spell this morning.
Now that is phenomenal, isn't it? When you take out the overs for yesterday, because he's bowled 17 in this innings in its entirety, it just shows how impactful he's been this morning and how destructive he's been against the Lancs batting lineup.
145 for 9, so it's almost done. I mean, unless there's going to be a sensational last wicket partnership between Morley and Williams. Lancashire first innings is almost wrapped up here, which is kind of dream stuff for Kent.
Yeah, Lancashire could just do with getting an extra 20 runs here, because I think those 20 runs could be critical, and it's just proving how hard they are to get out here in the middle.
We've got 3 slips and a leg slip and a gully. Morley, the new batter, it's actually a ball of fullish length straight to Morley. Has to play. Probably expecting something that may have been a little bit short to him with the field, but it wasn't. 145 for 9. Well, a breathless first 50 minutes of the match. Well, of the day's play. It feels like the match, because we didn't really get much yesterday. But that was what we did get in 30 overs was pretty busy. Leg slip goes to point. So 3 slips, gully, point. Over the wicket to Morley, left. And through to Jordan Cox. And there's no run. Ollie Robinson, well, he's not going to be here in time to keep wicket in this innings. If he's frantically trying to make it, then I suspect not required at the minute.
A long way, isn't it, from Kent to Lancashire? It's not going to be here in a heartbeat.
As Morley defends off the back foot, just steering the ball out towards point, and there is no run. Well, it's quite, unless he gets a taxi from Piccadilly, you have to get on the old tram network. Get across from Piccadilly on the tram to Old Trafford. Get the Altrincham line, if you're listening, Ollie. That'll bring you here nicely.
It's actually really well connected,
isn't it? Yeah, it's quite straightforward.
It's actually great.
Morley had to flick it away towards the leg side. Tumbling take by Jordan Cox away to his right-hand side, and there's no run. 1-4-5 for 9. Morley. That's the one you want. Trams to Altrincham. That's the perfect line.
Thank you. There they go. Langs TV. So good.
Get yourself on the Altrincham line. Oh, change at Cornbrook, Ollie. You could always change at Cornbrook. Plenty of choices there. She's flicked out towards the onside by Morley. Picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 45 gone of the Lancashire first innings. And 5 for 14 this morning for Matt Henry. And you look at 5 for 14, and he's actually taken 5 for 45 in the innings. He was really unlucky yesterday. He bowled beautifully for Kent yesterday and didn't get any reward, but he's absolutely cashed in today.
He has indeed, yeah. I think the conditions have definitely helped with the new ball. He's taken full advantage of the conditions round him and the ball, the overcast. So hopefully the Lancs attack will be rubbing the fingers together and hoping for the same sort of result this afternoon.
Navdeep Saini's spell this morning has come to an end, so we'll see Nathan Gilchrist replacing him. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. He's got Williams on strike. Gilchrist running in from the Brian Statham end, so running towards the old pavilion. Williams waits. Here's Gilchrist over the wicket. Angled across Williams and left. Shape away from the batter and get into the gloves of the the first standing wicket-keeper, with one more to come. And there is no run. On 45 for 9. Gilchrist, squad number 17. Balls again, wide and cut. Oh, and cut to point. What a catch! Blimey, Daniel Bell-Drummond with a sensational catch at well, it's more gully than point in truth. That's a brilliant catch. Gilchrist wraps up the innings. Lancashire are all out for 145. It's a magnificent catch, really. He's got no right to take it. It cut pretty ferociously, and that is a brilliant catch by Daniel Bell-Drummond. And Lancashire all out for 145. Yeah,
that is an absolutely fantastic catch there from Drummond. Gilchrist didn't really deserve that wicket. It was short, it was wide, threw the hands through it, cut the ball, did Williams at pace, and diving to his right. Phenomenal catch at some speed. What a way to finish the innings.
I think, yeah, take a bow. Take a bow, Daniel Bell-Drummond. You're well entitled to it, because that was quite something. What a morning that has been for Kent. So 55 minutes of cricket, and Lancashire are all out for 145. So they were 4 down overnight, so they've lost their 6 wickets this morning, 5 of them off the bowling of Matt Henry, and then Gilchrist wraps up the innings. And the few Lancashire supporters sitting there rather stunned, actually, as to what they've seen through the course of this first hour. And they'll be hoping, those Lancashire supporters will be hoping that the pattern of the match continues.
Definitely. I mean, the wickets just kept coming, didn't they? As the new batters came out, Henry challenged every single one of them and made it look so difficult out there, difficult to play. The ball was moving, nipping away, just doing all sorts. I'm sure with Lancashire's attack, they're rubbing their hands together and thinking, they'll need to get some wickets early doors, and I'm sure they've got confidence in their attack that they can do that today.
Well, the ground staff are wandering out to do a bit of running repairs and sweeping the pitch. And we just see the arrival of one or two of the Lancashire players as well. The big black sheet being pushed down, and the roller will edge its way forward. So 145 all out. Let's run through that batting card, shall we? And the bowling figures for Lancashire. There it is. That's how it's looking. Luke Wells caught leaning, bowled Seni for 35. Jennings caught Crawley, bowled Seni for 14. Bohannon caught by leaning off Gilchrist for 27. Croft dug in, didn't he, for 31. Off 54 balls. Got a terrific delivery from Henry this morning. Caught by Cox. Jones was an LBW victim to Seni. Washington Sundar, the first wicket of the day, out for 6, not offering a shot. Lavelle in the same over was caught Crawley, bowled Henry for 0. Wood was caught by Stewart off Henry for 17. Bailey bowled by a beauty from Henry for 0. And the final wicket to fall, a sensational catch from Bell Drummond off Gilchrist. And Williams out for 2. Morley, the not-out batsman. And the Kent bowling figures, Henry 5 for 45 in total, but it was 5 for 14 his spell this morning. Seni 3 for 63 and a couple of wickets for Gilchrist, 2 for 26. Wrapping up that Lancashire innings, 145 all out. Innings break. We'll just see the arrival of one or two of the Lancashire players as they start their preparations. We'll catch you in just a few minutes' time. So, over to Kent. Let's see how Kent go about it and how they can piece together their first innings. 145 all out. Outstanding first hour for the home side. Scott Reed and Phoebe Graham with you for the minute. Matt Cole will be with us shortly. 6 wickets to fall in the first hour in the morning session. Phoebe, not many runs on the board.
No, it was difficult out there for the Lancashire team, and Henry was absolutely phenomenal. Got the ball moving a lot and bowled some absolutely cracking deliveries to dismiss. The Croft dismissal was brilliant, caught behind, and I think Lancashire will be looking to take as many wickets as possible early doors here with the new ball.
Which will be used by Tom Bailey. I suspect Bailey and Williams will take the new ball, but Bailey first up from the Brian Statham end. 28 wickets this season for Bailey. And it's Compton on strike. Here's Bailey in and bowling. And down the leg side to Compton. Taken by George Lavelle. And there is no run. He's had a fantastic season, Ben Compton. Over 1,000 runs, 4 centuries for Compton. He started the season in just the most perfect fashion. 2 of those 4 centuries came against Lancashire. Century in each innings of that match at Canterbury. Averaging just a shade under 70, having a really good year. Oh, and that takes a leading edge. He's gone. Washington Sundar with the catch, and Compton goes for naught. Wickets continue to tumble at Emirates Old Trafford. Bailey strikes the second ball of the innings. Compton caught at point. Kent a 0 for 1.
Great wicket there from Bailey. Compton's gone to drive the ball through the onside, and the ball's nipped away from him last minute, and he's been caught playing across the line and ended up caught at point. I think it just shows how difficult it is out here. 0 for 1. It could be an early finish for us today, Scott. Could get through the most wickets in the shortest amount of time. Brilliant start there for Lancashire.
Yeah, it was a terrific catch too, wasn't it, from Sundar? Look at that for a take-up point. Low down to his right. Compton shaping to play at leg side. He's not only looking to play it that way, as he comes off the bat, he looks that way, thinking that's where he sent it, and then the leading edge takes it out towards point. Well, 7th wicket of the morning to fall. 0 for 1.
I think that was a bit of a silly shot choice there from Compton, given what he's seen this morning. So to play across the line, 3rd ball, 2nd ball in, is a confident, brave shot. It was full from Bailey, but the ball's nipped away and he's being caught there at playing across the line of the ball, caught at point.
0 for 1 then. Daniel Bell Drummond, new batter to join Crawley. Wicket number 29 of the county championship for Lancashire this season for Tom Bailey. He's Lancashire's leading wicket taker. And he's going to come right on over the wicket to Bell Drummond. And that's chopped away to the right of Croft at point, to the left of Hartley. And it's Hartley that catches it with the ball. I think they've run 3. They've run 3 there, haven't they?
They have, yeah. It's a big chase down there to 3rd man. No one out there. He's got a fine leg in play, so huge chase down there for 3.
First runs on the board for Kent. Off the bat of Daniel Bell Drummond. Took a fantastic catch to wrap up the Lancashire innings. So Zach Crawley faces Bailey for the first time. And for the first time today, a little bit of sunshine trying to burst through. 3 slips in position. Oh, just hangs that outside the off stump, and then it moves back in to Lavelle. He actually takes it, just shaping a little to his left-hand side. Ball wobbling around there for Bailey.
Yeah, I think it'll be a case of anything outside of 5th stump line, leave, don't play at, don't do anything silly, particularly these first few overs where the ball's brand new and going to have that extra bit of movement.
Bailey bowls again. It's fallen off stump, and Crawley drives. Burst through the fingertips of Bailey, picked up by Josh Bohannon, who is at mid-off, and there is no run. So 1 ball left of the first over of the Kent first innings. 3 for 1. With Lancashire 145 all out. Bailey is back in again. And forward goes Crawley in defence. And there's no run up towards Luke Wood. And that completes the over. With 3 for 1, 1 over gone. I think we're going to have a change in the commentary box, I think. I thought we were. Oh yeah, Matt's here. I couldn't see you. You stood right next to me. 3 for 1. Bell Drummond 3, Crawley nought. I'm going for a lie down. Catch you in a bit.
And it looks like it is Williams coming on from the Jimmy Anderson end to take the new ball. It's very, very similar field to Bales. 4 slips in play, 3 slips in place and a gully. And it'll be interesting to see how Williams takes this new over. 3 for 1 off, 1 over.
Here he charges in, bowling to Daniel Bell Drummond. Bottom hand comes off the bat as he flicks that down to fine leg, and they come through for a single. 3 for 1 goes to 4 for 1. Morning, Phoebe. I was going to say, I don't know if I have any plans for Thursday now, but you might be thinking you might not be here this afternoon the way this game is going. It's a spicy old pitch, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's one that you definitely want to be bowling on. My gosh, the ball's moving around and looks hard work out there for the batters, and you can see that from the way their body composition is. They're not confident with how or what shots to be playing at the moment.
Williams then flying into Crawley. Little push into the onside as an ooh and an ah from the slips, as you might expect, because even that didn't look that convincing from Crawley, getting at least half forward. So 3 slips and a gully, much like Kent were using actually for that whole Lancashire innings. Sundar out there at point. And that one really turned Compton around, didn't it? Second ball of the innings, coming off the edge for a low catch from Sundar. And 145 Lancashire. Here's Williams to Crawley, drives towards mid-off, and almost taking a breath every time the ball comes down at the moment.
I think that's the thing at the moment. With the ball moving so much, you've got to have confidence in those shots that you're going to play. Compton half committed to an on-drive and played completely across the shape of the ball, being caught at point. And it's a case of both Crawley and Bell Drummond playing really strong shots at the moment.
As Williams comes in to the England man, Crawley leaves that, it nips back, and Williams' reaction, you can see what he thought of that. Just head in hands, because that did nip back near the off stump. I suppose one thing that Zach Crawley's been really criticised for playing for England is going very strongly at drives, being caught at slips. So, but perhaps you're saying that might be the way he has to go today, is make sure he's confident in the way he plays.
I think it's just commitment to shots that he is going to play. Bell Drummond half committed to that shot and got out caught at point.
Here's Williams to Crawley to the onside. He's forward early there, is Zach Crawley. Ends up with Luke Wood at mid-wicket. 4 for 1 then.
And like you say, it'll be the perfect test for Crawley to see if he can survive this sort of pitch, and testing one of his biggest weaknesses there, which will be playing on his mind, but also a challenge which I'm sure he'll be wanting to take and show what he is capable of on difficult pitches.
He talked about a result pitch at Lancashire. It's certainly looking like one. Williams to Crawley as he edged that. Goes forward. Umpire unmoved at the far end. The Lancashire's wicketkeeper and slips certainly like that. But no deflection, says umpire Lloyd. Just a little angle of the head to Will Williams as he comes back. Missing the edge. conference between Crawley and Bell Drummond, but plenty in this pitch, plenty of life. 4 for 1, Kent.
And I think from that reaction as well, we thought it was definitely gone and given. Zach Crawley turned away from the umpire, didn't want to even make any sort of eye contact at all. And through the celebrations, it thought it could be 4 for 2.
Immediately, Bailey picks up the ball. Oh, it's just missed the off stump. It's gone over middle, in fact. That has nipped back away from Bailey. And I thought that was Bell Drummond. He's left that, and that's done a lot.
That was unbelievable. It's gone down on, I won't say 5th stump line there, and dragged back in over the top of middle. And from what was going to be a very elegant leave, Drummond just watches the ball go over the top of his stumps and must have a breath of air there.
How was that missed? Here's Bailey. This one's going the other way from Bailey. Again, movement off the seam through to the wicket-keeper. And I think I was saying to you both, I've not seen a pitch like this summer, because with the ball hasn't been moving around very much after the first few overs, these Duke's balls, during the summer, and a lot of very batting-friendly pitches as well. As a bowler yourself, you'll be looking at this thinking, you want to bowl on this
in, hey?
Yeah.
I think, a lot of the pitches that we've seen this year have been roads, haven't they? English cricket have been criticised for not...
So Bailey bowls left outside the off stump, going away from Bell Drummond.
For not producing good enough wickets for batters to score on, and the past 2-3 months all we've seen is roads, and then people saying there's nothing in it for the seamers, there's nothing in it for the spinners. So we've gone from one extreme to another, where right now out there it looks unplayable and the ball's nipping around, and this is Bailey's most comfortable territory. Just hits that hard length and lets the ball do the talking from his strong seam position.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting more movement than either Henry or Senny was this morning, and defended by Bell Drummond, which is a much more convincing defensive stroke, but it doesn't stop the wicketkeeper and slip shouting. 4 for 1. And as you were saying on my update, as long as the presenter was saying, oh, Ken, having a fantastic morning, I said, looking at this pitch, 145 doesn't look terrible. I know it sounds bizarre. And then as I said that, Ben Compton got out. So from a Ken point of view, that's not fantastic, but certainly from a commentary position, it was it was proving the point, I think. And Bailey it was, with that wicket of Compton. Bowling now to Bell Drummond. He pushes forward, soft hands, it shoots to gully, and there's no run.
It's a bit like the golf handicap system now, where each pitch has a different par. There should be a caveat with scorecards. This is a -2 difficult ground. Conditions are rough.
I expect you'd love that as bowlers, wouldn't you?
This is a 300 scoring wicket, really.
So as bowlers, you should get like 20, 30, 40 added on runs, do you think, for your analysis?
If you're going at 9s, but actually it's a beautiful road.
Here's Bailey. Ooh, just deceived Bell Drummond, I think, pushing forward. Is that bat or just pad? There must have been some bat on it, surely, or he'd been plumb. As indeed, he's, well, guided it, I say, in inverted commas, to gully. And there's a single. They've survived that over with the new ball. 5 for 1, Kent. But it is not easy going. It hasn't been. To be honest, it looked easier yesterday than it's looked this morning, this pitch. So I don't know if it's already starting to develop in terms of, not breaking up exactly, but I wonder what the integrity of the surface is at this point. I was saying to Scott earlier as well, Lancashire have picked 2 frontline spinners for this game. So they must think it's going to grip as well. So goodness knows what'll happen when Sundar gets on it. As Williams bowls, that one's come back at Bell Drummond again. We'll call that a good leave, shall we? He's judging it as best as he can. It's through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
I don't know what the advice here would be from the other end, because the balls that they're leaving seem to be coming back in and just missing the stumps.
Yeah. There was a moment with Steve Croft, it was beautifully picked up by the cameras yesterday, where I think Croft had played and missed at one, and Luke Wells, they came to the middle, and Luke Wells literally shrugged and shook his head. It's like, that was the advice for his captain. I don't know. Williams to Bell Drummond outside the off stump. Keeper takes it, no run.
Yeah, sometimes there isn't a textbook for how to play on pitches like this. You've just got to get through. What are you meant to do with that? That was outstanding.
Do you get that from your batting partner sometimes when you go for a conference?
Yeah.
What do you think? Don't know.
I think as well, it's sometimes you just get good deliveries, sometimes you just get hit for good balls, and the game, that is the game and nature of cricket.
Williams bowling to Bell Drummond, withdraws the bat inside the front pad. Again, none too confidently. There is actually a good bit of daylight that time going away from him, that delivery from Williams, but not moving it quite as much as Bailey. But we saw with Henry, and I was saying to Scott earlier, Henry doesn't do a lot, but sometimes that's a batter's undoing, because he's just nibbling it this way and that, but at a really good pace. I'm not saying that Bailey's moving it too much, because on this pitch, this will take advantage. Again, he's playing down a central line there, Daniel Bell Drummond, so he's got the bat tucked in, and Williams is 4th fifth stump line through the wicketkeeper, no run.
It looks very threatening this morning, doesn't he, Williamson?
Yeah.
And his pace is coming through at some pace, really, whereas Bailey, like you say, is getting that movement off the ball, and quite dramatic movement, really, 3 or 4 inches, and with his skill and knowledge, he knows how to shape it in, shape it away, and sort of playing on the batter's mind from the other end.
Williams in the sunshine now as he tracked him. He's gone, pushing forward. Daniel Bell Drummond, well, half forward, no bat on it. Looks back at his stumps, but looked pretty convincing from here, even with the batter in front of us. He goes, it's 5 for 2, and Kent's in trouble here. Doesn't seem a lot wrong with that. Looked to be straightening to me. And Daniel Bell Drummond goes, looks at the umpire for a second, but he has gone 5 for 2 in the 4th over. And, well, Williams joins in with Bailey to have 1 each now.
Yeah, we've got a fantastic view here in the media box at Emirates Old Trafford, and that looked dead plumb from where we were sitting. Just watching it on replay here, middle of middle. Not committed to that forward defensive shot, and probably waiting for the ball to do something off the pitch there. But 5 for 2 here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's an interesting morning. It looks like wickets galore, and it's Seamer's day out at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, getting plenty of movement, uncertainty as well for the Kent batters, as there was for Lancashire as well, who resumed, if you're just joining us, at 112 for 4, 145 all out. 5 of those wickets taken by Matt Henry in a devastating spell. And 1 from Nathan Gilchrist, who got exactly 2 balls this morning, was brought into the attack and then took the last batter to fall. But this is looking, as I said, a very competitive pitch indeed. There's plenty in it for the seamers. I'm not sure how much there is in it for the batters, to be honest. No one's really looked comfortable. Even Luke Wells, who made 35, he was out there for longer than anybody else in terms of balls faced. But did he ever feel like he was in? I'm not sure he did.
I think we've seen 1 shot this morning, which was a cover drive from Croft for 4, and aside from that, it's just been bowler's paradise.
Yeah, really has. Williams charging in again to Denley. First ball left by Denley. Looks like a confident leave, but maybe that'd be kidding yourself if you're a batter this morning. Through the wicket keeper, and 4 overs gone, 5 for 2. Warm applause from this Lancashire crowd, and sunshine now around the ground, as probably befits home conditions, if you like, as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say the sun's broken through here at Emirates Old Trafford, which may help batting conditions in half an hour's time. Who knows whether it'll help dry out this pitch and help the batting, but yeah, I think Bailey's probably very excited to bowl this over now.
Yeah, absolutely, with the movement he's been getting. 1 for 4 from him, 1 for 1 for Williams so far. Outside the off stump, left by Crawley, who leans forward, gets forward early quickly. 1 or 2 on the Kent chat here saying, was it not a bit high, Daniel Bell Drummond's dismissal? I thought it looked pretty good on first look to me. Was he rubbing his back thigh? Maybe that's what he felt, but from our view, looked pretty good. Bailey running away from us towards Crawley. It leaves that again. Not much movement on that occasion, but maybe, I don't know, like a spinner. Is he just trying to fool Crawley here? He's just bowling 4th, 5th stump line, just letting him settle into that perhaps, and then getting the one that nips back.
Yeah, I don't know actually. It's the 2 quite simple leaves really for Crawley, and helping him feel comfortable at the stumps. 10 balls, no runs scored. So he's yet to get off the mark. 5 for 2. Ask a few more questions, Bales.
Yeah. Let's see if he can here. Bowling to Crawley, who defends that on off stump, and again very solidly from Zach Crawley. Welcome wherever you're listening this morning, or watching indeed, on Lancs TV stream, on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Kent, on the BBC Sport website and app. With Matt Cole and Phoebe Graham with you at the moment. Scott Reed in rotation as well. 5 for 2. Big grey clouds going across, but the forecast looking pretty good for today. As Bailey to Crawley, that's very close. Goodness me. That's a whisker away from the off stump. I thought we had him there. That's come back just a smidgen, and Crawley's left it.
I tell you what, that is a good sense of knowledge of where your stumps are. That's what looked like a really comfortable leave from Crawley, but actually I think it was centimetres away from the stumps. I'd love to see that on repeat.
There's one from Beldrum, wasn't there, from Bailey, I think, in his previous over, which he got to jag back and couldn't believe that it hadn't hit the stumps. But Crawley coming down the pitch now, trying to take the attack to the bowler. Mishits it, but it ends up at mid-off with Josh Bohannon, and there's no run. And big smile on Josh Bohannon's face, but then he's looking straight at Tom Bailey, who must be in the time of his life out there at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Crawley came down the wicket for that, to drive that on the onside, and nearly got caught playing across the ball there.
So Bailey turns. Tall, slim, bowling now to Crawley, leaves it outside the off stump, going away. Just a touch there. End of the 5th over, 5 for 2. It's another maiden. Bailey 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. Williams 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1 at the other end. And this in reply to Lancashire's 145 all out. Feels like this game might not be here for a long time, but it certainly might be a good time for Lancashire to be bowling.
I think that's got to be one of the best quotes in life. You're not here for a long time, you're here for a good time.
I think it's
and that is the cricket today. 5 for 2.
It's Williams now, beautifully summed up. Here's Williams, the New Zealander, to Denley. Little push into the offside on the front foot, and Bohannon Fields coming around from mid-off to cover, and there is no run. But I think certainly for these bowlers, I don't know how they felt. A lot of them going for perhaps 3 figures in a lot of these games, toiling, trying to take wickets on flat surfaces with balls not doing very much, but it's like birthdays and Christmas rolled into one for Williams and Bailey to start here. Denley, let's get quite well behind that one actually, Joe Denley, to give him his credit, pushing well forward, straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. 5 for 2, there are no runs for Kent to be had at the moment.
I think as well for bowlers in these conditions, it's allowing the pitch and conditions to do the talking, and being patient in the fact that the pitch will get you the wickets. You don't need to force anything at the moment, and that's where Bailey straight up saw that wicket happen for him.
Williams to Denley, again solid forward defensive, and there's no run. I think we were saying about Matt Henry, or Paul Allott was saying that he didn't have very much luck yesterday, but he just keeps that nagging line at a decent pace as well. Got his rewards this morning for doing that. As you said, he wasn't looking to move the ball a mile. But, Bailey and Williams enjoying themselves in the same way right now. Into Denley comes the New Zealander, left outside the off stump. That's a little bit short actually, and that's a comfortable leave for Denley. Goes away for a little walk towards square leg. There's a bit of phantom gardening there, does Joe Denley. No, it's just almost a reflex movement on the pitch beside the one he's playing, and that's right, Joe. Go down the actual line, the ball's coming on. 5 for 2. Plenty out the balconies of the hotel as well, just to the right of the pavilion. Good crowd here today. Williams in. Denley looks to, I think he was trying to engineer that into the onside, ending up playing it straight back at the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, the hotel will be full of lots of cricketers as of next Wednesday. That's when we meet for the 100, the Manchester Originals.
Course, yeah.
So a lot of core players, particularly in the women's game from the Thunder, men's game from Lancashire, but a lot of mixed players coming from up and down the country.
Williams to Denley now, leaves it, always going away from Joe Denley. End of the over, so Denley looking a little bit more confident than we've seen most batters on this morning, but still no runs for Kent. 5 for 2 off 6 overs so far. Just coming up to 12:30. Scott Reed's in my eye line and very much reminding me I should be off to tell Kent listeners the slightly less good news than they've had most of this morning.
So Bailey continues on at the Brian Statham end. His figures this morning are 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 4 runs.
Some good-looking bowling figures around so far. Bailey in and bowling, full of length, driven back down the pitch by Crawley. And there is no run.
Yeah, I think that will be Henry's biggest disappointment, won't it? That he had to include his 17 overs from last night in his bowling figures.
Yeah.
Henry's bowling figures, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 5 wickets for 45 runs.
Yeah, please can I just have the overs I bowled this morning on my...
I think this morning he went, don't know how many overs he bowled, but 14 runs for 5 wickets.
Bailey in and left by Crawley. Good bounce and carry and away movement again. He's doing well, Crawley, to resist anything that's outside the off stump, which was your recommendation. Try and leave it if you can, but playing no shot there, Crawley. 5 for 2. 8 wickets falling in the hour and a half of play on day 2. Bailey in again to Crawley. Does defend off the front foot, has to play at this delivery. It's a straighter ball. It rolls back along the pitch and there's no run.
17 balls faced by Crawley as well for no run. Matt was saying one of his biggest criticisms has been playing at those straight balls and being caught in the slips, so this will be familiar territory for him, but also very uncomfortable with the way Bales is nipping the ball in and away. Bailey into bowl. Big appeal for LBW. Not given by the umpire. I think if anything it was on that 4th, 5th stump line. Bales only half-heartedly ended up appealing for that.
Plenty of appeals as well as the wickets. There's another one. There's Bailey again. Crawley gets right forward in defence and there's no run. I mean, this is a proper examination of your defensive technique, isn't it? And your ability to not play and to defend and to survive.
I wonder how many balls that Crawley will face before scoring a run. 19 faced, no runs scored. Denley, 7 balls faced, no runs scored. 26 balls between the two of them. How many overs of not scoring a run?
Dot after dot after dot, yeah.
When will this finish? That's what they're probably saying to each other.
Here's the last ball of the over. It's another dot. Shape away from Crawley again, taken by George Lavelle, and there is no run. So 5 for 2, 140 behind. Lunch is at 1:10, so we've got about 40 minutes to go before lunch. Feels quite a long time if you're batting, 40 minutes at the minute.
It does, yeah. I mean, what, an hour and a half's play and we've seen 8 wickets fall here at Emirates Old Trafford and only 37 runs scored in total. Crazy cricket.
Here's Will Williams from the Jimmy Anderson end. Bowls to Denley. And these runs here for Kent, and there's 4 of them, in fact, hammered out through the offside by Joe Denley. So he gets his first runs, and that sequence of dot balls comes to an end. Kent move on to 9 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Denley through the covers. Little bit fuller from Williams on that 5th stump line, so Denley comfortably put his hands through that, and one that he was definitely able to play at.
There's Williams back in. 3 slips in the gully. Bowls to Denley, who leaves rather theatrically, actually, from Denley. There was a touch of the theatre to that, wasn't there? A leave, and then he kind of brought his bat up to allow the ball to travel through, and then just pushed it a little higher. These high elbows from Denley.
Feeling confident now after scoring 4 runs here. He's doubled the score at Emirates Old Trafford.
Goodness. Williams to Denley. A little deflection off the pads, just down towards short, fine leg. Hence the muted appeal from Lancashire. Keeper comes round to scoop up the ball. Through for a leg by, so 10 for 2. Gets Crawley back on strike. 20 deliveries faced by Crawley so far. Yet to get his first run. Just seen Denley play a nice extra cover drive for 4 to get him going. He wouldn't mind something similar himself. Williams to Crawley. It's turned out towards the leg side, and there is no run.
So we were watching Crawley bat the Trent Bridge game, and my sister said, if you could describe or epitomise what a British cricketer looked like, it would be Zach Crawley. And that was her non-cricketing input for the game.
OK, I want to explore this a little bit more. Here's Williams into Crawley. Oh, that's left and taken by Lavelle, and there's no run. Was there something in particular about Crawley that she felt epitomises English?
Well,
cricket?
So my elder sister has never played cricket, but my dad played minor counties and I play professionally as well, so she's watched a lot of cricket.
Yeah.
So the feedback is always around body composition, whether you've got the right energy or whether you look like a cricketer or not. And Zach is up there with looking like
classic cricketer.
Yeah.
Waits for Williams, who bowls its left and through to Crawley, and there is no run. 10 for 2. That's the end of the 8th over, and Crawley, the classical-looking cricketer, he's looking for his still looking for his first run. 23 balls faced for naught, and we've got just over half an hour remaining of this morning session. Phoebe, you are due a well-deserved break. You've had an eventful stint on commentary there, haven't you?
Yeah, it hasn't felt like an hour with all those wickets happening, and I think I've seen 6 out of the 8, so it's been an exciting hour. But yeah, I'll jump off now. Thank you.
Thanks, Phoebe. Phoebe Graham with us throughout the course of the day. There's Bailey's into to Denley, and that's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Matt will come back in, and this game continues to intrigue, doesn't it? I mean, and almost impossible to predict. Lunch at 1:10, so about half an hour left of the morning session, of which 8 wickets have fallen so far. It's another one. Is this number 9? Well, Lancashire reckon it is, but Bailey's not massively convinced as Bailey played forward. So as Denley played forward, there was a little deflection. Oh, went to slips. I don't know. Bailey wasn't massively involved in that to begin with. He felt like he kind of joined in. We'll look back on the replay. Through to the keeper it went. No, Bailey was actually reasonably optimistic to begin with, but no edge on that, according to umpire Neil Pratt. So Denley survives. 10 for 2. Hello, Matt.
Hello. We're all a bit shell-shocked by this morning, to be honest. I've been used to watching a batsman building hundreds, 200s, 300s, and today...
Bailey, as Denley punches up towards mid-off from Bailey's delivery. There's no run.
Yeah, it's all about the bowlers. Actually, Ben Watts from our office was pointing out that Ben Compton's having for him, a rough run of late, but 2 single-figure scores against Warwickshire, and he's off 50 back against Gloucestershire 3-4 games ago. Considering what he's done this season, anyway, it was very quickly to 1,000 runs, wasn't he? But this was not the pitch for him, I think.
Burley in, Denley in defence, and there's no run. He scored enough runs against Lancashire for one season anyway.
Well, he got of course both hundreds in both innings, didn't he? Was one of the real successes of that. One of the very few successes of that game for Kent.
I mean, I went to bed that night in Canterbury just thinking of Ben Compton's forward defence. I mean, he batted for 9.5 weeks.
He did. I was going to think how long it was.
Just never got him out. No. Well, I think in the end they did, didn't they? Right at the end of the Kent second innings.
Well, someone got him out. I'm not sure.
There's Bailey in and balls. It's worked away by Denley. Flick down towards backward square leg for a single. He moves to 5, 11 for 2. Is it 14 hours he batted in the match?
It was, yeah. That's the figure that came to mind. That was longer than. Yeah, it was 13.5, 14. It was longer than anyone's ever spent at the crease in Championship cricket in a single match. And he was on the pitch
the entire lot.
Yeah.
Because Lancashire came out to bat, and I was kind of hoping he would be out there, and he was.
Yeah.
When Lancashire started their second innings. It's an incredible feat, wasn't it, from Compton? Final ball of the over, Bailey in. Short ball, swatted out through the onside, but not without much timing, in truth, by Crawley, who still can't get a run. 24 deliveries faced now, still on 0. It's the end of the over. It's 11 for 2. Kent, in reply to Lancashire's 145 all out.
I was just muttering about his mode of dismissal, because I think it's fair to say that Lancashire were going to win anyway, but he got a very, very close LBW decision, I think it's fair to say. I'll mutter that, and Kent fans will know exactly what I mean. So,
oh yes, LBW to Balderson for 115.
Apparently, yes. Well, that's what it says in the book. 11 for 2.
Judged.
It's Williams, really splitting hairs now. It's Denley. Ooh, I thought he was going to. Well, I think maybe he thought he was going to leave that and has ended up playing it. It's come into his body and drops into the offside, and there's no run. But yeah. But that's by the by now, isn't it? He has had even with a couple of low scores, an incredible summer, and to say he's got a low score on this pitch, everyone's got a low score on this pitch. Luke Wells with 35 is still the shining light on this surface so far. It's Williams then bounding in, tall and upright to Denley. That squared him up, and it's squirted through to first slip. No hint of a catch there. I think it's gone low. It's even come off the toe end of his bat. But again, it's a great delivery from Williams, a real tester for Denley, who gets himself up the other end. He might be relieved at that, but no wicket for Williams either.
Yeah, dropping in front of Luke Wells, wasn't it, first slip?
They've gone very carefully, the slips there, and gone and looked at the spot where it pitched, I think, and put the feet on top of it. Has it taken a little bit out of the surface? Williams once more to Crawley this time. Crawley defending. No run. I mean, Joe Denley was famous for his dentures for England, wasn't he? And Zach Crawley at the moment is ploughing a similar furrow in that he can't seemingly get off the mark, but he is sticking around, which has proven somewhat of an issue for these batters. Luke Wells survived 80 balls, and he's by far and away the leader in this match so far. In those terms, Crawley plays forward. It's left him off the pitch. A bit of bounce from Williams as well, and there is no run. Kent 12 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 145.
Yeah, I was looking at Compton's record. So yeah, 1,117 runs, averaging just under 70 4 centuries this season.
Yeah. Incredible effort. Williams to Crawley, comes down the pitch. Oh, that's a great catch. by Luke Wood, and Crawley will bemoan his luck there because he's come down the pitch, he's flicked it towards mid-wicket. Wood has dived to his left, and that is a very, very good catch. You have to take those if you're going to win matches, especially ones which could be as close in runs as these. But Crawley goes for a 27-ball duck to a very, very good catch from Luke Wood. At the towards the end of the 10th over, Kent are 12 for 3 here.
27-ball duck for Zach Crawley. Brilliant catch by Luke Wood. We've seen some wonderful catches this morning. Bowlers have been rather emphatically on top so far in the match, and they've been backed up by their fielders. I thought Bell Drummond's catch this morning, Jack Leaning's as well yesterday, amongst others. Crawley's catch at slip was a really good catch yesterday as well. So there's been some good work in the field, and that was up there as well from Luke Wood. Wonderful diving catch at point away to his left-hand side, and something was going to give. I think Phoebe touched on this when she was with us. You get into your 27th delivery and you've not scored a run. Something's going to give. He's either going to release that bit of pressure and get himself a run, get himself a boundary, get himself going, or he's perhaps going to get out. It felt like one of those two things was going to happen. That build-up of pressure, and in the end, it's Wood with a terrific catch, and that's the 9th wicket to fall this morning. I've lost track. Yeah, nine I think, isn't it?
9 for. It's 45 for 9 this pitch today.
Yeah, it was 6 for 33 at the end of the Lancashire innings.
It is then, yeah. So, we're closing in on a full batting lineup of dismissals here, and we have 45 on the board. That's how lively this pitch is. Never mind those spinners. Lancashire are going to need them. I don't know. But Williams bowling to Leaning, who defends this back at the bowler very gently. Applause for Williams, who has 2 for 6. Bailey has 1 for 5. Roars and cries and very warm applause from these spectators. More fulsome than yesterday when it was grey and drizzly and we lost so much play, but I don't think we're going to want for overs to complete this match somehow, the way things are going. 12 for 3. And as Scott Reed said, traditionally, day 2 is the best day to bat at Old Trafford. So goodness knows what day 3 is going to be like.
Yeah. How many times does this make it look like a fool, this game?
Well,
Paul, to be fair, I wasn't my own. Paul Alex said the same thing yesterday, didn't he? But, I mean, this is... This pitch was used on Friday for the one-day international between England and South Africa. It's the same pitch where South Africa was 6 for 4 on when they came out to bat. That was a bit lively. And we've seen something similar so far in the match here. First bowling change. Luke Wood says, "Give me a go, please. Quite fancy having a bowl on this, captain, if you don't mind." So he's in for Bailey. Left arm over the wicket and bowls. And that's driven through the offside by Denley. And Bohannon will catch up with it. And Denley comes back and runs 3. Nicely run as well, making sure they squeeze the third out. Bohannon's quite wide at mid-off. He's in between kind of mid-off and cover. And it went to his right-hand side, so hit quite straight by Denley. He moves on to 9. 15 for 3.
I think Denley's looking actually in his natural style. I think trying to play himself in as much as you can on this pitch is attacking now. A wonderful century against Warwickshire, which, with the bowling of Mandeep Sen, changed the game for Kent against them into a victory. His first ton of the season that was for Denley in 41. In a big partnership with Jordan Cox. They need him. They might need Ollie Robinson, actually. Does anyone know when his train's coming into Manchester Piccadilly?
Wood bowls left arm over, wide of off stump, and this time it's hit through the offside, and Bohannon will chase after it again. Went to his left this time. There's catch up with it, and again, they've just run 2 this time, actually. Oh, correction, it was 3. It was Leaning on strike. 18 for 3. Leaning moves on to 3 these first runs.
What's the quickest way from Piccadilly to here?
I jump on the tram.
I mean, the tram's great, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
jump on the tram, mate.
is it? Yeah.
But traffic can get a bit lively, can't it, in the city centre?
That's a good point. Even if you're taking a cab, yeah. So get on the tram.
Get on the tram. Stick with public transport.
Straight out here, is it Stretford here, or is there an Old Trafford one?
Altrincham line.
Altrincham line.
Stop off at Old Trafford.
Right.
Wood Bowls. Denley off the back foot defends into the offside, no run. Don't go to Eccles. You don't want to do that. So you want the Altrincham line.
Yeah.
Get off at Old Trafford.
Change
Can't miss it when you get off at Old Trafford. It's just right there.
I didn't realise it was an Old Trafford stop. I walked past it 3 or 4 times.
It's right next to your hotel entrance.
Of course I have.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? Well, to be fair, there's some building there at the moment. Of course it is.
You can't miss it.
What am I talking about? Yeah, yeah. And that's the Old Trafford stop, is it, Scott? Why do they call it that?
Luke Wood, left arm over the wicket, in and balls. Oh, and that beats Denley.
What has that done?
I don't know how that's beaten him. It's gone through to Lavelle, who's taken it just to the leg side.
What?
Ball doing all sorts here.
So that's pitched 4th stump, come back over middle and leg stump.
Yeah.
Gone down the leg side towards the keeper to take about head high. I'm not sure quite how you're supposed to play that.
Well, there's been a few of those examples this morning.
Yeah. Just leave it.
Yes. 2 balls left of the over. Woods first. He's left by Denley. And taken by Lavelle. And there is no run. 9 wickets to fall this morning. Lancashire resuming on 112 for 4. And then all out for 145, losing 6 for 33. And now Kent in reply, 18 for 3. Denley on 9, leaning on 3. And it's Wood for Lancashire from the Brian Statham end to complete the over, his first. And Denley defends back along the ground, gathered by Wood off his own bowling. And there is no run. That completes the over. 20 minutes until lunch. It's at 1:10 lunch. And this wouldn't be surprised if we see more wickets falling before then.
I hate to sound like a stuck record, but after seemingly weeks going by, or certainly overs, many overs going by when you wouldn't see the ball beat the bat in county championship games, we've seen it do all sorts here. At least 1 an over, maybe 2 an over, beating the batters. As Williams bowls 2 leaning, he leaves that. It's just back of a length and goes through to wicketkeeper Lavelle, who takes that in front of, well, a slip and a half between the first and second slip. No run.
Of course, last year we had the Jimmy Anderson match, didn't we, when wickets were tumbling again?
Yeah. His 1000th was brought up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Jack Leaning it was, actually, that stuck limpet-like on the last day. Get himself an unbeaten 50 in goodness knows how many balls. But might be a different kettle of fish now. Here's squares him up, does Williams. Comes off a leading edge out to the offside. And then a throw comes in from Bohannon. Acrobatically, almost balletically taken by Lavelle, who's managed to break the stumps and somehow hopping avoid colliding with Jack Leaning, which is quite good work. So, great feat. 18 for 3. All that for a dot ball. 9 minutes. Sorry, of course, 19 minutes for lunch, I would say. You wouldn't... Sense, Scott, you wouldn't count out another wicket falling before then. Leaning and Denley just trying to hang on at the moment to the bucking Bronco, which is this pitch, and inside edge on an attempted drive goes out towards Wood on the onside. It does feel a bit like that to me.
I like
one
that.
of those, yeah, you're going at some point. You just have to hold on for dear life. 18 for 3 in reply to 145. It's Williams to Leaning. defends it into the offside. Again, most games this season, I'm going on about this, most games this season, Ollie Robinson might have had a couple of days to get up from Kent to Lancashire on a placid pitch with a ball not doing very much. Now they'll be thinking of chartering a helicopter to pick him up from wherever. Can he get off a crew and get on the helicopter? Can you get him here? They're 3 down. If you've missed the news earlier that Sam Billings, Kent captain, out with COVID, as that's left by Leaning through the wicketkeeper, no run. So Ollie Robinson coming up from Kent is his like-for-like replacement, but Jordan Cox was behind the stumps for Kent as Robinson has to make his way. Feels like a pretty late call in respect of that for Robinson to have to come into this match, but he will be eligible as soon as he arrives. So Williams, last ball of the 12th over to Leaning. Leaning gets bat on that. A gentle push up towards mid-on. End of the over. It's another maiden for Lancashire. Williams 2 for 6 off his 6. 3 maidens, with none for 6 so far. 18 for 3 Kent in reply to 145 Lancashire. 9 wickets have fallen already, and we're not even 2 hours into the morning of day 2.
Hampshire are 2 down as well. They're 5 for 2. They're at lunch in that game.
That's good news for Lancs, is it, I suppose? Chasing the top of the table.
Well,
they're really Surrey in there.
Yeah, they need Hampshire and Surrey to lose a game, the two, don't they, really? Yeah. And they've got to keep winning. But Hampshire 5 for 2, replying to Yorkshire's 159 all out. Wood balls, it's left by Joe Denley. Through to Lavelle, no run. Surrey have lost 3 wickets as well. They're 72 for 3.
That's all that, yeah. That's good news for them. Kent would rather Surrey beat Warwickshire, obviously, because they're below them at the moment. See, Essex are 3-5-4 for 5 against Somerset. Chelmsford. Northants batting on against Gloucestershire. 1-3-4 for 1 in reply to 317.
Wood balls. Then they shape to play it towards the leg side. The ball nips back in and deflects off his pad somewhere out towards the offside for no run.
Yeah, it's gone towards thigh pad, I think that wasn't it.
A little walk out to square leg. Short sleeves on for Joe Denley. 9 not out, 24 balls faced. Pre-lunch burst from Luke Wood from the Brian Statham end. Into Denley, who drives. Croft is at cover to field, no run.
Ironically, that's one of the best shots we've seen, the most assured shots we've seen, and ends up straight with Croft at extra cover.
Yeah.
That was confidently hit by Denley. You don't get style points, though, in cricket.
It's a shame. They got a few for that. Well, a decent year, isn't it, Denley? Averaging 52?
Yeah. Injury hit to start. It took him a long time to get into clear the hamstring injury. He got in the very first game of the season. So, but yeah, he's coming back now.
Balls to him. It's left. Lavelle with a little skip to his left to take it. Gloves pointing upwards, about chest height. There's no run.
Yeah, missed 6 championship matches after injuring himself, I think, on the first day at Chelmsford. So, wretched beginning, but yeah, since then, trying to make up for lost time. A couple of 50s and that 100 against Warwickshire in 3 matches he's played so far.
2 balls left for Wood of his second over. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. Oh, left it by Denley again with a ball that's rising. It's a bounce and pace and carry through to the keeper. Denley doing everything to make sure he got everything out the way of it.
It's one of those sort of angry wasp deliveries, isn't it? He's just trying to get everything out of the way at the moment. Hope it's not following it into his body, but lovely ball again from Wood.
bowled well at Northants last week. Washington Sundar got the headlines for his 5-run debut, but Wood perhaps the pick of the bowlers for Lancashire last week. Denley plays forward and defends. Ball of fullish length in towards the offside. Croftfields. No run. That's a maiden for Luke Wood. It's at 18 for 3. 3 bowlers used so far. Bailey 5 over spell, 1 for 5. Williams, I think he's going to start his 7th over. He's picked up 2 for 6. And a couple of overs of Luke Wood.
Some fielder just coming on. Was that Bailey trotting off? I think it might have been, just for a moment.
Yeah, I can't see Bailey out there now. So, yeah.
I think he just went beneath us. Might just be a short comfort break.
Tom Hartley, 12th man.
So Williams from the James Anderson end bowls too. Leaning comes forward, well forward. That's a tough shout to give for the umpire because he's taken a couple of paces down the pitch as Jack Leaning just goes down on his haunches.
Yeah, he's come a decent way down there, hasn't he?
Hasn't hit the ball.
No. He's not got up yet, has he, neither? Crouching down.
No, I'm just wondering if that has hit him high. He's just taking a breather. 18 for 3 though. Can't get the ball off the square at the moment. On this pitch which has done so much so far. Williams to Leaning. Oh, goodness, that's come back at him. That's a snorting delivery off a good length. Through to the wicket keeper. I don't think Leaning knew very much that. That's followed him. And come from a 4th, 5th stump line over the top. Through to wicket keeper Lavelle.
Slips have got a great view there, haven't they? Luke Wells and Rob Jones next to George Lavelle. Watching the ball do plenty.
Joined themselves fielding much more than they did batting, I think it's fair to say.
Yes.
Those 3. It's Williams to Leaning and does leave that outside off stump. Relav catches between the slips there. Lynn just marks out his guard once again. He's not much of a fidgeter, Jack Leaning. It's just scuffing the guard in front of him. Settles once again. High back lift to start. A bit like Graham Gooch. It's one for the younger listeners. Here's Williams. Over the wicket now to Leaning. It's about a drop and run into the offside, but it's fielded by Sundar at point, and there is no run to be had. Gets bat on it. So Sundar just gesturing to the dressing room. A couple of between overs. I wonder if he will get on before the lunch interval. Talk about the lunch interval. Should be off for an update very short. Let's see how this ball goes from Williams to Leaning. Just deflected down to a long leg. Takes himself a single, so ball to come. It's a very rare single as well. I'm not watching the ball by ball stats for Kent, but they're not scoring very fast. Is it just 1 boundary so far, I think, in this innings? They've only scored 19, so that wouldn't be a terrible shout, but it is indeed from Joe Denley. Last ball then of this Williams over, bowling to Denley, and just clips that into the onside. They might get 2 here. No, just the 1 through mid-wicket. So 2 off the over, which is a relative victory for Kent, I'd say, at this point. 20 for 3. 10 minutes to go until lunch.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, lunch at 10 past because of the additional overs today. Not many opportunities to build partnerships. 8 between Denley and Leaning. And these two try and get to lunch. $20 for 2. Here's Luke Wood to Joe Denley off the back foot, punching into the offside. Croft, who's captain of Lancashire this week, fields. And there is no run. $20 for 3 15th over of the Kent first innings, so 125 runs behind. Lancashire 145 all out, losing 6 for 33. To Denley, goes back and carefully guides the ball to Washington Sundar at cover point, and there's no run. Plenty of games across the country heading towards the lunch break now. Mentioned that Hampshire and Yorkshire at lunch. Hampshire 5 for 2. Reply to Yorkshire's 1-5-9 all out. Luke Wood tears his way in, bowls. Denley works it neatly away through the leg side. Jack Morley will catch up with it. Denley comes back for 2. Score moves on to 22 for 3. Denley on to 12. Saw 2 slips and a gully. There's a dancing Washington Sundar at point, doing a few stretches. Looks like he might come into the attack. Maybe a little over from him before lunch. Tim Williams bowls 7 on the spin from that Anderson end. Thuds the pads of the batter, no run. Yeah, maybe worth a little go from Washington Sundar. Perhaps he was just keeping warm and keeping busy. But he's certainly doing a few stretches. Williams' a 7-over spell. It's quite a lengthy one. Comes back into Denley again. Deflects away into the offside. And there's no run. I would say with Will Williams, having watched him now since he made his Lancashire debut a few weeks ago, he's not shy of bowling quite long spells. Did that at Edgbaston. Williams, fully fledged Lancashire player now. It's had a two-game deal. 2 games turns into 3.5 years. His contract with Lancashire as a local player. His mum, actually, is from Kent, so he has a British passport. It's a wide ball from Wood, left, and taken by George Lavelle. So will it be a bit of Washington Sundar, or will it be an 8th over from Will Williams? Wood collects his cap. He's just completed his 3rd over. And he's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 8. And it looks like we are going to see Washington Sundar with an over before the lunch interval. What a morning. 9 wickets to 4. And this a home debut for Washington Sundar. 5 on debut at Northamptonshire last week. Matt's back alongside me. I'm going to see, for the first time in the match, some spin.
Contractual obligation, isn't it, for county sides? Lunch is 5 minutes away. Get the spinner on. But having said that, I'm repeating myself, but Lancashire have 2 frontline spinners in this match, don't they? So there's no reason why not. And so Kent anything like getting on top, but these 2 have been together for a few overs. Why not? Stick the spinner on now. Warm pitch, as you said, South Africa in all sorts of disarray in the one-day game on this one. So why not capitalise here? So pads, helmets coming out. It's Rob Jones, who are trotting out now. It's like the Michelin man there, doesn't he? He's just moving fairly fast. But
he's well padded up, isn't he?
I was going to say, might as well be. Jack Leaning is on strike for Sundar there, and Jones just settling himself, as does the Kent batter. slip in as well. Luke Wells. Here comes Sundar. Quick delivery as well. Whippy. And it's flicked away by Jack Leaning to deep backward square where Luke Wood fields, and they take themselves a single. There's a man on the drive at mid-wicket as well. Is that Bohannon? And then mid-wicket, and then cover as well.
Stephen Croft there.
It's a very faded cap on the captain's head, as you'd expect. Joe Denley just taking a moment to settle as well. Sundar comes in now, and this one's propelled out to Josh Bohannon at mid-wicket. The rest of the field is a deep backward point, fairly deep mid-on and mid-off in case Denley wants to go over the top. And Amambutron on the leg side boundary as well for a square. That's got wrapped up. Denley, was it beaten him actually? He might have gone down the leg side and just falls at the feet of George Lavelle as he tries to take it cleanly. It's a very upright action, isn't it, for a spinner? And he's telling Bohannon to come in 3-4 paces at mid-wicket. Bowls now to Denley. Just gently pushes it one bounce to Jones at short leg. 2 balls to come. Sundar now to Denley. Sees that one off in a similar fashion. We're ticking over to 9 minutes past 1. We've got 5 balls through this over. Is Joe Denley going to go on off a bit of a walk here? He's got to go and do some gardening. He's got a minute to make up here, or they're going to get another over in. Here's Sundar again to Denley. Is it hit the pad? They're deflecting the offside. Certainly Sundar thinks it's hit pad before bat. Umpire's not interested. Impact outside. That is the end of the over. Just have to be in place before 10 past. Stephen Croft and umpire Lloyd having a brief conversation. Not quite sure what that was about. Didn't think Sundar's appeal was anything out of the ordinary, but maybe just checking the timing. So end of the over then. 23 for 3. Kent just one off that over. A spin from Sundar. And Luke Wood takes the ball. And they are in place in time, although the clock ticks over to 10 past 1 here. This will be the last one before lunch. 9 wickets have fallen already in this first session of the second day.
Here's Wood then. Last one of the morning. And punched away through the offside by Leaning. Good stop by Josh Bohannon. He landed slightly awkwardly, but he clearly
was clutching
winded himself.
There, yeah.
Did he perhaps fall on top of the ball? I'm not sure. But he's up on his feet. It's a good stop. It's a nice shot and good piece of fielding. 1 run. So 120, sorry, 24 for 3. Wood in, bowling. Left by Denley and taken by Lavelle. So 4 overs left until lunch. Sorry, 4 deliveries left until lunch in the final over of this pretty lively morning session. 9 wickets have fallen, I think, for 57 runs now. Yes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, 30. Was it 6 for 33 Kent took, and then 3 for 24 here.
Luke Wood bowling to Joe Denley, who's defending to mid-off. There's no run. Denley's faced 42 deliveries for 12, but it's been a real masterful display of defence and leave and survival techniques. He's dealt with everything that's thrown at him so far superbly. It's been a really high-class performance for 12, but the way he's got through it has been really impressive.
He's played as well as anyone, I think, on this pitch, hasn't he? I think. But you always feel there's a ball with your name on it.
You do. Kent 121 runs behind. Again, steered away into the offside by Joe Denley, picked up by Stephen Croft, and there's no run. 24 for 3. Matt Henry with 5 of the 6 wickets to fall at the end of that Lancashire innings. Picked up 5 wickets in the first 50 minutes of of play. 5 for 14 his spell, with some absolute pearlers in there. I mean, it's a show reel and a half from Matt Henry this morning. Clip all them up and watch them back at your pleasure. Wood in, full of length onto the pads of Denley. Oh, turned into the onside, pick up and throw. Oh, Denley's out, I think. I think he's run out if Morley hits. Great piece of fielding by Morley to get there and to deny Denley the run. He was a decent way down, leaning sent him back. I think he's well gone if Morley throws down the stumps, but couldn't have the direct hit there, Jack Morley. Denley having to slowly pick himself up. It was rather frantic. The penultimate ball of the frantic morning session. It sums up the morning, really. The way all that unfolded. But here we go, last ball of the morning. Left by Denley, through to Lavelle. Well, it's been breathless. We've seen 9 wickets fall for 57 runs. Lancashire losing 6 for 33. A morning Matt Henry won't forget. 5 wickets in 50 minutes. Lancashire all out for 145. And Kent get to tea. 2 not-out batsmen. It is a partnership of sorts in a game where there have been few and far between. But Denley and Leaning have stuck it out to lunch. Denley on 12, Leaning on 6. And Kent a 24 for 3 at lunch, trailed by 121 runs. For listeners on 5 Sports Extra, heading over to Scarborough, and Kevin Howells is there. And the players heading off here at Manchester. Matt, and that has been some morning.
Absolutely, as you were saying, Matt Henry was devastating with this spell in the first session, 5 for 14, but it just really was an hors d'oeuvre of what was to come as Ken came out to bat. Ben Compton was gone within 2 balls, squared up by Tom Bailey. Good catch from Washington Sundar at point, and Bell Drummond was trapped by Will Williams, 5 for 2. Zach Crawley, who'd survived 27 balls, which seems a lot on this pitch right here, right now, before holding out to a great catch from Luke Wood mid-wicket. As he was saying, it feels like this is a substantial partnership at the moment, an important one for Kent between Leaning and Denley, but you have to kind of remind yourself it's 12 runs they've scored so far for the 4th wicket, so all sorts of drama. We thought maybe the biggest news would be, at lunch, would still be Sam Billings' exit from this match, testing positive for COVID-19. His replacement, Ollie Robinson, is en route. Kent may need him sooner rather than later, but fascinating session. Sunshine now out at lunch for the members and other spectators to wander around in, but fascinating morning's play.
Indeed it is. We'll catch you in around about 40 minutes.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Welcome back, everybody. It's day 2, session 2, Lancashire against Kent here at the Emirates Old Trafford, with Kent 24 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 145. We've had a bit of a day so far. Lost a lot of play yesterday and have made up for it with wickets in the first session. 9 of them to fall for 57 runs. Kent this morning got rid of the remaining 6 Lancashire wickets for 33 runs. Matt Henry took 5 for 14 in an absolutely blistering spell. 5 for 46 he ended up with. And then second ball of the Kent innings, Ben Compton was gone to Tom Bailey. Will Williams then followed up with that 2 in subsequent overs. Bell Drummond LBW for 5, Crawley, Courtwood for none. So that's where we find ourselves now. I'm Matt Cole with Scott Reed, Phoebe Graham. Will Williams to continue from the James Anderson end, bounding in to Jack Leading, 3 slips in a gully behind him, squeezes down on that up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's been lively, Scott.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been, everyone's had a welcome break at lunch and just taking a breath and re-evaluating. But it's been entertaining. I mean, it's been a day of lots of activity, enough to keep us on our toes.
Batting is tricky. Here's Williams. Oh, flashes this Leaning. It comes off the fingertips of second slip, and they'll get a single there. Is that Rob Jones reaching for that?
It is.
Yeah. Just it was high, wasn't it? He was at full stretch, and it was a hard flash at the ball from Jack Leaning. Just watching the replay there, he's gone up, and actually he and Luke Wells almost colliding, as we see on the replay there. Tough chance, but half a chance there. Do you think, Scott?
Yeah,
he's got fingers to it.
I think he'll go down as a chance when he's got fingers, he's got hands to it, burst through his fingers.
25 for 3 then, as Denley faces outside the off stump, comes back at him a little, but not troubling the stumps, through to wicketkeeper George Lavelle. To my mind, Denley has just about played as well as anyone on this pitch.
I think he's been a real impressive display of how to survive actually on the pitch, isn't it? And get through. He's faced 46 deliveries. I think I agree with you, Matt. I think he's batted as well as anybody.
But still only has 12. This is very much a pitch where a ball might just have your name on it. Denley defending it back to Williams. Faint as if to throw down the stumps at Denley's end. Thinks better of it. Sunshine here at Old Trafford now. It's big fluffy clouds with a good deal of grey in them, but the forecast is looking good for the rest of the day. Not particularly warm, but the breeze is nothing like it was yesterday, when they were very impressed when I was doing my updates on BBC Radio Kent that of the live tarpaulin sounds in the background as Williams bowls to Denley, again defends it gently back to the bowler. It sounded a bit like, I think you're a ship, you know, in a storm out there.
It was a bit brutal at times yesterday, wasn't it?
I feel like it, yeah. So the camera crew just shrug it off, don't they?
Yeah, they
I heard you talking to them this morning. Got a coat? Yeah, got a coat.
Got a jacket.
Be right. Fine. Here we're complaining because the air conditioning seems a little bit harsh. Very pampered is Williams to Denley, and defends that into the offside. But Hannon Fields, it's just one off the over. 25 for 3, Kent, in reply to Lancashire's 145. So yes, they are 120 behind, and that seems like a mountain of runs at the moment on this pitch. Very exciting though. Runs have been hard to come by, but almost every ball is an event so far today.
Yeah, the two just on picture then, the two batters, Denley and Leaning. It's only 13 runs, but they've absorbed 49 deliveries, which is quite a lot in a score of 25 for 3 after 18. So they're just about trying to get through this, isn't it? Try and survive and see if it gets any easier as the afternoon progresses, but it's not looked that way so far. Tom Bailey to open up after lunch from the Brian Statham end. Just flicked off the hip away towards mid-wicket. Jack Morley fields the left-arm spinner for Lancashire. There's been barely any spin use, just one over of Washington Sundar before lunch in the entire match so far. It's been seam all the way. Morley was out pretty early actually during the lunch interval, throwing a few balls down, so maybe a chance for him. It's a good ball from Bailey, beats Leaning. Taken by George Lavelle, and there's no run. Oh, we believe Ollie Robinson's here. But I believe he came. The word is he arrived at lunch.
Right.
So I think he's in the ground.
So, just sniggering because I just imagine him. He's putting his pads on as he walks through the door, yeah. More or less.
Like Challenge Annika, isn't it? There's one for the kids again. Get Robinson to Old Trafford. This is leaning off the back foot. Defends away towards Washington Sundar at point, and there's no run. He's on 7, Denley's on 12, 25 for 3. Bailey has picked up 1 wicket. The dismissal of Ben Compton in the first over of the Kent first innings. Trying to flick it to through the offside and flicked it to square leg. Bailey balls again, beats Leaning and through to Lavelle, and there is no run. 25 for 3.
Ollie Robinson hasn't played, I don't think, any second 11 for cricket for Kent, so his last game for Durham on loan against Derbyshire in the T20. But he's one of those. He does seem to be the break glass call for Robinson. In an emergency, always does a job for Kent.
Worked out by Leaning towards mid-wicket. There's no run, picked up by Morley.
I was saying this the other day, how Ollie Robinson, they've asked him to do all sorts of things. Keeping at short notice, he's captain Kent, he's opened for them as well. Whatever you do, whatever he does, he always does a great job for Kent, and feels, you know, he's down the pecking order, it appears, certainly in terms of wicket keeping, but perhaps behind Sam Billings and Jordan Cox, but he's a fantastic cricketer to have about the place.
Bailey bouncing in and comes off an inside edge from Leaning. Down towards fine leg for 2 actually in the end. Little inside edge. Could have crashed back onto his stumps. Williams fielding down on that fine leg boundary. And he removes his cap and sunglasses. He's going to continue. Final ball of the over, that. Williams 2 for 9 from 8. Bailey's now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 7. 4 from Wood and that 1 Washington Sundar over just before lunch. He's enjoying his time with Lancashire so far, Will Williams. Started ever so well. '18 wickets at 21. Jack Leaning needs a new bat. He does. Change of bat for Jack Leaning. There's Williams in and bowling. Oh, that sneaks through towards the keeper, keeping ever so low. Luke Wells chuckling away at first slip. Joe Denley chucking away out in the middle. Quite sure how you go about playing that one, neither. Everyone's smiling. Well, Williams having a little giggle as well. And that just did not get up at all. It's driven nicely And there's runs for Denley. Barely at mid-on. Trying to stop the ball. It's quite a slow outfield here. Bailey may have got something on it. I think he perhaps did. And they've run 3 in the end. So leaning, sends it back down the pitch as Williams fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Looking to try and work it again towards that leg side. We're playing an extended day today. We had 104 overs for this second day, making up time lost on the first day. Just 34 overs were possible yesterday. So tea's going to be at 4 o'clock. So we've got a 2-hour session. Well, 2-hour, 10-minute session. Runs for leaning towards mid-wicket. Wood catches up with it. Score moves on by 1. 31 for 3. So tea at 4 o'clock. We've got 71 overs remaining in the day once this one's completed by Will Williams. Three slips still waiting in a gully. Then he gets forward and defends away towards the leg side. And Luke Wood fields, and there's no run. Yeah, 52 balls faced for Denley. 15 runs, but it's been an impressive display of survival techniques. And Phoebe described it as like SAS survival in the morning, which I thought was a great description. Denley has displayed all those skills so far. A little flick away towards fine leg where Morley fields, and Denley's through for a single. And he moves on to 16, and he keeps the strike as well. 20 overs gone of the Kent first innings. 32 for 3. The trail by 113 runs.
Yeah, they're digging in at this point, but doing their best. Bailey's looked very lively, isn't he? I keep using the word lively. It's my watchword for today.
I think it's an appropriate word.
He's looked brisk. He's getting more movement, I think, than any of the other bowlers today. Is Tom Bailey. And a couple of emails coming in on kentcricket@gmail.com. I've not been punting the email address, and basically because things have been moving so quickly today. Is Bailey, again lively, outside the off stump, rising off a good length, but Denley leaves it. So thank you very much for getting in touch on that. I think it's fair to say, if you have Kent or Lancashire, do get in touch. If you want to say to put your points in a longer fashion, kentcricket@gmail.com. Sean was hoping to be here. He's an expat Kent fan living in Crewe now, hoping to make the journey today. I've got to wait in for someone to fit a dishwasher.
Oh dear.
Poor old Sean. It's Bailey then to Denley, defends that. On a slightly more serious note, Nigel getting in touch saying, well, Ben Compton was an unknown quantity at the start of the season with no video evidence to opposition to analyse. So Division 1 bowlers now worked out how to bowl at him. He hasn't passed 50 in 8 innings, during which time his season's averages almost halved from 110 to 65.
Still take 65, wouldn't you?
You would. Well, I'd take that as a career average, certainly, which is what it is for Ben Compton, having played comparatively few games. Bailey now bowling to Denley, drives up, bottom hand comes off, it's skewed away into the offside but safe along the ground, and he'll take 2. He'll definitely take those runs. 34 for 3. Interesting point, Nigel. Obviously there will be more, as the Americans call it, game film now if Ben Compton weren't there, but I think you can probably discount today's innings from whatever analysis you'd like to put, because he got a fantastic delivery from Tom Bailey. on a helpful pitch with a new ball. So, but I take your point. It could be that. It may be just as batters always go through as Bailey bowls just outside the off stump. Denley shoulders arms. It might just be the natural ebb and flow. You go through periods of form. You get a few balls with your name on it, or a few very decent deliveries, perhaps that you didn't get in the a bit more luck in the big scores you get. But he's got 3 more games after this one, obviously, to come in the county championship. May well play one day or London One Day Cup as well. Bailey, 34 for 3, Kent. Bowls to Denley, 3 slips and a gully in. Still uppish from Denley, but beats Bohannon. His dive at mid-off, wideish mid-off. His outfield is not that quick on a big surface, so they'll have to run those. 3, uppish from Denley, but it wasn't a chance, was it, for Bohannon? I think he was struggling to get there, diving at it. 37 for 3.
So a lot of all-run 3s, haven't we?
Yeah.
So I think we've one all-run 4. A lot of 3s in the game. There's a big surface, and I think that tells you how slow the outfield is.
Yeah. I think, as Paul Alec was saying yesterday, how much that's changed from even last week or the week before, and it was flying across the outfield. That's a lovely shot from Jack Lean. That's as good as we've seen today. That might not even make 4. It's not going to, is it? Well, they'll come back for another 3. Certainly been made to run them all up. From Leaning goes on to 13. Denley has 21, 8 off the over. Crikey, that's very, very expensive in the context of the game so far. From Bailey at 40 for 3. But that was a perfect illustration, wasn't it? It was beautifully timed by Jack Leaning. Clip off his toes through mid-wicket. Looked like it was very nicely timed and still didn't make the boundary.
Our friend in crew, who's hoping to be here.
Sean the Brewer, indeed.
Sean the Brewer.
Yeah.
It's tricky, isn't it, when you're waiting for your dishwasher or something like that? You never get given a time slot, do you? You can it'll be between 9 and 2 or between 2 and 6. It's quite awkward to plan your day. You just got to sit and wait, haven't you, really? Williams bowls left by Leaning through to the keeper, no run.
You do get those ones, well, as you say, when people coming to fix stuff or deliver stuff. So we'll be with you sometime between 8 in the morning and 10 at night. Oh, great. So would you just say tomorrow?
Yeah. It's not too bad if you can track them. Sometimes you can log on to a little app, can't you? And you can follow the little van around or something like that. It's always he's at least a good hour away.
Yeah.
You can nip out and get a bottle of milk or something.
Feels a little bit Big Brother, that, doesn't it? But yeah. What's he doing? He stopped halfway round.
She's leaning onto the front foot and driving into the offside. No run. Bohannon field. Just make it easier to know if you're waiting for someone to come and do a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Just work out whereabouts they are.
I like a ring beforehand. That's always good,
nice,
isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll give you a call.
Give you a call. Give you half an hour heads up.
Yeah.
That'll do, won't it? You can just bob out with that, can't you, and still get back in time. Not sure you can get to the cricket from crew and then back in time with half an hour's notice, but 40 for 3. Williams bowls. Forward goes Leaning in defence, and there's no run.
And of course, on the other side of the coin is the email from the courier company. We tried to deliver, but you were out. No, I wasn't. That's it makes me so angry. I wrote a very stiff email back to one of those messages the other day. I was in all day waiting for it.
Sorry, we missed you.
And it was an automatic, one of those automatic responses.
Leaning, pushing out into the offside, and Bohannon again fields. There's no run.
All that impotent rage. Oh, I've made some really good points there. I've made, they'll really respond to this. They'll be cut to the quick. Basically, this is the email address said. Yeah, there's no point replying to this. It's not a monitored email address. One of those ones. All right, okay.
It took the wind out your sails, that didn't it?
You really did a bit, yeah. Oh.
You're on a good roll then, weren't you?
It was, yeah. Fizzing with rage.
It's left by Jack Leaning, that ball from Will Williams. He just moves away from the batter into the gloves of Lavelle, and there's no run. There's been 6 threes in this innings so far. It's quite a lot, isn't it? 40 for 3 in 6 threes run by Kent.
Oh, you got the wagon wheel up.
I've got the old wagon wheel up, yeah. Final ball of the 22nd over coming up. And it's left. And through to Lavelle. So a maiden by Williams. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 14. Kent are 105 behind at 40 for 3 in their first innings.
That's 16 runs off 5 overs so far. Make that in the second session. No wickets have fallen, which is the slightly, I suppose, maybe most surprising statistic so far, given the what we've had in this match. Bit of a carnival for the bowlers. Of tumbling stumps and smart catches. Bailey to Denley. Hurried, but sees that off into the offside. Croft fields at cover. Rather 2 slips now. That's interesting. I think Kent more or less kept 3 all the way through, but 2 slips in a gully. No third. So Josh Bohannon very carefully studying the ball, shining it on the thigh of his whites. Back to Tom Bailey. Short sleeve shirt, number 8 on it, running away from us at the Brian Statham end. Now to Denley, driving straight to Bohannon. Just, oh, there we are. I've lost track with the what you're allowed to put on the ball and what you're not, but sweat allowed, is that right?
That's okay.
He was just rubbing his forehead there, but no saliva anymore. Is that right?
That's right. Still the case.
It's come out of COVID. Is Bailey to Denley then, full sunshine now, looking glorious out there, and Denley forward defensive, good looking shot as well. That'll be slightly easier for the batters, I suppose. I don't know whether we make too much of that or not for professional cricketers, but I suppose any incremental change that allows you to see the ball better, those percentages. Bailey 1 for 15 from his 7.5 so far. There's a new machine going, I think, on the right there. Had a lot of low hum today, haven't we, in the FX microphone. Just picking that up today. We've got a cement mixer to our right, the back of a lorry. Some sort of crane. Is it dragging a chain around? It's very exciting. Second only to the cricket. Here's Bailey to Denley, falling over slightly as he just closes the face and flicks that to square leg, but fielded, and there's no run. That's Morley with the fielding. That's square leg, 40 for 3.
I don't know what that piece of equipment's doing. It's a big tube going into the ground.
Oh, right.
Maybe it's kind of filling in some concrete
on the back of the lorry.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. If you could see the pictures. Oh, no, you can't, sorry. For some reason, the cameras are concentrating on the cricket out in the middle. Here's Denley to Bailey. Is it because they're professionals, Scott, and they're not as easily distracted as I am?
Probably.
That might be why it is. So ball shy of the end of the 23rd over. No runs off it so far. Denley, watchful 21 from 63, leaning 13 from 32. These two came together at 12 for 3 when Zach Crawley followed Bell Drummond and Compton back to the dressing room. Bailey now to Denley, upper part of the bat there as he plays it into the offside. Sundar fields, goes along the ground, fortunately for Denley. End of the over, 40 for 3, 23 gone. All of those big fluffy clouds coming across, but I got a little bit of blue as well for the sunshine to peek through. The flag's at, well, I suppose a 45-degree angle, fluttering gently on the top of the pavilion as we look down the ground.
Certainly a better looking day than most of yesterday and this morning. Enough sunshine out there to make it look nice and bright. Leaning gets right forward in defence. Williams continuing this opening spell from the Jimmy Anderson end after lunch. No run for Leaning. Defends back along the pitch, remains on 13. 40 for 3.
Sundar just going through some stretches there at point. I don't know if that... He's almost doing the sorry. He's miming.
Williams to Leaning. That's a good ball. That brings him forward. Snakes past the edge of the bat, through to the keeper, no run.
What's that when you pull the train whistle? Is that right?
Yeah,
or the horn on a big truck, American truck. Yeah. He's doing that. And now he's all crikey. What's he doing now? He's warming up the bowling arm now, lying on the ground. He's doing a backwards butterfly stroke.
He's very busy, isn't he?
Yeah. Loosening up the neck. Do you think he might be coming on to bowl at some point? Maybe not.
Williams to Leaning. It's pushed out into the offside, no run.
Never quite know. I seem to remember Luke Wells warming up quite a lot the last time I saw him, even when he wasn't anywhere near bowling. But I would imagine with someone like Sundar, who is one of the frontline bowlers, it's maybe an indication that Stephen Croft is going to bring him into the attack. He bowled from the Jimmy Anderson end, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, that one over before lunch. And Leaning lets it go past the off stump. Again, there's no run. Remains on 13. 40 for 3.
Bear in mind today that it's 10 years this week of the London Olympics. Doesn't seem that long ago. That time has passed.
Well, the Commonwealth Games starting this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah. Thursday, I think, is the opening ceremony. Yeah, cricket in it, of course. Back in it after a long spell away.
Leaning forward, defending out towards the onside, where Croft feels no run. A couple of Lancashire players in that. There's Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston playing.
Yeah, we've got no interest because they've turned sensationally snubbed all the Kent players.
That's
so
outrageous.
Yeah, just not bothered, to be honest. Won't be watching it. They'll be sulking at home instead. No, it's fantastic, isn't it? That I think the spread of the game. I wonder if the Commonwealth Games might be the forebear before it getting into the Olympics, perhaps at some point.
Williams to Leaning and plays forward defensive. Gathered by Williams off his own bowling. So another maiden for Will Williams. 5 of them now. 11 overs, 5 maidens. 2 for 14. 40 for 3. 24 overs gone.
And Sean on Twitter has more detail of the dishwasher problems he's got.
Oh dear.
There we go. They actually delivered the dishwasher on Sunday, says Sean.
Okay.
Any time between 9 and 5. It turned out to be at 4. Of course it was, Sean. Of course it was, just getting in before the buzzer. But couldn't install it because whoever installed the last one had boxed in the waste pipe.
Ah, tricky. Yeah.
That's there we go.
I'm
sure that wasn't frustrating.
No. You need another guy for that, don't you? You need a
good point.
Joiner or something.
As Bailey Bouncer to oh yes, a little cheers there as it goes through the wicket keeper. I think that's the first regulation bounce we've seen in this match. Actually, it hasn't really been a need for it, I suppose, because think about Henry's deliveries exploding just back our length, maybe up under the nose, but worth a try from Bailey as a shock tactic, maybe. Yeah, do you need a joiner? I suppose you need an unjoiner if you're going to get rid of the boxing, dear. And then, well, I suppose you got to join it up again. Crikey.
Sounds eventful.
Back to the cricket. Here's Bailey to Denley, seeing it off his middle stump. No run. Croft sprints towards the edge of the strip. Very neatly off his the outside of his boot up into his right hand. Tosses it to Luke Wood. Does shining duties. Bailey slowly back to his mark. Inspects the ball. 24.5 overs old at this point. Charging in to Denny down the leg side. Has Denny got anything on that? No. The wicketkeeper and Sips would have loved to have done. Just going down the leg side, no strangle. I mean, that would be an ignominious way to get out with the patience he's shown so far, but how often have we seen that, where it's the poor ball, the ball down the leg side, that eventually gets rid of a batter that's done so much good work. 21 for Denley, 13 for Leaning. It is, still to remind you, only a 28 partnership, this one, but has felt full of grit and determination. Bailey to Denley. Denley, it's a little clip through mid-wicket, just past Croft, enough for a single. As Morley throws it back to Luke Wood. So 1 for the total, 41 for 3. Here on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Kent. Lancashire TV as well here, of course, with the pictures. There's Matt Cole, Scott Reed and Phoebe Graham. Phoebe with us in 5 or 6 minutes time to join Scott. Bailey to Leaning. Just tries to deflect that past point. Can't get it past Sundar, and there's no run. Very much allowing it to hit the bat there rather than showing any aggression. But Denny's been out there 68 balls. I think I'm right in saying it was 80 something that Luke Wells had faced. It was the longest innings of the match so far, exactly 80. So if you count these kind of things as an indication of what there is in this pitch, Denley is now the second longest at bat in this match so far, with 68 balls. Leaning faces now playing a miss, was that through to the wicket keeper. He might have just tucked his bat in behind his front pad, and moving away from him to keeper Lavelle. End of the over, 25 gone, 41 for 3. Tea will be at 4 o'clock today. We're making up overs, 106 of them to bowl today. This game could be well advanced by the time we get there, Scott Reed.
They've been a bit on and off in Scarborough for the Yorkshire-Hampshire match today, but they are back on, and Hampshire have lost their 3rd wicket. They're 12 for 3. Gubbins LBW to Ben Code. So Yorkshire 159 all out, Hampshire 12 for 3 in reply.
Elsewhere, Essex 416 for 6 against Somerset at Chelmsford. Northants 167 for 2 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire, replying to 317 all out. And Surrey 124 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 253 at the Oval.
Williams to Denley, who plays forward. The ball bounces in front of Jones at second slip. Hits in behind it and stops the ball. There's no run. 41 for 3. Nick Brown was getting a big score in that Essex match. Is he still going? I think he was up to kind of 180.
Yeah, 193 the latest I have there. In fact, yeah, the man to go, Adam Rossington, has just gone for 30 odd. Yeah, closing in on a double century.
Williams coming in towards us. Over number 12 for him. And Denley just drops the ball out into the offside, sends Leaning back. Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
Sir Alistair playing in that one. Yeah, made a modest 44.
Won a few games, haven't they, Essex, on the last few weeks, and got themselves in with a potential chance of being involved in it in September. Step down the pitch from Denley, then flicks it off his hip down to fine leg for a single. Morley still waiting for his first goal with the ball. He's fielding. Denley moves on to 23 not out.
Yeah, they've got a game in hand. Looking at the table there, Essex as well on the top 3. Although they are a bit adrift. I mean, almost 60 adrift of Surrey at this point. But you keep winning games, that's not really an issue necessarily, is it? But well, I say about that about Surrey, they're not losing any games, are those the main problem for the rest of the field?
Leaning comes down the pitch towards Williams and defends to mid-off. There's no run. It's not helpful when you don't play each other twice. It kind of makes it a bit lopsided, that, doesn't it? Lancashire have got 2 teams above them, but they've only played them once. Hampshire and Surrey both just already played Hampshire, which was down in Southampton. That was a draw, and they've got Surrey to play here. Final game of the season, but
you can see Paul Allard's point in, you know, a 12-team division, everyone playing each other once at least.
Leaning defending away to the leg side, Croft fields, and there's no run.
Feeling a more even way of deciding a county champion, but who knows what we'll be faced with next year? I mean, there could well be another format, or at least very much a calendar change, I suppose, next season.
Yeah, we're waiting for the review, aren't we? The structural review. Different reports keep filtering through about what may or may not happen and how it'll look. And Leaning defends away towards the offside. There's no run. Completes the over as well. 42-3. Denley 23 and Leaning on 13. And a little change up in the box. Matt's going to disappear for half an hour or so, and Phoebe will come and join us. Lancashire looking for breakthrough after lunch. Denley and Leaning batting. It's Bailey and Williams continuing. And for the first time today, really, Phoebe, a sense of calmness, really.
I was going to say, things have definitely calmed down this afternoon, haven't they, from what's been a very exciting morning. Bailey into bowl. Defended to mid-on. So yeah, this morning it was just wicket after wicket. 3 wickets for Lancashire, so 42 for 3 now. A Kent. But Kent bowling this morning, taking 6 wickets and only 33 runs scored by Lancashire. So yeah, 9 wickets in the space of probably 2 hours of play, and it feels a little bit more like 4-day cricket now.
It's hit through the offside by Denley, gets underneath Bannon's left hand. Denley jogs back for 2. Well, Kent to be hoping it continues to feel a little bit more like Kent about 4-day cricket as the afternoon goes on. We're hoping that it becomes a little easier.
Definitely. It felt a little bit like this morning with Henry coming in to bowl when you play club cricket as a junior and there's one really fast bowler that's just a bully, and as you go out you just know that someone is going to get out next ball.
Bailey over the wicket. Denley defends, is snapping it back along the pitch, and there's no run. And Henry played the part of that character this morning beautifully.
Yeah, definitely. He was absolutely brilliant. 14 runs scored from his spell this morning and 5 wickets taken. It was awesome.
It was outstanding display of bowling in a crazy morning session. Two slips and a gully as Bailey's over the wicket. Good looking drive by Denley, but Bohannon fields and there's no run. He's got a finger strapped up there as Josh Bohannon mid off. I think it's on his left hand. His fingers all taped up. In fact, he was just signalling towards the dressing room just a few moments ago. I think he wants to come off at the end of the over. I don't know whether it's hand related or not, but quite a heavy bandage on his finger. Denley up onto his toes again to defend. And once again, there's no run. 44 for 3.
I think it just shows how important it is, the start of play, particularly on pitches like the ones today that they're playing on, how important it is to dig deep. 4-day cricket isn't easy, particularly when the ball's moving round as it was earlier on this morning, and things have just settled now and it looks a lot more comfortable out there for the batters.
Bailey moves in and bowls, and ball deflects away towards the onside where Croft fields, and there's no run. That does complete the over. Lancashire captain Stephen Croft pondering his next move. 44 for 3. 27 overs gone, Denley 25 and leaning on 13. See Josh Bohannon leaving the field. Tom Hartley comes on as 12th man. We're going to see some spin, I think. Yep, for the first time this afternoon. In fact, it will just be the second over of the match where spin has been bowled. And it's going to be Washington Sundar from the Jimmy Anderson end. There's Tom Hartley jogging on as a 12th man, with Bohannon just leaving the field, at least for the time being. And Sundar, well, he might get a bit of a spell here. He had just the one over, didn't he, before lunch, but maybe a chance to try and see if he can settle into a bit of a spell and a bit of rhythm from that Jimmy Anderson end.
Yeah, I think they were probably just having a look before lunch to see whether the pitch was spinning, whether it was, at what point was it worth bringing on the spinners. So yeah, I think he'll have a bit more of a spell here, get into his rhythm and try and break this partnership up now. Denley and Leaning have dug deep. 25 Denley off 77 balls, Leaning 13 off 43 balls. So it is trying to find that breakthrough now.
Washington Sundar's ready, and he's bowling to Leaning. It's defended away to the onside. There's no run. Rob Jones has settled in at forward short leg with all the protective gear on. He's got all the pads on and all the bits and bobs required. Off the back foot, Leaning goes, works the ball out through the offside. Jogged through for a single. Takes Leaning on to 14. 45 for 3. Brings Denley on strike.
Yeah, you think it feels much more comfortable, and then you look at the score. It's still 45 for 3, but this is a big partnership. They were 12 for 3. With Kent.
Oh, Denley's come down the pitch. Hits it back over the bowler's head. Bounces out towards the boundary, and they come back for 2.
Yeah, that came from nowhere, didn't it? Oh, it's a good option. Both mid-on and mid-off are up in the ring. And Sundar does offer that little bit extra flight as a spinner, so if you can get to the pitch of the ball, you can take advantage of that.
47 for 3. Just turns this next delivery away towards mid-wicket for no run. Bailey at mid-on, just drops a fraction deeper.
Yeah, it's funny seeing the pitch without the ring placement in. It looks like it's about 5 yards off the ring.
Worked her way down towards fine leg for a single by Denley. Moves on to 28 now, 48 for 3. Yeah, just be beyond that 30-metre circle, wouldn't he, Bailey, if we're playing in the white ball game. The Washington Sundar for Lancashire. Leaning off the back foot, works the ball away through the offside. Tom Hartley scoops it up, sends it in. And they're through for a single. And that completes Sundar's first over back into the attack. 48 for 3. Denley on 28. Leaning on 14. 37-run partnership is by some distance the most substantial of this innings. And in terms of the game, in the Lancashire innings, we had 44-run partnership between Wells and Bohannon. That's been it.
I think only 33 runs scored this morning as well, so as far as totals go, you've got to times that by 10 in terms of the credit they deserve for the runs scored out there.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, they must have more than what Lancashire could get for their final 6 wickets in that first hour this morning. Nice shot off the back foot by Leaning, square of the wicket. Sundar's after it. Does get to it. And sends a throw in into the gloves of George Lavelle. 2 runs added to the total. So Leaning moves on to 17. Score moves on to 51 for 3. So Luke Wood replacing Bailey. So it's a double bowling change by Stephen Croft. First of the afternoon session. Williams and Bailey out. Washington and Wood in. Again, that's angled away off the back foot towards point. And there's no run. 17 of 48 is and 28 of 80 is a real dig-in job here for these two.
Indeed, yeah. When you think back 20 overs ago, 23 overs ago, how much the ball was moving off the pitch for both Bailey and Williamson, or Williams. Wood was also getting expressive movement, very, very spicy, and it just seems to have settled down now, looks much more simpler for the batters.
It's going to come left arm around the wicket. There's Leaning defends. The ball disappears down towards gully. And Keaton Jennings gets his frame behind it and stops the ball. There's no run.
Must be nice for them to be back at Emirates Old Trafford as well. Past few games you've been
out and about,
touring around Lancashire, haven't you?
Yeah. Yeah, first home game for a while.
Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for the last home game. Blackpool before that.
Yeah, for some T20 matches, yeah. Wood bowls and Leaning defends, no run. Quarter-final against Essex in the Blast was here. But yeah, in terms of 4-day cricket, you know, Southport, good week that, wasn't it?
It was glorious, wasn't it?
Lovely.
It had a really nice feel. There's quite a lot in today, actually, at Emirates Old Trafford. But sort of taking this number of fans and putting them into a club ground made a big impact, didn't it? It felt like a club final, sort of league game, where you've got 3 rows deep of people watching. It was lovely.
Wood again, left arm round the wicket. It's a ferocious-looking delivery with pace and bounce. Leaning drops his hands and the ball into the gloves of Lavelle. No run.
That's where we see Luke Wood bowling at his best, isn't it? When he just runs in and bowls that hard length, quick, and it just comes off that. You can tell he's just put his energy into that. It's just come off the pitch, jumped a little bit onto the batter, and if that line was a little bit straighter, could have asked a slightly better question.
Final ball of Woods over coming up. Just drops it away into the offside for no run. 51 for 3, 29 overs gone. Yeah, it was a lovely week in Southport. Nice to get across to the club at Birkdale, and it's good crowds every day. Good match in the end.
You get yourself to the beach whilst you were down there?
Didn't know, unfortunately. No.
Scott.
I know.
I took myself on a walk on the pier after.
Did you?
The game, yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's only a 5-minute drive to the beach, so I thought, whilst I've come this way.
Good idea. Like it.
Although the tide was out and you had to walk for about a mile, and then the sand got really squidgy and horrible. And just ended up being a nightmare, just the muddiest trainers ever. Never saw the sea.
Denley goes back and plays his delivery from Washington out towards backward point for a single. 52 for 3. Ah, right. So it came into turned into a bit of an event then, did it?
Yeah, I was sort of like trying to get to the edge of the sea and just ended up almost swamped in.
Right, that's not ideal.
No, not at all.
Forward goes Leaning and defends into the onside for no run.
Yeah, the romantic walk I'd anticipated, I ended up making my car absolutely filthy on the way back. Like, oh, have to clean that.
Problem, and it does get everywhere, doesn't it? It's Washington, Sunday, Baldington, Leaning is forward in defence and there's no run.
Because then you went to there was a T20 finals day.
Yes, that's
which was
right.
quite the event, wasn't it?
Oh, my word, yeah.
What a final that was.
Still recovering from that.
I think the whole team are.
I bet they are. I think they'd rather forget it, actually.
Yeah.
Leaning off the back foot. That's a nice shot. Driven that away through the offside. Oh, that's 4 runs. Nicely timed by Leaning. Lovely back foot drive through the covers for 4. Moves on to 21. 56 for 3. I've enjoyed that, Leaning. Lovely timing. Mentioned how slow the outfield has been, but enough on that to reach the boundary in front of the building site. Sundar in with a slip and a short leg in position. Forward goes Jack Leaning in defence, no run. He went from the nice, gentle sounds of a 4-day match in Southport and Birkdale. It was lovely. To absolute carnage on the Saturday. Finals day.
You can't.
Defended to Jones at short leg. End of the over, 56 for 3.
You can't get much different in terms of contrast of cricket. Beautiful little club ground. It's probably about 400 people there, do you think? Or do you think there was more?
I think there was more. I think actually on one of the days there was near to 2,500.
Was there?
Because they were turning people away, and that was their capacity.
Wow.
So yeah, the final day it wasn't as many.
Yeah.
But
it was a scorcher, wasn't it? It was lovely weather. Yeah. There was a tiny little band on in the hospitality tent. Yeah.
Kept
and then
the
you
same.
go to Edgbaston and there's Lanky the giraffe in a obstacle race and gets caught under the net.
I think
big
actually
music, fireworks after they thought the game had finished. Like, couldn't have got any more dramatic, could it?
Wood left arm round the wicket, swinging in towards Denley, worked off the pads away to backward square leg. He wants 2, Denley, and he'll come back for a second as well. 58 for 3. Yes, they set the fireworks off, didn't they, when the no ball went off.
Oh gosh! And the no ball was called after he'd delivered it, wasn't it? So it wasn't in the moment no ball.
No, it was on the TV.
Through the mic no ball.
It was so which
makes it even more dramatic because it felt like they'd won.
They'd won the game.
Yeah. All of a sudden, second chance. And then it was Gleeson facing, so I thought, if anyone's going to do it, Gleeson is our man, the man of the moment.
Wood bowls, Denley works it to the leg side. Again, he wants 2, but just be a single this time, 59 for 3.
Obviously, if he had the ball in his hand and it was that scenario, he'd have won the game, because he's done that before for Lancs this year in the T20 comp. But it must have been like, I felt this pressure before, but not with the bat in my hand.
Oh dear.
It was here, wasn't it? The Derby game against Yorkshire, and they needed 1 to...
Something like that.
1 to win. Scores were tied, and it was LBW.
That's right, yeah. It was Brook on strike, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Gleeson bowling, yeah. Wood in, bowls, short ball. Left by Leaning through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, they've certainly entertained us this year of Lancashire, haven't they?
They have, yeah. I suspect they've taken their coaching staff and the supporters through the ringer a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Emotions all over the place. Right to the very, very end on finals day.
100%. The emotions of cricket, it's like nothing else, is it? It's like heartbreak, week in, week out. The love story of Lancashire.
59 for 3, Luke Wood. Here he is around the wicket and bowls. Leaning gets in behind it and defends to mid-on, no run. The no ball at finals day, after the fireworks went off, and it took ages for Hampshire to realise it was a no ball as well, which made it even worse, didn't it? And the umpire stood there like a headmaster, calling over the naughty schoolboys, saying, come on, you have to come back and bowl it again.
Don't go anywhere. The game will go on. The show must go on.
Oh dear. Wood again from around the wicket. Another gorgeous back foot shot by Leaning through the offside. That's going to be 4 again. And this partnership is developing beautifully now for Kent. I think that's 50 up. I think that's a 50 partnership with that 4.
Yeah, that's right. It came in 12 for 3, so that's 50. 1-run partnership from 126 balls for Leaning and Denley.
First 50 partnership of the match. Lovely way to bring up a half-century partnership. He's played that shot twice now, Leaning, both to perfection. Fuller ball, which he drives firmly towards mid-off. Bailey does get across the ground to stop it, and there's no run. 63 for 3. Denley 32, Leaning 25. End of the over.
Yeah, things are starting to look a lot more comfortable for Kent. I know we've talked about the calmer waters that they're in, but they've dug deep. They've worked hard to create this partnership. Denley 32 from 83 deliveries. It just shows how deep he's dug, and sort of he's able to play a few more shots now and reap the rewards of being out in the middle. Leaning 25 from 61. So again, both batters out there have really fought the waters to ensure that they're out there in the middle.
51 off 127 deliveries this partnership, and Lancashire looking to Washington Sundar. Picked up 5 wickets on his debut last week at Northamptonshire.
I know Lancs have had some great signings this year, haven't they? They all seem to come in and do a good job, which is a good sign of a...
Sundar balls to Denley. That's worked out towards the leg side for no run.
Sign of a good team, sign of good signings as well. Specific roles that they're coming in to do, the overseas, rather than trying to complete everything and revolutionise a team.
Denley with a little dance down the pitch towards Washington. Deflects into the offside, no run. Yeah, set up by kind of Hassan Ali got the whole thing going, didn't he, with the way he started the season for Lancashire.
Then they got Tim David for the T20 Blast.
He was fun to watch, wasn't he?
Yeah, hope he comes back. He was great fun.
He can give it a bit of a bash, can't he? Washington balls, Denley just offering the pad as the ball's outside the off stump into the gloves of the keeper, no run. They can have Washington Sundar for their Royal London One-Day Cup campaign as well.
And it sounds like Williams is being signed as a local player.
That's right, yeah.
After
getting Denley down the pitch, and he hits it to mid-on. Quite deep at mid-on is Bailey. Denley gets a single. 33 to him now, 64 for 3. Yeah, he's signed a 3.5-year deal now, Will Williams.
Yeah, from, I think, playing 2 games to a 3-year contract. That's how quickly Lancs move on things, isn't it?
Good work, isn't it? Just sign a contract for 2 games. 3.5 years later, you're still a Lancashire player. Yeah, it's Washington Sundar into Jack Leaning. Goes back, flicks the ball away to the right of Jones at forward short leg. Gets through for a single. 26 to Leaning now, 65 for 3.
And how quickly things change in sport. 3.5 years feels a long time, doesn't it?
Because he has as Phoebe said, his son is a local player. He has a British passport. Denley's forward in defence, and there's no run. End of the over, 65 for 3. His mum's actually from Kent, and he has a British passport, so he's kind of giving up the right to play domestically in New Zealand, committing his future to Lancashire 3.5-year deal. That frees up the overseas option, doesn't it, for Lancashire as well?
It does indeed, yeah. I think particularly with the players that Lancashire have produced and the talent that's going on to play for England, they need that depth in squad choice before bringing the overseas over, and the overseas option is very much dependent on how the local boys perform, whether Gleeson continues to get in call-ups in T20 ODIs. You know, this team could almost be completely different if there wasn't an England Test or ODI or T20 on at the same time.
Wood left arm around the wicket, targeting the pads of Leaning, who defends, and there's no run.
Phil Salt almost out the equation for a lot of Lancashire games this second half of the season, whereas was a regular to start this season and has been captured by England, yet still a contracted Lancs player. I think it's things like that, that the depth of squad and the signings of Williams will be really important for the team over the next couple of years.
Yeah, he got his chance, didn't he, Salt, in the one-day team after Stokes' retirement. Again, Leaning defends and there's no run, so he didn't play in the match at Durham, Stokes' final game in one-day international cricket, but the very next match, which was here, he was picked, so he's been given that chance, hasn't he, Salt? It's a fantastic opportunity for him.
Yeah, and it's strange to see him out on the pitch in the outfield,
Yes,
but
is, yeah.
wicket keepers make excellent fielders, and it's happened a lot in the England women's setup with Tammy Bowman, Lauren Winfield-Hill, both keeper batters that have made batting their dominant skill set because that's how they can get into the England team.
Wood in balls. Oh, that's swatted down the ground by Leaning. Barely chasing after it from long on, from mid-on rather. They'll get to it. And they'll run 3 again, another 3. Plenty of them for Kent. Score moves on to 68 for 3, leading to 29 now.
That's ideally what you want from a selector's perspective, is picking the keeper and it not being an additional choice to the playing 11. Actually, they're a batting option as well, so Butler with the gloves and Salt on the pitch in the outfield, it's good to see.
Yeah, they've got kind of, with Bairstow there as well, they've got plenty of keeping options, haven't they? Again, it's fallen straight from Wood down the, eases the ball away towards wide mid-on for a single. 34 now to Joe Denley. 69 for 3. Feels like the first time in the match we've actually seen just a moment of calm, really. Sense that the batter just maybe starting to at least draw level with the bowler rather than be absolutely dominated that we've seen so far through the first day and a bit.
Yeah, a bit of hard work from the bowlers now to dig deep and break this partnership.
Wood to Leaning. Full ball just shapes away from Leaning, who plays the forward press past the outside edge, taken by the keeper. No run. 69 for 3. Leaning 29 not out. Encouragement for Wood. As he comes in from the Brian Statham. Sunshine across Emirates Old Trafford. Leaning off the back foot, defends away into the offside. And there's no run. So 69 for 3. 33 overs gone. And Kent trail by 76 runs at the end of that over. And this partnership is terrific for Kent. It's frustrating for Lancashire, but it's exactly what was required for Kent.
I wonder whether a bit of sunshine over lunch for 40 minutes has helped dry the wicket out and potentially calm things down since lunch.
Well, we're kind of thinking that spin's going to play a part in the match. As Sundar comes in and bowls, and defender back down the pitch, and there's no run. I've just received a message from Colin, who's in charge of the Lancs TV streaming company, Badger and Coombs. It's off the back foot by Denley, down towards third man. Comes back for 2. Score moves on to 71 for 3. He says to us to say hello to the TikTok fans, because you're on.
Hello, TikTok fans.
Do you know what that means?
Have you heard of TikTok, Scott?
I have. I don't actually know what it is. Washington balls to Denley, and that's worked down towards the fine leg boundary, and again he comes back for 2. He moves on to 38, 73 for 3. It's like
it's a bit
Instagram.
like an animated Instagram.
Right.
So you post short video clips, and they're a bit wild and wonderful. Often have voiceovers of films or singers and people acting a little bit.
Oh.
You might do one of you going day in the life of Scott Reed, coming into the comms box and turn it into a 30-second clip and pop it on TikTok. So I think Lancs TV have linked up with Lancashire TikTok channel.
Okay.
So that you can now watch within the comms box. Watch live player streams on TikTok, and it's just another way to interact with the fans. So
it's Denley working the ball to the left of Jones at short leg. Gets through for 1, 74 for 3.
So they've obviously panned in on us on the Lancs TV TikTok.
It's like a split screen thing.
Yeah, so it's watching the game alongside watching the comms box.
Right. So should we do like a bit of a dance every now and again or something? Is that part of the deal?
I think this time it's just live, pure live content.
Washington Sundar balls. Leaning goes back and defends away into the offside. There's no run. Flicked up by the left boot of Stephen Croft.
So if you're listening on radio and you want to see more, go to Lancashire TikTok channel, Lancs TV.
It's all on there. Sundar balls. Appealing for LBW. He's down on one knee. Spinning around asking the question to umpire Lloyd, who says not out at the end of the over. 74 for 3, 34 overs gone. Denley 39, leaning on 29. Got you, yeah. Oh no, it says it's finished now. Well, I think it was only on briefly.
Yeah.
It says live has ended. Right. Okay.
Yeah, so there's a few options. You can either put things on live on TikTok, or you can do video clips of your day or of the moment. So
okay.
We were live.
Well, if you were watching on TikTok, lovely to have you with us. You are welcome wherever you're accessing county cricket, whether it's via TikTok, Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and app. There's loads of ways to follow a county game.
Radio, Twitter.
We're right across it all.
Oh, unbelievable.
I mean, I don't really know what I'm talking about. But
county championship cricket, everyone. You've got to live and breathe it.
You have. If you only just joined us, where have you been? Because you've missed a belting day so far. Been loads going on. Here's Wood around the wicket. Balls full again and driven towards Bailey at mid-on. And there's no run. 74 for 3. Leading 29, Denley on 39. We are living in wonderful days where coverage of the domestic games are fantastic. So many different options to access it, which is brilliant.
Yeah, you can almost choose how you want to engage with it, don't you?
Left by Denley. This ball around the wicket from Wood to Denley.
That was well bowled from Luke Wood there. Just had a little bit more movement there into Denley. Some good confident leaves. And some that sort of make you jump a little bit in the comms box thinking, will it, won't it hit the stumps?
Yeah, it was a good confident leave from Joe Denley. put together a terrifically gritty, determined, skillful. It's only 39, but it's the top scorer in the match. And gets right in behind it and defends to mid-off, and there's no run. He's faced 96 deliveries for his 39 runs so far, but really impressive from Joe Denley. 74 for 3 at Kent, so a good partnership here developing between Denley and Leaning. The biggest of the match so far. 9 wickets have fallen on the second day. Lancashire 145 all out. Kent in reply, 74 for 3. Two slips settle into position. Bouncer from Wood, from left arm around to Denley. Ducks underneath it, through to the keeper. No run.
Just looking round at the other county championship games, it looks a similar picture in terms of not many runs scored, lots of wickets. So Yorkshire, Hampshire, Yorkshire 159 all out, Hampshire are now 49 for 4.
Ooh.
Warwickshire were 253 all out, Surrey are now 148 for 4. Obviously our game here, Lancs 145 all out, Kent at the moment 74 for 3.
Here's Wood into Denley, fallen straight and eased through the leg side to the right of Bailey at mid-on. Goes stomping after it. And again they run 3, 77 for 3.
Gloucestershire 317 all out, and Northants now 193 for 2. And bucking the trend in Essex, where it must be a road, or maybe Essex are just batting beautifully, 428 for 6 on day 2. So it's a similar picture everywhere in the county championship at the moment.
The bowlers fight back after a season.
Bowlers are back, aren't they? Hey?
Yeah.
They'll be clocking those wickets onto the tally, I'm sure.
With balls, and it's angled in towards Leaning, who defends it with an angled bat, but steers it safely away towards the leg side for no run. 77 for 3, 35 overs gone. Denley 42, Leaning 29. Big chat there between the captain, Stephen Croft. He's gauging some views. He's gone to have a little chat with Keaton Jennings. Washington Sundar's come up as well. A little conference taking place there. First time the captains and the bowlers and
something around clipping off the hip. I think they're wanting him to be caught by Rob Jones there at silly mid-on, something silly with a helmet on and pads.
Kind of silly, yeah, kind of short leg, isn't he?
Yeah, short leg.
Short leg-ish. He's got all the protective gear on. Sundar will continue. 5 overs for 18 for Washington Sundar. He's in and bowling. Ooh, bounces perhaps a little bit the way he played it. Denley with his back to us.
Quite like his action. It's quite funky, isn't it? He sort of holds his front arm for 3 or 4 seconds before he delivers his delivery. One that would be really easy to take off in the nets, hey? When you run in and you do your Brett Lee action or your Shane Warne.
Fancy taking off a bit of Washington's action.
Yeah. Anyone with a bit of a quirk, it's a bit more fun to take off, isn't it?
77 for 3. Washington in and bowling. Denley pushes into the offside. There's no run. I'm still giggling at your something silly with a helmet on fielding position.
Totally went blank. So I was hoping at some point you'd save me, Scott, and you let me keep going.
Well, I was enjoying it.
It's like silly, very silly positioning from Rob Jones
with a helmet on. Washington bowls. Denley comes down the pitch. Works the ball up towards mid-on for a single. 43 now to Joe Denley, 78 for 3. Brings Leaning on strike. trailed by 67. Crucial partnership in this match. Potentially could be. Forward goes Leaning, defends again. Ball trickles ever so slowly back down the pitch. And there's Rob Jones from his silly position on the onside, coming up to field the ball. He's got all the protective gear on there, Jones. Looks a bit bulky, doesn't he, as he crouches down. Flicked with a bit of bottom hand towards deepish mid-on for one run for Leaning. 30 to him. 79 for 3. Final ball of the over coming up for Washington Sundar. This will be his 6th. Denley on strike. Slip in place as well, that's Luke Wells. He's over the wicket and balls, and that's worked to the left of Jones. And out towards Josh Bohannon, who fields the ball. And Kent, and the Kent dressing room in particular, I'm sure, led by these two, might just be starting to feel a little bit more comfortable about things. Partnership is worth 67 runs. Kent are 79 for 3, trailed by 66. And Phoebe, you'll be joined by Matt in just a second.
Brilliant. So it looks like we've got a change of bowling here at the Brian Statham end. Luke Wells has left the attack. It looks like we'll have Jack Morley, so spin on at both ends. Hoping to break this partnership now from Kent. Leaning came in and the score was 12 for 3. Created a really strong partnership here. And they've dug in deep, haven't they, Mark?
Yeah, biggest partnership of the match so far, isn't it, Phoebe? And I think Denley's been excellent so far. 43 from 102 balls. Leaning shown occasional attacking intent, which we thought certainly this morning was the way to get yourself out in a hurry, but they've stuck at it. Good batting conditions as well. Nice and bright. Bit of a breeze though. Morley left arm. Spinner will give them something different to think about. Saying the balance of the attack, 2 frontline spinners for Lancashire now working in tandem. Washington Sundar at the far end, and here is Morley now down the leg side, and that feels like a bit of a gimme to to Jack Leaning. He certainly went for it, but ends up, I think, hitting the pads of the wicketkeeper on the leg side.
It's been given a no ball as well.
Has it? Overstepping. So it was a bit of a
criminal,
scruffy ball
isn't it?
around, wasn't it?
From a spinner.
Yeah. He's not charging in. He kicks his heels up a little bit, doesn't he? As he comes into the delivery stride. Defending that one is Leaning. So 2 to the score, 81 for 3. The breeze really is getting up. It's not the gantry in front of us, we can see. It was very blowy yesterday. Morley coming round the wicket, prepares now. Bowls to Leaning, goes for a sweep. It's ended up, I think, again hitting the wicketkeeper's pads outside the leg stump. There is a man at, well, a deep backward square. Should Leaning loft that and miss-hit it, or even hit it well in the air. So here is Morley then. Actually spinning away from the right-hander, but just not settling on his line as yet. Onto leg stump. There's no run. Haven't seen anything from Sundar grip or bounce particularly for the spinners so far.
Not really, and like you say, Lancs have picked the 2 frontline spinners in the squad for this test 4-day game. Morley
to Leaning. He's got, I think, maybe an inside edge on that one, or is it buys here? He's had a mighty swing in it. That'll go for 4. It is buys, so he swung at that one. The natural spin takes it back, I suppose, towards the leg stump from outside the leg stump. There's a huge flurry of bat, and that's beaten the wicketkeeper. He's given no chance, George Lavelle, by that, and that'll go for 4.
Yeah, he's just struggled to find his line.
Yeah.
First up here, 3 deliveries, or 4 deliveries, including that no ball, and just been a little bit sporadic so far.
So 2 to come, or just about deliveries anyway. Bowling to Leaning now. It's better line from him. Leaning's on the back foot. Drives it, and he'll get a single there. Bohannon misfields, just apologising, but it's coming off a number of those cut strips. It's never easy to field on those.
But like you say, it's not gripping or turning too much or causing too many problems as of yet.
Wonder if their thinking is it'll break up as it gets later in the game, or give them more as it wears more. Down the leg side again. That's a poor ball from Morley, and he shows his frustration as well. Denley couldn't get anything on it, and again Lavelle is forced to stop that with his pads, more or less. 86 for 3, so not the greatest start from Morley, but just trying to find his line at the moment, the young spinner. Washington has 6 overs, none for 20 so far. Can't go on to 86 for 3, so this partnership at 74 so far. And this morning, I don't think we see anything like this, to be honest, the way it was playing.
I thought we could have been over and done with by the end of today.
Yeah.
I think within the space of limited overs, I don't know how many overs were bowled this morning. Was there 20 overs bowled this morning, if that?
Yeah, 10 in the Kent innings. No, beg your pardon, before lunch, sorry. It's driven into the offside, this one by Leaning. So 17, yeah, in the Kent innings. So no, a few more than that, I suppose, from overnight. But yeah, 20 odd.
Within 17 overs, 6 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. It's on the back foot. Leaning is trying to power that away, but ends up actually hitting it slowly out towards Stephen Croft at extra cover.
We saw 3 wickets in the first 10 overs here.
Yeah.
So I think we thought that
Sundar bowls to lead. Oh, he's a little bit low, and that comes off the wicket keeper as well. Lavelle, it's a bit like a hockey goalkeeper at the moment. He's having to field everything with his pads as it shoots at him. It's not because he's a poor wicket keeper, it's just he's being given absolutely no chance by the spinners, is he, at this point? They're basically aiming the ball at his feet, it appears, but maybe that just to keep a little bit low, which is good news for Lancashire with the spinners. On the full, Leaning just nudges that one into the onside, and Rob Jones at a shortish, not quite a very silly short leg. Fields it. Here's Sundar once again. Quicker delivery from him. Paddle by Leaning down to fine leg. He'll take a single from that. Fairly orthodox from Leaning, not hurried in that. But just the one before that looked like it kept low, even though it was outside his off stump, which might give some encouragement to Stephen Croft and his spinners. Sundar once again. This turned into the onside. Jones stops it, but going along the ground from Denley. End of the over. As you say, Sundar has a... I love spinners who have quirky actions. Just bowlers generally, but you tend to find it more with spinners, don't you? I think it's hard to do something like that if you're bowling quick, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Everything has to be in line, because you're in trouble if it's not by the time you get to the crease.
I think particularly through different coaching systems, you get taught much more conventional ways as quick bowlers, because it's really important that you elevate as much stress of your body so that you've got a much more streamlined action, and that means often bracing the front leg, running in a certain way, whereas spinners, it is a case of how much rag and turn you can get, and therefore sometimes the unconventional actions are the most successful.
Morley himself said he sort of kicks up his heels like a nervous horse as he gets towards the crease. Starts off on a fairly regular walk in, and now these just little skipping heels now as he bowls to Leaning again. It's down the leg side, just hasn't settled Morley at all. It won't go for 4. The fielder at fine leg cuts it off, but it's an easy 2 for a sweep there for Leaning. And yeah, Morley had a bad first over there, and you could see how frustrated he was. It doesn't help, I suppose, does it? It's going to tighten you up if you're feeling nervous or you're...
No, and he's got a lot of patience and time here in a 4-day game. It's not that he needs to hit his line straight away.
That's better, as it defended by Leaning to the onside, no run.
But really unusual to see someone spraying the ball down the leg side, really. So 4 of his deliveries now have gone a yard down leg side, which you don't see a lot of, particularly to right-handers.
As Morley bowls now to... That's a great line! Has it caused him? No. Was there bat on that? Looks like there might have been from Morley's reaction. Well, that was the delivery. That was on leg stump. That's the one he's looking for, and full, I think. And leg slip. Yeah, I think from... Is that Rob Jones under the helmet there? His reaction looked like that was a chance as well.
And from what I gathered from the talk earlier with Jennings, Croft, and...
As Morley comes in, leaning. That's all on the ground for him. Sets off quickly for one. Will they try two? They won't, as the fielder comes quickly in from long leg. Just one.
Sunder, I think they have a potential plan to be bowling that leg stump line to try and get leaning off the hip. Same with Denley. Rob Jones remains in leg slip.
As Morley bowls, down the wicket comes Denley, thrashes that through the onside. I think actually the fielder, Williams, might have got a hand to that. It's gone for 4. I'm not sure he didn't get something on that actually. There's a yelp, I think, from the wicketkeeper and bowler, but Denley has propelled that for 4. And a lovely shot from Denley.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was a cry for catch there, but
well,
I think it was...
Or frustration, could well have been. And then he goes on to 47. I thought I'd missed his 50 there because there was prolonged applause, but he's on 47, 94 for 3. Can see how close it was to Williams. He comes down the pitch again. This one's all the way on the ground, beating Williams. Again, it's gone so slowly to the boundary. You think he must have got a hand on it, but it's not quick, this outfield. And the big distance, but he does run the 3. And Denley, that is a fine half-century for Kent's Joe Denley, coming in with Kent all at sea at 5 for 2. He's put on this important partnership so far with Jack Leaning of 85, and Joe Denley follows up his 100 in the win against Warwickshire with 50 from 106 balls, just 2 fours. But it's been an exercise in patience and concentration so far. Kent 97 for 3.
It's a great innings there from Denley, 50 off 106 balls, and has really dug deep for Kent. Came in at a really tricky time where the ball was moving around a lot from Bales and Williams, fought off that tough passage of play, and is able to reap the rewards now with the spinners on. Played some really nice shots through the onside, backward punches through the offside, and a really, really classy 50 there from Denley.
Who faces Sundar now, pads up to this one outside the off stump, and there's no run there, an impact outside off as well. Not playing a shot, 97 for 3. I think we've been saying for some time in this Denley innings that he's played it as well as anybody in this match so far. Obviously coming off 100 as well, he'll be feeling confident. 141 he got against Warwickshire. Turns this one from Sundar with the spin down to backward square, and he'll get himself a single onto 51. Leaning has 35. But Lancashire here, I mean, I almost hesitate to say it. At this point, there'll be some head scratching surely from Stephen Croft, thinking, well, where's this next wicket going to come from? Do we just trust that there's enough in this pitch and our bowlers are good enough, as this one's cut away by Leaning for a single, and the 100 comes up? Does it? No, sorry, I'm one ahead. He's on to 36. But now they'll be thinking, how do we find the breakthrough? Because Kent, 46 off a first innings lead. Sundar now to Denley. Ends in the offside. Or do as a captain, I suppose, with this quality attack, you just think, got to trust them here.
Yeah, I think it does come down to a little bit of trust here, rather than searching for that wicket, building pressure, keeping the basics right. I think if this spin partnership...
Sundar bowls to Denley, single, backward a square.
Can hold their lines better, can be on the money a bit more, then it just creates and builds that partnership. That's 100 up for Kent off 239 balls. 100 for 3, I'm sure they'll be feeling happy about that position.
Yeah, from 12 for 3, as you were saying, when these two came together, and it looked like an absolute minefield out there as Sundar bowls to Leaning. He pads up outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Lavelle, ending the over 100 for 3. This partnership has transformed Kent's day so far, which started with the news that Sam Billings had tested positive for COVID, the Kent captain, if you're just joining us. and will be replaced by Ollie Robinson, who at that point was on a train. See, I half laughed from a voice there. I was on a train to Old Trafford. We believe he's now in the building, but not needed so far. But with Kent 12 for 3, it looked like they might need him to pad up as soon as he walked through the door. Earlier on, Lancashire bowled out for 145. Matt Henry took 5 of the 6 wickets to fall this morning, 5 for 14 in a spell. 5 for 46 overall. Luke Wells top scoring in the Lancashire innings. They soon had Kent 12 for 3, 2 for Williams, 1 for Bailey in that spell. But things have changed a lot since then. Sunshine as well. Wondering if it's just a bit of moisture going out of the pitch perhaps, as Morley bowls to Denley, rocks onto the back foot, drives it, but straight at Bohannon. There's no run. What you were saying about Morley before, it looks like he's concentrating very much on leg stump, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. They've got the leg slip in there with Rob Jones. Managed to get one delivery to get to Rob Jones. Drop catch there.
Morley bowls to Denley. That's wide outside the off stump, having said that, and he manages to get something on it, reaching, but reaches Bohannon. But you're right, of course, it did work on that one ball, didn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely could have had him.
And I'm wondering whether they've got a plan that actually Jack Morley isn't particularly comfortable with, and often
this one's on leg stump, back to the bowler, no run.
When you challenge with a specific plan, so it might be leg stump line, every single delivery, that's how we're going to build pressure. If he's not comfortable with that, that's where you've seen a little bit more inconsistency with lines.
This morning once again on that leg stump line, turning it to the onside Denley.
But that's where the batters are looking the most uncomfortable at the moment, and now he's got a bit more rhythm, put a bit more trust into Jack Morley, and hopefully something will come for Lancashire.
It's Morley round the wicket once again to Denley. It's a gentle defensive shot, soft hands into the offside, and there's no run. It's a much better over from Morley, but as you said, it had to be something in it that first over, because he sprayed a couple down the leg side, but he was persisting with that line, trying to hit that leg stump line during that time. Once again, this one's outside the off, as we say that, into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Good ball, quicker one from Morley as well, and that ends the over. And Denley's missed that one, and they'll be hoping for the edge with the Lancashire fielders. But 100 for 3 then Kent, off 41 overs here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the Lancashire streaming service here in the sunshine at the Emirates Old Trafford. Washington Sundar hands his jumper to Graham Lloyd at the far end, so persisting with spin at the moment. Good for the over rate, but also, I'd never say never, but the seam bowling just wasn't looking as penetrating as it was before.
No, it wasn't really. These two have just really settled things down, and whether they're making the pitch look easier because they're in, the ball doesn't seem to be shaping away or nipping around as much, and the spinners don't seem to be getting a lot out of their bowling either. So see if these two can build a bit of pressure with the ball now.
So Washington Sundar over the wicket then, the off spinner from India keeps low again, just outside the off stump. He's feeling for it there, Jack leaning. Again, there seems to be a spot there where it's shooting low to me, outside the off stump, which is good news for Lancashire if Sundar can just find that again and again. Sweep by leaning. It's missed through the wicket-keeper. Fantastic work by Lavelle, whipping the bails off, but he's in his ground. Again, he's been deceived by that one, leaning.
Yeah, it's the third time now we've seen real inconsistent bounce here, which is where, although not turning, if you can, the bounce can do something.
Sundar to leaning, pads up outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, no run. That's where we're saying the two spinners will come in very handy. If there is inconsistent bounce, Kent will need to, well, I said they'll need to bat last. I'm sure the optimistic fans will be saying, no, just bat once. Here's ball to leaning, again goes for the paddle of Sundar, well outside the off stump. He'll get himself 2 runs as well. Jack leaning coming back for the second. He's on to 38. 102 for 3. partnership at exactly 90 between these two now, by far the biggest partnership of the match. 2 balls to come of Sundar's over. I'll make way for Scott Reed coming in just a second as I go off to do an update. Scott and Phoebe Graham here. Even trying to make himself room to carve into the offside, but just ends up with Stephen Croft. He can't hit that cleanly enough. Ball to come. Washington Sundar, number 26 so far, but he's just finding those areas where he can get the variable bounce to skittle Jack Leaning here. Leaves it outside the off stump, through to the wicket-keeper, end of the over. 102.43. Kent to reply to Lancashire's 145 all out. I'll take my leave, and a few words from Phoebe, and Scott will join her.
So it's been a great partnership from Kent here. Denley and Leaning have put on 90 runs here, from being 12 for 3 to now 102 for 3 off 42 overs. Thought it looked very calm, settled partnership, and Denley's batted exceptionally well to bring up his half century. 52 runs off 116 balls. Lancashire continue with Jack Morley from the Brian Statham end.
Yeah, it's been a super knock this, hasn't it, from Denley. Again, he gets forward and defends and there's no run. The way he survived up to lunch and then restarted after lunch and got through the afternoon session, proper display of technique. And your description of kind of SAS survival this morning was lovely. As Morley's in to him, he gets forward in defence and there's no run. And it was just that, wasn't it? It was just surviving from Denley, and he did that.
100%. It was great to watch the seamers this morning, just moving the ball in, away.
Morley balls down the pitch, comes Denley and slashes the ball away through the onside. Bailey's going to chase after it. Will he get to it? Oh, he does. He stops it with his boot. And they're going to run another 3. There's been loads of 3s. It's a big outfield. It's quite slow today. And there's been umpteen 3s across the match so far. And there's another one.
There's a more chance for a 3 than a 4 at the moment.
Yeah. If you run hard, you're going to be guaranteed probably 3 if you get it through the infield. 105, 4-3. There's Morley's in and bowling to Leaning off the back foot. Plays the ball away through the offside for a single.
But yeah, the way they were bowling this morning, both Kent seam attack and Lancashire seam attack, it just looked like it was seamer's paradise, and that they could have been 12 for 3, 30 for 6, 100 all out, but they've dug really deep here, and like you say, fantastic innings from Denley.
Gets right forward to this next ball and works it off his pad, back down the pitch, gathered by Morley off his own bowling, and there's no run. We had your description of SAS survival. We had Matt talking about it's like a bucking bronco. You know you're eventually going to fall, which I thought was great as well. Denley with a little skip down the pitch, defends it back along to the bowler, no run. 106 for 3, Kent, in their first innings. A partnership worth 94 runs between Joe Denley and Jack Leaning. The biggest of the match by some distance, as Kent recover from an early wobble. They were 12 for 3 at one stage in reply to Lancashire's 145 all out. So 9 wickets have fallen today, but all 9 in the morning session. So far it's been a wicketless afternoon session. Half an hour left before tea on the second day. Kent 106 for 3 and trail Lancashire by 39 runs. Yeah, tea at 4 o'clock today. So we're told. Dead on 4. Or
I've heard there were some good cakes yesterday.
Oh, there was, yeah.
I think Matt was looking for them at tea today.
It's driven by Leaning into the offside for no run.
But sadly, there weren't any downstairs, so...
Maybe at this next interval,
yeah, sweet treat would go down.
There was a real selection of cakes, like little, kind of only small little dinky ones, but just enough.
Just enough, yeah. Lovely.
little paddle sweep from Leaning.
Sounds like the perfect cricket tea.
I want it he brought a little selection up, and the one I picked was kind of luminous green, which is a bit of a bold look for a cake, isn't it? But it was lovely. Very nice.
Good. We played at Haywood last Wednesday in 2 T20s.
There's Washington over the wicket to Denley. It's hit to mid-off for no run.
Which is Kate Cross's club, and her mum Christina put on the most fabulous cricket tee. It was
nice.
Real traditional cricket tee, you know, walking round the snooker table that had the wooden plank on.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, samosas, rolls, pork pies. Haven't had a pick your own cricket tee for quite some time like that.
Denley leaning into this next delivery from Washington and just flicking it down towards fine leg for a single.
I was looking to find the bucket that you put your £3.50 in. It was amazing. I loved it.
What a spread then.
Yeah, fantastic.
108 for 3. Leaning back on strike.
Maybe there was one. I've probably just stolen a cricket tee from Haywood Cricket Club.
You owe him £3.50.
Yeah. Thunder cricket.
Leading, just offering the pad. This is tossed outside the off stump. Taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, we played Scotland under-19s in 2 friendlies, and I had to double check with my coach. I was like, am I okay to just run in full pelt?
Washington balls, leaning off the back foot for no run through the offside.
It's at 30 years old. And they said, yeah, absolutely, that's the point of these practice games, like run in and bowl your best ball. So got 5 wickets in 2 games, but it's against, you know, 16, 17-year-olds. But I hadn't had a wicket for quite some time and have struggled with my rhythm. So I was like, brilliant, I found it against a bunch of kids. But that doesn't matter because I'm full of confidence now. I'm ready to take more wickets going into the 100. Bowling fast. As we were shaking hands, one girl said, you bounced me. Like, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but I did. Because it was my practice day and I'm a professional cricketer, so why not?
You were talking earlier about bowlers bullying opposition. You were that bully, weren't you?
I did exactly that last Wednesday, yeah. So...
Just imagine you wheeling off in celebration, this poor 16-year-old trudging back towards the...
Never to play cricket ever again.
We're having a look at the ball. So it's going through the magic hoops. Oh, it looks like it's all right. It's passed the test. 108 for 3. So you're in fine fettle ahead of the 100 then?
Well, we'll see, but against Scotland under-19s I was, so I'm almost certain the talent and the skills going into the 100, we've got some good opposition that we'll be playing against, so we'll see. We've got a competitive squad to get into the starting 11, but hopefully I've got a good shot.
It's basically a Thunder squad, isn't it? The original squad.
Thunder squad with some exceptional overseas, yeah, so...
Looks good, doesn't it?
It'll be good, yeah, really good. Sophie Eccleston back, Kate Cross leading the team.
Nice.
Emma Lamb.
It's a bit of a delay, isn't it, because of the Commonwealth Games starting. Bailey comes over the wicket, bowls forward, there's Denley in defence and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because it's a short tournament anyway, so 8 games long and you play your Derby game twice, so Manchester Originals will play Northern Superchargers twice. But because of the timings of the Commonwealth and all the other cricket that is fit in throughout the year and the schedules, the women will only play 6 out of those 8 games. So there's a week period of overlap between the start of the 100.
Push into the offside by Denley for 1. 57 to him now. 109 for 3.
Given a no ball as well. Front foot no ball there by Bailey. We'd love to see a free hit, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I'd be a fan of that.
I would. It would just spice things up.
I'd introduce that in county cricket.
Why not?
Yeah.
And in Test cricket as well, when you've got a full packed stadium, not a lot's happening in day 3, session 2, and all of a sudden, free hit no ball.
Yeah. I'm massive fan of that idea. Bailey in and balls, and that's worked by leaning towards mid-on. Stopped by Wood, and there's no run.
I mean, there's so many rules in cricket, isn't there, and quirks, but that one feels like it should just be consistent across all formats.
So is the first game for the originals here?
So the first game for the originals is here for the men a week on Friday the 3rd of August against Northern Superchargers.
With Bailey to leaning. That's beaten his forward press and through to the keeper, no run.
And then the women's campaign starts the following Saturday, 10th of August, against Trent Rockets, which is a double header. So the women play in the afternoon, men in the evening, and that's where the fun will begin in the 100. Bring back the fireworks, the live set, DJ. I think everyone will know what to anticipate now. I remember last year playing for the Superchargers, Lauren Winfield-Hill had to do the toss on the stage, and it was just...
Bailey balls worked away by leaning to the leg side, but for no run.
At the time, madness, doing the toss and into a mic. Will it be heads and tails, and why is that reason? Sort of thinking on the spot. I remember she came out of it like, I'd never had to explain myself on the spot why I've chosen to bat or bowl. Normally it's a discussion with the coach, everyone's sort of in accordance that you've won the toss or not. But so why have you chosen to have a bat, Lauren? So yeah, I think everyone will just be a bit more familiar with it, and it'll be another exciting competition.
Bailey balls and flicked away towards backward of square on the leg side. 3 for 1. Score moves on to 112 for 3. And that is the Century Partnership, I think, isn't it? It is, yeah. Century Partnership between Denley and Leaning. Outstanding effort. 212 deliveries. They've put on 100 runs so far for the 4th wicket. Denley 57 and Leaning on 41. Brilliant effort before lunch and since it. It's forward as Denley and defends to mid-off for no run. 112 for 3. So 20 minutes to go until tea on this second day. 112 for 3. And yeah, 4 o'clock on the dot tea this afternoon with these slightly adjusted playing times. Phoebe's leaving us for perhaps for the search for some cakes. Matt's going to come and join me up to tea. Drink brought out for the 2 batters. Well-deserved drink too. Brilliant effort from these 2. And it's a partnership like this could go a long way to shaping the match. 33 runs now the difference between the 2 teams, and Kent have still got 7 wickets remaining, so absolutely vital partnership between these 2, and they have batted so well. We've praised Denley in particular for the way he's the undoubted skill he's shown here, and Leaning deserves an equal amount of praise as well. It's been a nicely balanced partnership. Probably the 2 favourite shots of the day have been off Leaning, then back foot punches through the cover. So it's a terrific effort by these 2 Kent batters, Matt.
Yeah, it's had to be as well, hasn't it, to try and steady things here. But odds on now to have a first innings lead, but never say never with this this pitch and with this bowling attack as well. Sundar bowls to Leaning. Just checks that back up towards mid-on. Slip Luke Wells, short leg in as well. It's Rob Jones who... Sundar bowls now. Paddle, premeditated by Leaning. A little bit of a sweeping motion into the paddle. Sundar is a little yelp from him. A little moan from him, I don't know whether he thought that had kept a little bit low. But yeah, Jones dropped Leaning off at leg slip off Morley. I wonder how much they'll rue that. I think Leaning had 35 at that point. He's on 42 now, but this partnership at 101 has changed the game. Maybe conditioning's just getting that bit easier. As Phoebe was saying before, we've not seen that much movement for the seamers. And now it's spin from one end. Sundar at least wants to hold down the end for the seamers at the other. Bailey on the last over. We'll wait here as they adjust the field, and leaning, pads up, ends up sort of, well, not quite Moulin Rouge, but kicking at the ball outside the off stump. It was a bit high kicking. I think half in jest as it went past him from Sundar. He's got 1 or 2 to shoot low from outside that off stump, but that's very deliberately played by Joe Denley, just running it down to third. They'll come back for 2. Leaning's all up for a third of his own there. Very sprightly between the wickets, but there will just be 2. 115 for 3. Denley has 59, Leaning on 42. It's a decent summer with the bat. So many have, of course, with the pitches we've had. As Jack Leaning. So Sundar just waiting for a moment, pausing before he delivers to Denley. Beats him outside the off stump. Quicker delivery. The arm whips through really fast anyway, Scott, doesn't it?
He does.
Sundar.
Yeah.
I think that one, if anything, was almost like a medium pacer outside the off stump, but Denley stays in his crease, so no chance of the stumping. Ball to come of the 46th over. Kent 115 for 3. Sundar to Denley, up on his toes, Leaning is backing up, but gets back in his ground nice and quickly. End of the over, just 3 off it. Denley has 59, Leaning 42. Denley's been there for 130 balls, Leaning from 106, and by far the biggest partnership we've had of the match so far between these two. Just looking at Leaning's recent exploits, went out for single figures in both innings, in fact, against Warwickshire, but 50 against Northants in the game before that, 50 against Surrey, a century against Gloucestershire, 50 in the game before that against Northants. He's had a decent summer so far in the forwarder game with Jack Leaning. Right, Joe Denley had injuries right at the start, but it's partnership now. Head scratcher, I think, for Stephen Croft for Lancashire. Need to break it quickly.
Yeah, barely trying to do that for Lancashire, bowling onto the pads of Leaning. That's worked out towards Jack Morley at mid-wicket. And there is no run. First time, really, isn't it, Matt? In the match, we've had to kind of look at it and think, right, what's the captain going to do next? Because it's all been relatively plain sailing for the bowling team.
Yeah, Morley went quite quickly, didn't he, out of the attack and brought Bailey back, but you can understand once he's had a rest. Tom Bailey looked brilliant this morning.
Yeah, 1 for 22 into his 12th. Forward. Resolutely in defence goes Jack Leaning. And there's no run. 115 for 3. Century partnership. Trying to bat through the session without losing a wicket. We had 9 wickets fall in the morning. And none since lunch.
It is a ridiculous turnaround. It feels like that, doesn't it?
It does. Well, the pitch has just dried out a little bit. Sun's been on it. Much brighter day now. It's hit away through the offside by Leaning. Backward of point and there's no run. But even if it has dried out a little bit and maybe has become a touch easier to bat on through the afternoon, that takes nothing away from the skill and the application shown by Denley and Leaning leading up to lunch and then straight after lunch. It was outstanding.
I think Fabi was implying they're making it look more comfortable now, but you wonder if a new batter goes out, one of these two gets out, how tricky that would again be for someone trying to just make their way. Whoever comes out next will be Jordan Cox.
Leaning on 42. Here's Bailey in. Angles back in towards him and he turns the ball out to the leg side. It slowly trickles up to Luke Wood. No run added.
Of course, Lancashire will be hoping that the game turns, no pun intended, again, perhaps late third, on the third day or fourth, as they try to bowl Kent out there, that the pitch might just break up a little bit for the spinners, at which point we could again have the situation where Kent are having to hold on a bit.
Oh, it's a good ball from Bailey. Much Leaning can do about that. Just turn around a little, playing, beaten, and through to the keeper. No run.
That's just a delicious delivery, isn't it? Well, We asked whether there's still anything in it from Bailey.
Yep.
He's making the ball sing there, isn't he? And, a maiden so far as well. He's still keeping these two occupied.
Final ball of the over coming up. 13 minutes away from the lunch interval.
You're going to have another lunch, are you?
Sorry, tea interval. I'm hoping for a little slice of cake.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Phoebe, I think, is on the search for some cake. Last seen inside the kitchens. Rooting round. It's eased to the leg side by Leaning for one run. Keeps the strike as well. 43 to Jack Leaning. 59 to Joe Denley. 116 for 3, Kent. Trailed by 29 runs at the end of the 47th over of their first innings.
Of course, I did go down and look for cake during my spell off, but I couldn't find
Nothing
any.
there.
And no biscuits either. And I just politely asked, "Well, some biscuits here earlier. I'll go and get you some."
Ooh.
So, well, how wonderful! What wonderful service. Totally pampered.
You're spoilt, man.
Really are. Absolutely.
It's making up for the 4 o'clock alarm that went off on the first day.
Yes, well, I'm pleased to report that Washington Sunday probably got a decent night's sleep last night because there was no fire alarm. Well, I hope he wasn't woken up the first time, but yeah, it was a bit rude. Here's Sundar to Leaning, makes himself room again outside the leg stump, driving into the offside, but straight at Stephen Croft, the Lancashire captain. There's no run. But Richard's been in touch. Richard in Crewe. There's a big expat community, Kent expats in Crewe. He's wondering, in fact, Richard, isn't there, if there isn't a cohort of Kent supporters in Crewe. As someone's defended at the onside. No run. I'm originally from Ashford, but I've lived in Crewe for 20 years. Old Trafford is the only place I've seen Kent play outside the county, though the last time was about 15 years ago. I was pondering whether to go today, but had too much to do. This, of course, now means I'm watching the live stream and not getting anything done at all. Yeah, man after my own heart. You pretended that you're going to stay at home and work. Here's Sundar, drive from Leaning from a full-length delivery, Yorker length, up to mid-on. And there's a single, 117 for 3. Yeah, that rings very true to me as well, Richard.
But quite a few people can relate to that.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not going to squander a day at the cricket. I'll just listen to it on the radio, or watch it on the stream. Back foot for Denley into the onside. Well, it's great to have your company, Richard, and everyone. No matter what you intended to do today, being distracted by the cricket, what better way to spend the day? Washington to Denley, blocks it back. There's no run, no wicket for Washington Sundar as yet, none for 32. A ball shy of the end of his 12th over. And Washington once more to Denley on the back foot, defensive. No run, 117 for 3, Kent, 48 overs gone. The run rate isn't anything to write home about, but there's all sorts of time in this match, of course. Replying to Lancashire's 145 in their first innings, trailing by 28 so far. Michael on the emails, well, this is this is teaching me to do my job. So, Michael, thank you very much for that. Mike Church in Halling. Unfortunately, I haven't been watching the stream all day, but can you please let us know who will bat instead of Billings? Of course, if you're not joining us here, or you're joining us here for the first time, didn't join us earlier, Sam Billings out of this match, having tested positive for COVID. Might even been this morning, which was a very late call for Ollie Robinson to come up from Kent. So it will be Robinson, a like-for-like replacement, Mike, who's in the building and is now in this game.
There is Bailey bowling to Leaning, who's playing the ball safely away into the offside for no run. You'd be grateful for this partnership too. It just gives him a bit of time to get his head round things.
Well, very seriously, at 12 for 3, the first innings could easily have passed him by before he got into the building. I mean, the way that wickets were falling, 9 in the first session. But yes, Mike, so he is the like-for-like replacement, so he's being parachuted in. Well, he would have been quicker if he had been, probably, but he got the train instead.
I mean, quite dramatic entrance.
Wouldn't it? Oh, that would be good.
Flicked out by Leaning to the leg side, stopped by Jack Morley at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, I like your free hit for no balls, but I think players being parachuted onto the pitch, it goes one further.
Got in the T20, the little remote control car bringing out the cricket ball, didn't we?
Yeah,
So
that's true.
That was a bit creative.
Was it last Football World Cup as well? It came out on
Yes,
the
I think it
ball
did.
for the start came
Yeah,
on some sort of vehicle.
I covered a game at Turf Moor a few years ago. As Bailey's in and bowling to Leaning, that's worked away towards wide mid-on for a single. Leaning moves on to 45 now. 118 for 3, and they got someone to parachute into the ground with the match ball at Turf Moor. It's a Burnley game against Ipswich, I think. It's quite a few years ago now. Unfortunately, he kind of misjudged it, and he landed on the roof of the stand. So the match was delayed.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, he was fine, absolutely fine, but we just had to wait for him to come down. So the delayed kick-off because the match ball was on the roof, as was the parachutist. Barely in. Bowling was that little edge. Who it is? Denley's gone. Just on the stroke of tea. The partnership broken. Denley out for 59. Bailey picks up the wicket. Ends a century partnership between Joe Denley and Jack Leaning. Comes to an end. Celebration for Bailey. Relief, I suspect, for Lancashire. I'm not sure he was wanting to play it. I think trying to withdraw the bat. Just runs off the face into the gloves of the keeper. And a partnership of 106 runs comes to an end. It's Denley, the man out, caught behind by George Lavelle off the bowling of Tom Bailey. It's 118 for 4.
Yeah, brilliant commentary, Scott. Absolutely. Looked reluctant to play at it, but at the end has just sort of offered the bat at it. It's just taken the merest glance off the face, hasn't it? He's just hasn't got the bat out of the way. It's almost rabbit in the headlight stuff, that, isn't it, with the seam bowling of Tom Bailey. He's just drawn into playing the shot, and almost before he's realised he's doing it, trying to withdraw the bat, and can't get it away quick enough. And there we are. Denley, fine innings, 59 from 134 balls. Big partnership. This will be a real test. I know we've only got 5 minutes to go until tea, but it'll be a test for Jordan Cox coming in with Jack Leaning, but also be fascinating to see just how a new batter copes with this pitch, because Denley and Leaning have managed to absorb so many deliveries already and built that partnership. But again, I don't think this pitch is probably that easy to come in, even if things have eased a little bit as a new batter. So partnership broken, job done for Lancashire at least to break the partnership before tea.
It was a great partnership, 106 off 235 deliveries. And I thought Denley was an absolute kind of almost masterclass, really, in technique and patience and surviving and getting through it. It was brilliant from Denley, either side of lunch, really was. And he'll perhaps consider himself a touch unlucky, not really wanting to play, and he just couldn't get the bat away in time. Breakthrough for Lancashire. Here's Bailey. It's hit down the ground by Cox to Bailey off his own bowling, and there's no run. 118 for 4. So one ball left of this over, and probably another one. As we get to 3:57. Washington Sundar. Time at least for one more over from him. Bailey 2 for 24 now. That's off the back foot and guided away behind square on the leg side. Williams comes round to complete the fielding. Cox gets a single, gets his first run, keeps the strike as well. And a wicket for Tom Bailey. And a sense of relief, I'm sure, amongst the Lancashire players. And ending that century partnership, by far the strongest and most successful in the match so far between Joe Denley and Jack Leaning. Out for 59 in the end, and in that century partnership he scored 53 runs. So time for another one from Washington Sundar. Kent 119 for 4, trail by 26.
Yeah, just about squeeze another over in, weren't they, before 4 o'clock? Overs left today, 42 after that, so yeah. It's going to be a long last session, that, isn't it? But they've been bowling quite a lot of spin. Certainly Sundar from this end, though Jack Morley didn't get much of a bowl. They took him out of the attack fairly quickly. Sundar bowls now to Cox outside the off stump, leaves it, and there's no run.
Yeah, just 4 overs for Morley, 4 for 17.
Interesting what Phoebe was saying about that. They'd obviously asked him to bowl a leg stump line. He struggled with that at the start. Had one drop, had leaning dropped, in fact, by Rob Jones. Leg slip as Cox defends that one at the offside. So yeah, a day that started with the news that Sam Billings, the Kent captain, tested positive for COVID and will play no further part in this match. Ollie Robinson, an immediate like-for-like replacement, but that was by far the biggest news of the first hour as wickets tumbled. This next one defended, one bounced to short leg. Pretty soon, Lancashire had lost 6 wickets for 33. Matt Henry, as good a spell of bowling as I've seen for a long while. Absolutely devastating on a pitch, helping the seamers, but almost unplayable. 5 for 46 he ended up for. Then Lancashire struck back as Cox turns that one through backward square for a single. He goes on to 2, leaning on strike with 2 balls to go. Will they sneak another over in before tea? Jack Leaney immediately takes his gloves off, so I'm imagining he probably would rather not. Yeah, they had Kent 12 for 3, 2 for Williams, 1 for Bailey at that point. Then a long gap, 235 balls, 106 partnership between Denley, who's just gone for 59, and leaning on 45 not out now. Defends that one. Is he going to check his watch, Jack Leaney? Doesn't seem to be playing for time. They didn't before lunch either, did they? Could have eked it out if it'd been me. I got for a long walk off to talk to the umpire. Bring up some sundry question. Sundar from the James Anderson end, outside the off stump, left by Jack Leaning. They're sprinting through to try and make another over before tea. Will they get there? Will they be in position before 4 o'clock? Well, I would say no, but I think the umpire's given them the benefit of the doubt. No, they are not. Indeed, they are not. Didn't quite get through in time. Players coming off. Umpires confer. That is the end of the second session. 120 for 4 Kent from 50 overs. Leaning not out 45. Cox not out 2. But very much the story of that second session. The 106 partnership between Joe Denley, who went for 59 just before tea, and Jack Leaning.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, players heading off. Really intriguing session of cricket where Kent almost got through it without losing a wicket. But Lancashire managing to break that partnership just on the stroke of tea. So 25 behind as the players head off for tea on day 2, and we'll catch you in around about 20 minutes.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
So here we go into the final session on day 2, 120 for 4, Kent resuming. An afternoon session which was almost wicketless after 9 fell this morning. Sometimes, in fact, more often than not, Matt, I don't understand this game. It's bizarre.
Oh, is it? No, I was thinking exactly when we were talking about, as you say, coming towards tea and wicketless when 9 had fallen in the morning, and honestly, your mind, I'm sure supporters do as well. You're thinking, well, this could be over by lunch on Wednesday quite easily. The way we were going, I mean, wickets falling, it could have been 150 plays, 150 plays, 150, 150. Could have easily been over by tomorrow. And now you're thinking, well, no, wait a minute. Everything's changed. But such a contrast. 9 wickets in the first session as Bailey bowls. To no time to think about that. It's looped up in the air. This will be caught, surely. It will indeed. Luke Wood takes the catch. Jordan Cox has gone, and he just seems surprised by that. Has that leapt off the pitch? But he's just almost helped it to Luke Wood. Felt like he had almost too much time there, Luke Wood. Bottom hand comes off, and Wood runs around to take the catch at mid-wicket, and everyone's a bit shocked. Well, Luke Wood has done the Alan Shearer there.
He did, yeah.
He's got one finger up in the air for celebration. Huge beaming smile. And Lancashire, having toiled to take just 1 wicket in the second session, have got a second in the ball after tea, and Tom Bailey has his 3rd wicket. What were you saying about not really understanding the game of cricket? Scott, I would go along with that.
Yeah.
Things change.
Bizarre. Luke Wood enjoyed that, didn't he?
Yeah, did.
I think Phoebe mentioned this in this afternoon. Wonder whether maybe Denley and Leaning were kind of making it look perhaps more straightforward than what it was. I suppose we'll find out now in this evening session. A wicket falls right at the start of the session, so it's Ollie Robinson has had an eventful day, starting in one part of the country and ending in the northwest. He comes out to join Jack Leaning. So yeah, maybe what we saw from Denley and from Leaning in the afternoon may well have been a kind of real display of skill, which it was clearly from those two. And maybe they just started to make it look a little easier than what it actually was.
Well, yeah, that's what a strange old game this is. Here's Bailey to Robinson. Defends outside part of the bat ball on the ground, and there's no run. But I'm not alone. I think Kent fans love Ollie Robinson. He is one of those players, I think I was saying this morning, he's done so many different jobs for Kent. In an emergency, who'll open? Ollie Robinson will open. Who'll captain? In emergency, Ollie Robinson will captain. Who'll get on a train this morning and go and keep for Kent, having not played for a few weeks? Oh, Ollie Robinson will do it. And down the leg side, this one from Bailey. Caught by the wicketkeeper, no nudge from Robinson.
So he
120 for 5.
He went to Durham, didn't he, on
yes, he did,
on a loan this season. So that was just to get some T20 cricket, presumably. He wasn't involved in Kent's T20 side.
It was indeed, yes, yeah. So,
because he played against Lancashire in the blast for Durham.
So he was basically out of the squad. So Kent with Billings and Cox obviously as wicketkeeper. Their batting lineup, they decided was. Oh, has he got him? Yeah, he has. That looked in front as well. Robinson doesn't like it, but this has been a frustrating start for Ollie Robinson after a train journey to replace Sam Billings, and he's gone almost immediately. I think, Scott, you were already raising the finger, were you there? I'm not sure, but Robinson is looking around. I'm not sure he's sure.
Looked out from where we are, but
just wondering, is he thinking it's going down? Maybe.
Yeah.
It's not height, is it? It's low enough. But Robinson looked a bit surprised and walks off the pitch. Well, all that effort for a poor chap for 3 balls. He goes off for a duck. He goes out. And they're 124.6. And next out, I think, will be Matt Henry. Could be Matt Milnes, depending.
Yeah, maybe the disappointment there on the look of Robinson might be. Felt that's perhaps going down the leg side.
Yeah.
I'm watching it live and full viewing from where we are. It looked a really good shot. I don't think it's an absolute shocker. You know, if you have the old review system and maybe Robinson reviews it, it could be kind of clipping leg, umpire's call type thing. But from where we are watching it live, it looked good to me. But it looked good to the umpire. That's the most important thing, I suppose, isn't it?
What an over this is from Bailey.
What a game this is.
Quite. So just repeat, 9 wickets in the first session, 1 in the second session, a 100 partnership between Denley and Leaning within that, and then 2 wickets in 4 balls for Tom Bailey after the restart. Cox first ball after tea, and 4th ball after tea. There goes Ollie Robinson at LBW. Extraordinary stuff. It's Grant Stewart, there we are, that's the 3rd option, coming in at 7, and defends it solidly up to Josh Bohannon, and there's no run. He's had a real mix of a summer with the bat as Grant Stewart. He scored some healthy, hearty runs, got himself 90 against Yorkshire for Kent, scored some runs for Sussex in 1 game. He was on loan there before being recalled. 61 against Northampton. A run of ducks across the 4-day and T20 stuff. He goes for this one and he will swing. He's aggressive, and that'll be 4 runs. And umpire signal 4-4. Back of a length goes Bailey. Stewart needs no second invitation. He swung on that and smashes that away for 4. 124 for 6. As you say, Scott. Funny old game, cricket, to coin a phrase.
Yeah, and
I have no idea what's going on.
Poor Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Trundles up on the train. We assume it's a train rather than him driving, but he's either way, he's made his way up to keep wicket and be that replacement for Sam Billings, who's gone down with COVID. Comes out and has a bat. Back in the dressing room again. Happened pretty quickly, just faced the 3 deliveries for his naught. He's had an eventful day. Will Williams to open up from the James Anderson end. And Leaning plays forward in defence, and there is no run. 124 for 6. It's been a quirky game. Lancashire 145 all out, resuming on 112 for 4 this morning, then losing 6 wickets for 33 runs inside the first hour, with 5 of those wickets for Matt Henry, who bowled brilliantly for Kent. 5 for 14 in the first hour today. It's chopped away into the offside by Leaning, picked up by Washington Sundar, and there's no run. So 5 for Henry. Lancashire 145 all out. And then Kent are reduced to 12 for 3 before a century partnership between Joe Denley and Jack Leaning recover things for Kent. As Leaning gets forward and defends, and there's no run. Just before tee, Denley goes. A ball he was trying to leave, actually. And it just deflects off the face of the bat, runs into the gloves of Lavelle, off Bailey for 59. And then straight after tee, in the very first over after tee, it is 2 wickets. Cox out. And again, Leaning dabs the ball into the offside for no run. And then Robinson follows. Both to Bailey, who now has 4 for 29. Leaning still there, 45 not out. And Kent trail by 21 runs at 124 for 6. Replying to that Lancashire total of 145. So it has been a bit of a quirky old game. And Leaning just nudging the ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 124 for 6, Leaning 45, and Stewart on 4. So the 2 wickets in the over straight after tee. 9 wickets fell this morning, 1 in the afternoon session, and 2 straight away after tee. Williams bowls, and Leaning flicks the ball away off his hip down to backward square leg for a single. And the score moves on to 125 for 6 at the end of the over. So 20 runs behind. Yeah, 2 wickets falling in the first over after tee, after 9 fell this morning, and only 1 during the afternoon session. But Jordan Cox first to go off the bowling of Tom Bailey, and then following that, the dismissal of Ollie Robinson for a 3-ball duck LBW to Bailey as well. So an eventful day's cricket. Lancashire all out for 145, and Kent in reply 125 for 6. It's a little forward defensive by Leaning. It remains unbeaten on 46. So 3 slips in position. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg in front of the hotel. Bailey bowling for Lancashire from the Brian Statham end. Into the 53rd over of the Kent first innings. Bailey over the wicket. Fullish length to Leaning, just shapes away and into the gloves of Lavelle. And there is no run. The game has been almost impossible to try and predict, really. We certainly didn't see the way the afternoon was going to progress after 9 wickets in the morning session. It was a real exhibition of batting from Denley to survive. With Leaning allows this one to go past. Again through to Lavelle, there's no run. Leaning still up 46 not out from 129 balls faced. It's tea in the game at Scarborough, where Hampshire are 6 down, 112 for 6. They're trailing Yorkshire by 47 runs. Yorkshire 159 all out. Hampshire 112 for 6 in reply. Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls, and left alone by Leaning. Taken by Lavelle, there's no run. Listeners on 5 Sports Extra are with us for the moment, with tea being taken in Scarborough. Surrey are 7 down. Trail Warwickshire by 10, so that's an intriguing match as well. 243 for 7. The home side, Warwickshire 253 all out. So Surrey 10 runs behind, 3 wickets remaining. Plenty of runs in the game involving Essex and Somerset. At least there are for the home side. 505 for 8, Essex. Leaning just nudges the ball away off his pads behind square on the leg side. Takes his total on to 47. Score moves on to 126 for 6. So Essex 505 for 8 against Somerset. And Gloucestershire against Northamptonshire is the other game in Division 1. Northants 256 for 3. So they trail Gloucestershire by 61 runs. Coverage of all the games across the BBC Sport website and the app. There's Bailey in the sunshine. 4 wickets now. 4 for 30. 126 for 6. Bailey over the wicket and balls, and forward goes Stewart, pushing the ball up towards mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. Scott Reed and Matt Cole with you. Live from Emirates Old Trafford. Phoebe Graham will be back with us a little bit later on. So 19 behind, leaning 47 and Stewart on 4. Best part of the day now.
Yeah. I must admit, I've just done an update, and a bit like you said, I was a bit stuck for words for the first time, I think, in my broadcasting career. I just didn't really know how to describe what had happened today. Lots of wickets fell. I should have just said that. Lots of wickets fell. No wickets fell. Then lots of wickets fell again. That was more or less it. As Williams outside the off stump, left by leaning, and there's no run. Then I tried to explain Ollie Robinson was in for 3 balls and then out, and spent most of his day on a train, at which point it felt like a wild tangent. But yeah. In the meantime, had a very apposite email from Peter, Kentish man, on kentcricket@gmail.com. Do get in touch if you want to go a bit longer on the old tweets. Here's Williams to leaning, push and run into the onside. Wood can't pick up cleanly, so they do come through for the single. Leaning on to 48 now. Stewart has 4. Why we love red ball cricket, says Peter. Classy attacks, difficult conditions, and a real test of batting the twists and turns of a classic novel versus a soap, he says, complete with the advertising breaks. Following up Paul Allett on the 100 versus Royal London, I noticed that Lancashire's Royal London game versus Essex at Sedbergh is a sellout.
Is it? All right, yeah. Okay. Excellent.
Am I pronouncing that right? Sedbergh or
Sedbergh.
Sedbergh.
Yeah, Sedbergh.
Thank you.
It's lovely.
127 for 6. It's Williams to Stewart, who's taken a pace down the pitch to the New Zealand quick. And there's no run.
Yes, next week, I think, isn't it? This weekend, I think most of the, if not all, the kind of warm-up matches take place against national county sides. The competition underway next week. The Royal London One Day Cup.
Who have Lancashire got in their warm-up?
Cumbria.
Is it Cumbria?
Yeah, at Sedbergh, actually. On Sunday.
That makes sense. Williams to Stewart. Defensively into the offside. Stephen Croft. Oh, he's doing some,
that's impressive,
some ball tricks there.
Yeah,
he's got the ball between his 2 heels and has jumped up and bound it into the hands there. Freestyling, is that right? They call it 127 for 6. Kent have Suffolk, and I think it's Woolpit Cricket Club, which is near Bury St Edmunds.
Cool.
It was going to be at Copdock last year near Ipswich, but that was called off. Defended by Stewart once again. No run. 127 for 6. Kent.
We're at Canterbury, aren't we? I say we. I mean, Lancashire are for the One Day Cup this year. That's one of the fixtures.
Yeah.
Back down to Canterbury.
Indeed so, yeah. Kent playing just one of those as an out ground, so playing Hampshire at Beckenham.
Nice.
And be on the road at first 2 games, on the road at Worcester and Glamorgan. Drive by Stewart, that's going to the boundary. Slow outfield or not, he's hit that very hard through extra cover. That's a lovely shot from Stewart, who's started off, I mean, almost literally at a run. He's dancing down the wicket, he's running fast between them as well. 131 for 6. He is a combative batsman, is Grant Stewart. Wants to put back to ball. 8 from 7 from him. And Leaning has 48 from 133. But yeah, what a start for Lancashire after tea. It was a strange sort of shot, wasn't it, from Jordan Cox? Almost like he hadn't really got himself settled, and bottom hand came off, and it just sort of looped up to mid-wicket. Looked a bit, I said, a bit indifferent.
Bailey in and bowling. Jabbed away to the onside by Leaning. And there's no run. Yeah, it just looped up, didn't it, towards Wood to take the catch. And the LBW decision a couple of deliveries later. 2 wickets in the over. For Bailey. 131 for 6. 2 slips in the gully. Bailey comes over the wicket. Forward defensive from Leaning. Ball eased back down the pitch. And there is no run. 48, Jack Leaning from 135 deliveries. Boys had to work hard for his runs. As did Joe Denley. Put together a really impressive performance either side of lunch and carried it through for most of the afternoon. Denley and Leaning, century partnership. Leaning defends, actually bottom hand off the bat. Just drops it back along the pitch, and there's no run. Scooped up by Luke Wood with his shades on, his Lancashire cap. $14 behind. Got 36 overs today, so there's lots of cricket to go today. And that's dropped away to the offside by Leaning. Picking out the Lancashire captain, Stephen Croft, with a pigeon for company just behind him.
Oh, yeah.
Say hello to the pigeon. That's the pigeon. Meet the Lancashire captain, Stephen Croft.
Between him and Josh Bohannon there.
All right, old feast.
Some grass seed down there, maybe? Or
just on its own as well.
Yeah.
No mates.
That's true. Surely there's rich pickings to be had. They'll want to join them out there.
Bailey in. It's a wide ball that starts wide and gets a little wider as it angles its way in towards the gloves of George Lavelle. And there is no run. 131 for 6.
Feels like a relative lull after the excitement of that first over, doesn't it now? So Leaning, seeing off this over from Bailey, who's been dangerous throughout. 4 for 30 so far.
Yeah, final ball of it, this over. Oh, he's edging, and it's burst through the fingertips of Jones. I reckon that's probably a third chance that Jones has spilt today. A little scratch at the chin from Tom Bailey. Rob Jones, nothing sticking for him at the moment. 132 for 6 to get through for 1 run. End of the over, 55 gone.
I think all those potential chances have come off Leaning as well, haven't they? There was a big carve outside the off stump which he reached for high and couldn't get. There was the one at leg slip of Jack Morley as well. And now this one, so he'll be very pleased when Jack Leaning's gone.
Yes.
For Rob Jones, I'm sure, but that one again a tough chance. But Leaning on 49 now, has given a couple of chances, but otherwise this one squirts through, but kept low through 4th slip, and that will be 4, and that will be Jack Leaning's 50 from 140 balls. We said he might have had the odd flash of luck, but otherwise he has stuck to his task remarkably well. Just the 3rd boundary in that 50, and Jack Leaning raises his bat quite rightly in acknowledgement of a half-century, which could be very, very important for Kent. 136 for 6. They're 9 adrift now. 9 behind on first innings. Williams to leaning. Studious defensive into the offside. Croft Fields, no run.
Yeah, that won't improve Rob Jones's mood, seeing Leaning get himself to 50, but well battered. Yeah. I mean, a really top knock for his team here. Good, excellent partnership with Joe Denley. 53 from 141 deliveries, just 3 boundaries. Been hard going, but it's been really well earned.
As Williams bowls just outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. It's just left leaning a bit, but give him credit. I think he's just again tucked his bat in behind his pad. Martin on the emails saying replacement of COVID-stricken wicketkeeper didn't keep wicket. Isn't it meant to be like for like sub? Aha, yes, Martin would have been. Only Ollie Robinson wasn't actually here, so he couldn't keep wicket. So within the spirit of the game, I think Lancashire will be fair enough to say, well, if he's not here, he can't do it. And Jordan Cox did keep wicket, but we'd expect very much Ollie Robinson in the Lancashire second innings to keep wicket. This one's defended up to mid-on. No one.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. He got here as quick as he could. I'll take the gloves in the second innings.
I think it's fair to say he'd rather not have been batting today, let alone wicket keeping. Could have avoided it. 1-3-6 for 6 then. In comes Williams, 2 leaning, punching it, trying to get forward there up to Bohannon at mid-off. No run there. One ball to come of the New Zealanders. 15th over, he has 2 for 25. Bailey has 4 for 31 as captain Stephen Croft has gone back to his opening seam bowlers. Bailey has 2 wickets already, just after the tee. Williams to leaning, and that one is straight back at the bowler. No run, end of the over. 136 for 6 then on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, and BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and app online, and of course in full Technicolor via the Lancashire Cricket stream.
We were briefly on TikTok at one point. Does that mean anything to you?
Were we really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just joking, weren't talking about the number of outlets. How are we on TikTok? On a TikTok live?
On a TikTok live.
Wow.
Yeah.
There we go.
Lancashire's TikTok live. It was like a split screen, so you could watch the game and you could see us in the commentary box.
Wow.
Yeah. I know. Incredible. 136 for 6. There's Bailey in and bowling. Left by Stewart. Through to the keeper, there's no run.
Well, that's a thing.
Well, it's a good job Phoebe was there, because, I mean, I'd heard of it, but I've never used it or anything. And Phoebe was right across it. She knew what she knew. She got me out of a sizable hole when I discovered this news by explaining to me in full detail exactly what goes on in the TikTok land. But I got the impression we're supposed to like do a dance or something.
Yeah.
Bailey bowls, forward goes Stewart, pushing into the offside, no run.
I think there's a lot of that about on TikTok, isn't there?
I don't know, I've never been on it.
Well, I think, yes, people out there will know, but because Vines used to be the thing, didn't they? For little snippets, video snippets.
Right.
People miming to songs or singing. And then, I'm not sure why that's not a thing anymore on TikTok is, but
these things come and go, don't they, I suppose?
I suppose it's fashion.
Yes, in fashion.
Isn't it? So, yeah.
Bailey, 4 for 31 balls. And Stewart flicks the ball away off his pads down to deep back with square leg. Williams fizzes one in towards the stumps and get through for 1.
I guess your teenagers of tomorrow, the kids, will probably look at TikTok and go, "Oh, that's for old people."
Of course, yeah.
Like
maybe,
with Twitter and Facebook, it's not for anyone under 30, is it really?
There's always something new coming.
Not Facebook. Well, yeah, that's true.
Anyway, we're on it. I don't know whether we might even still be on it. Hello, if you're watching on that. Bailey in. It's hit down the ground just to try to deliberately deflect it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but I think Stewart was in anyway. Just watching some of the live reports on the BBC Sport website and app, flicking through, and there's plenty of wickets around, aren't there? I mean, the Surrey-Warwickshire game, the Yorkshire-Hampshire game, all well advanced. Hampshire have recovered a little bit, but they're still 122 for 6. It's a trail by 37 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Surrey are 8 down, trailing Warwickshire by 9 runs. Full and straight from Bailey and punched towards the onside by Jack Leaning for 1 run. Wood leaping away to his right to stop the ball. Leaning moves to 54. 138 for 6. 1 ball left of the over. Essex have declared 505 for 9 now to stick Somerset in.
Somerset are in a little bit of trouble, aren't they, in the Division 1? Surprised to see them there. Second bottom.
Bailey over the wicket, bangs in a short ball, but short and down the leg side. Into Lavell's gloves. Completes the over. 138 for 6. Yeah, they've had a poor season, haven't they,
Yeah.
Somerset?
And that'll be a tester again for them, won't it, at Chelmsford? Having said that, if Essex have made 505, it does suggest that there's quite a lot of runs in that pitch, but Simon Harmer might have something to say about that. I always think Essex's attack is it's a great one with Porter and Sam Kirk and Harmer. They don't give you much respite. Don't tell anyone outside, inside Kent I said that, obviously. it's akin to bad language to compliment Essex in any respect. So here's Williams to Leaning outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper. You know how it is with Lancashire. You know,
absolutely. Yeah.
Lancashire and Yorkshire.
Don't want to give them too much credit, do you?
Have to. Grudging respect. Is that the is that line we're going on? Stewart 9, Leaning 54. This game's been tremendous, it really has so far. It's given us something of everything. Except for a century so far. And Leaning's on 54, but a ton looks a mile away for everybody on this pitch. As Leaning defends that. Whoa, there's some approval from the other slips and fielders in general for that ball, but Leaning defends it back. Stewart has 9 from 11, 2 fours in that already for him. He's hit the ball very hard when he's had the opportunity. As Williams goes back to his mark from the James Anderson end, comes in now, bowls to Leaning. He's just pushing that back up to mid-on. No run, full delivery. And Luke Wood is going through some stretches at mid-wicket. Stretching the thighs out. So may well be in action before long. Bright sunshine here, still 33.5 overs to go of the day, so a couple of hours at least. That's Leaning, one bounce back towards the bowler who throws the ball at the striker's stumps, but Leaning has to take evasive action, keeps his bat very firmly planted in the crease, so no chance of a run out. The building site to our right seems to be a little bit of a lull there actually. Although the lorry that Scott was talking about it's got a couple of pipes on the end of a long arm rather than a digger or a crane. As you say, it seems to have pipes running off it. I'm not quite sure why. Here's Williams to Leaning, no run again. Defends that one.
It's making a lovely arch shape, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And the front tyres of the lorry are slightly off the ground, aren't they? In the elevation there, but there's no other activity there. There's 4 gentlemen in high-vis gear. In little huddle, actually.
Yeah,
it looks like a team huddle, doesn't it?
Yeah, it could be a team talk, that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking tactics.
Could be. The diggers and earth movers silent for the moment. Drive by Leaning. Oh, it's come off the shin of Williams. That is gonna smart. Is Williams smiling? For goodness sakes, what's wrong with you, man?
Maybe it's a grimace.
It must be a grimace, surely. Because that was hit at some speed by Jack Leaning, straight back at him. It's wrapped him on the shin. He's back up. Confused the pain. 138 for 6, Leaning 54. Stewart has 9. And this has been a great day's cricket so far. 9 wickets in a flurry in the morning session, leaving Kent at that point 24 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 145 all out. A century partnership between Denley and Leaning took Kent to 120 for 4 at tea. We're now 138 for 6 with 2 quick wickets falling just after the tee to Tom Bailey.
Yeah, he's out of the attack.
Yeah.
Luke Wood replacing him. The Bailey spell, 4 overs, 2 for 8. Post at tea. But Wood returns, 8 overs, 1 maiden for 25. Stewart on strike. Wood's going to bowl left arm round the wicket to Stewart. It is a short ball. He has Lavelle hopping away to his left to take it, short and down the leg side. There's a short mid wicket. There's a deep square leg. There'll just be a fraction behind square on that leg side boundary, and a long leg below the hotel. The 2 fielders on the boundary to the leg side. 2 slips, gully, point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. 138 for 6. Wood balls again, full of ball, which is driven away down towards the wide 3rd boundary. Washington Sundar does ever so well to catch up with it, puts the slide in, flicks the ball back. Of course they've run 3. Everyone runs 3 in this match. So the score moves on to 141 for 6, but he saved a run for his team there, Washington Sundar.
Yeah, great effort.
Kent now within 4 of that Lancashire first innings total, with 4 wickets remaining in their first innings. How far in front can Kent get, and how crucial could that be? Wood bowling, driven by Jack Leaning. Only picking out Croft at cover, and there's no run. Still got the old sleeveless jumper on. There's Jack Leaning.
Yeah. It's 18, 19 degrees out there. Probably feeling less so with the breeze going across the ground, but you say he's running plenty, so he'll be keeping himself warm.
141 for 6. Woods around the wicket and balls again. Cut through the offside, bouncing out towards Washington. The edge of the square at point. And there is no run. So we've got up to 250 for a second batting bonus point, so 251 for 8. Replying to Warwickshire's 253. All out. The Division 1 leaders. Bailey, Wood in and bowls a short ball to Leaning. And just crouching underneath it. And through to the keeper, and there's no run. Follow the all the games around the country. Live text commentary via that BBC Sport website and the app. Jed and Adam on duty today. For Adam's here, watching the match from the press room down below us. Here comes Wood, balls, foolish delivery, which Leaning drives into the offside. Croft feels at cover, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 141 for 6 to trail by 4. 54 to Leaning, 12 to Stewart. So we've got effectively a full session to go now, because we've got 32 overs left in the day. So Quite a bit of cricket to go between now and the close of play.
So Williams back in the sunshine at the James Anderson end. Brief chat with Josh Bohannon, who's at mid-off. 2 slips and a gully behind Grant Stewart. Williams now to Stewart, squares him up a little bit, but does get the 2 end of the bat to it. Definitely tested. Sundar at point. Stephen Croft is at extra cover. There's a mid-on, mid-off as well. Luke Wood in the leg side, just in front of square. It's a long leg as well. Jack Morley. As Williams to Stewart, he's gone for that one, has lifted the ball over the fielder at mid-on. It's rather plugged, like a chip with a bit of backspin on it, if you're looking at golf terms. It's 2 runs, though, for Stewart. He's aggressive batsman. Has gone for that one. He goes on to 14, 1-4-3 for 6. Kent just 2 in arrears now. Is that a sub-fielder?
Yeah, it's Tom Hartley.
It's Tom Hartley, of course, you said before, yeah.
Don't know who's gone off. Maybe Bailey following his spell, I think.
Bailey's been off a couple of times, hasn't he, today? And just taking a rest, maybe. Williams to Stewart. Defends this one, there's no run. Stewart on to 14.
Yes, it is Bailey that's gone off with Hartley on.
Pleasant sunshine now. Just he's standing in front of the hotel, and actually parts of the hotel, the balconies as well. I've got some lovely sunshine. Go and sit out there.
Nice.
You don't have to pay for a ticket, presumably, do you? If you're on the side of the hotel, it's just a bonus. Here's Williams to Stewart, deflects it down the leg side, or it might come off the pad. Actually, I think the umpire, Graham Lloyd, is waiting to give those as 2 leg byes. He is indeed 145 for 6 then, and scores are level here at Emirates Old Trafford. That's on the building site to our right. That huddle has broken up. They've gone their separate ways, really. 3 of those gentlemen are now watching the cricket. Why not? You've got yourselves a break. Got a little bit of stand of their own there, Scott, just to sit in. Just cordoned off as part of the building site. In the sunshine is Williams now to Stewart. Hesitated with that shot, and it just pops up. If they had a forward short leg in there, would have caught that, but they don't. So they didn't. It's a dot ball.
One of the highlights of the season earlier on, Bumble was with us for some commentary. We were watching the builders over there, and Bumble spotted it that one of the builders had a shovel, and he was doing a few shadow shots with his shovel.
You've got to love that.
Brilliant.
Is Williams' last ball, the 60th over, to Stewart. Defensive shot up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. I shall leave you with Phoebe Graham and Scott Reed. 145 for 6. Kent scores level here.
How significant could this little period be now? So we're level. It's taken some getting to be level. 6 wickets down, but an opportunity for Kent to try and push themselves in front. How far in front can they get? And how much of a say will that have on the match? Going to be Wood. Here he comes in from the Brian Statham end. Swing and a miss from Leaning. Need to hammer the ball through the covers. Past the edge of the bat, through to Lavelle. And there is no run. First time in the evening session. Phoebe Graham alongside me. Good evening. Good afternoon. Whichever one it is.
Good evening, 5 o'clock, isn't it? Yeah, there's been a bit more activity in this 3rd session, with Bales taking a couple of quick wickets there after the tea break.
It's Wood around the wicket, angled in towards Leaning, just turns it out towards the leg side. There's no run. Yeah, 2 in the first over.
It seems to be a common theme for this game, doesn't it? You've got to take them early on and then graft for every single wicket after that.
Barely 4 for 33 from 17 overs, but his spell after tea was 4 for 8 from 4 overs. Oh, sorry, it was 2 for 8 from 4 overs. His post-tea spell. Bailey Wood balls. It's clobbered into the offside by leaning off the back foot, but can't get it past the Lancashire captain, Stephen Croft, at cover. So another dot ball. 3 of them so far sent down by Luke Wood. 145 for 6. 145 for 6, Kent. So they are now level with Lancashire, who were all out for 145. 2 wickets since tea, both off the bowling of Bailey. In fact, both in the same over. Cox for 2 and then Robinson for 0. So scores are level with Kent at 145 for 6.
It's well bowled there by Luke Wood, banging it in short and just hitting the gloves, dropping back down to leaning. It's been 54 runs scored off 161 balls. I think he's shown what grit and resilience it takes to score runs at Emirates Old Trafford during this 4-day game. I think that's hurt his finger quite a lot as well. He's taken his glove off to have a look at his hand after that.
Waiting for the Kent physio to come on, or not? Maybe not.
No, they don't seem to dash on, do they? Too quickly to the physios.
Guy's there wringing his hand. Physio's got his feet up.
Bowls quick, does Luke Wood, doesn't he, as well?
Yeah, he does, and he can get it going, can't he? When he's in the groove. It's off the back foot, punched through the offside, partially stopped by Washington Sundar.
Wondered whether he was going to bang that in short after hitting him on the glove and trapping his finger there. But just back of the length delivery, that's Luke Wood's territory, isn't it? Hitting that hard length.
2 for leaning, 56 now to him. Pushes Kent in front at 147 for 6, lead by 2. 30 overs to go today, so loads of cricket left. Best part of the day weather-wise. Full from Wood. Leaning gets forward and defends, and there is no run. End of the 61st over of the Kent first innings. 147 for 6.
Yeah, it's glorious now at Emirates Old Trafford. The sun has broken out again. It looks like it's here to stay today.
Which is good, because we've got a lot of time left, so we could do with a bit of bright weather, couldn't we? I think we can use the floodlights.
Would they put the floodlights on?
Well, if it got really dark, we can use the floodlights.
Interesting.
In fact, we had them on yesterday.
Oh wow!
We played under lights yesterday towards the middle part of the evening session.
Oh, I thought there'd be some sort of ruling cricket that didn't allow floodlights to come on in 4-day cricket.
Oh, you can use them. Well, you can if you're. Stewart defends back down the pitch and there's no run. As long as you've got the freedom to switch them on. Last week at Northants, we couldn't use the lights because Northants as a club can only use them so many times, so many days in the year, because of the local residents around the ground. So they have an agreement where they've got a certain amount of days where they can have the floodlights switched on. I think Lords have the same regulation as well.
I didn't know if that was like old squash courts where you run out of time, you need to put 50p in.
Stewart pushing it back along the pitch, gathered by Williams off his own bowling, and there's no run.
It is hilarious, isn't it, how much investment goes into the game, and particularly a ground like Lords. But I guess it is a residential area at the end of the day.
Yeah, so it's a bit frustrating last week at Northants, Phoebe, because we didn't play a full day on the first day because it was too hot. So it was a shortened day on the first day. This is jabbed away into the onside by Stewart, out towards square leg for no run. So they reduced it to 90-minute sessions. to make up and then make up the time on days 2, 3, and 4. But unfortunately, on day 2,
it's red hot again, wasn't it?
no, it was cloudy on day 2.
Okay.
And it was too dark to play. We couldn't have the floodlights on, so it was too sunny one day and too dark the next day.
Britain. For those who haven't been England for a long time listening, expect it day in, day out.
Little flick out towards the onside again by Stewart, with Williams running in from the Anderson end.
Yeah, we trained here on Monday, and our training time was 12 till 4. It was absolutely scorchio. I quite enjoy it though, running in when it's hot.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
really enjoy it.
Why?
I don't know, I feel faster.
Do you? You feel faster when it's hot?
I think it's just you don't need to warm your
Fair
muscles
enough,
up
okay.
as much. And
But even if it's really hot, there's Williams bowling. And that's Stewart defending back down to Williams, no run.
yeah, I think it's more like I enjoy running in the heat. So I don't necessarily feel faster in terms of the trajectory of the ball coming out of my hand, but
Right.
I just enjoy a good run in the heat. Holiday run, what beats it?
Fair enough. I'll take your word for it, Phoebe. 147 for 6. Stewart 14. One slip in the gully. With Jones at mid-wicket, with I think that type of shot in mind, Stewart looking to work it to leg side and Jones tighten at short mid-wicket, but played back down the pitch and there's no run. Completes the over. 62 gone of the Kent first innings. 147 for 6, lead by 2.
It's been an interesting day, hasn't it? Because wickets have come in clusters and then there's been a small partnership building. And could this be another partnership where they're able to put on 30, 40, 50 runs? We saw the 100 partnership previously with Leaning and Denley. I think Stewart will be trying to stay there as long as possible to help support his mate and to bring as many runs on the total as possible.
There's Wood firing one full on off stump and leaning defence, and there's no run. I guess in a low scoring game, which is what we've had so far, kind of any significant lead on first innings could be kind of crucial.
Yeah, any partnership is just crucial, isn't it, here? And maybe the conditions will ease off day 3, day 4, so it's actually Lance's job now to make sure that Kent don't run away with it and score too many runs here. That could easily be a 200, 250 score.
Short again, that's pulled out towards backward square leg. Leaning comes back for 2, 58 to him now, 149 for 6. Pitches can flatten out here, can't they, as well? It's not unusual for that to happen. It is a used pitch where the general feeling is that it will perhaps be more difficult to bat on as the game progresses, but we have seen enough cricket here to know that that doesn't always work out to be that way.
Definitely.
Saqib Mahmood was with us a couple of games ago and he was talking about that, how these pitches can slab up, I think is a phrase he used, short and wide from Leaning, and tries to carve the ball away, but only as far as Washington Sundar, no run.
So what does he mean by slabbing up?
It just means it just gets flat and a bit like a road, and you know it actually gets easier to bat on as it goes on, or perhaps more difficult to take wickets on as the game progresses. That has happened here in previous games. Unusual phrase, isn't it? Slab up.
Yeah, slab up. I was trying to think what he meant.
We'll have a look at the ball.
Bailey's taking the ball to the umpire. He's ready for a new ball, that's why, isn't he? I think we're ready for one. We've played 62.3 overs.
It's a bit of leather come away from it there.
Yeah, it looks like it.
What do you think of that?
Is he using his teeth? Right?
You The umpires tend to kind of carry all sorts in their pockets, don't
carry
they?
a little pair of scissors, don't they?
Graham Lloyd working on it, I think. Has he done a bit of running repairs? Or do we need a different ball? It's looking like we might need a different ball. And Jack Leaning's asking the question, what's up with it? And umpire Graham Lloyd has explained whatever it is that's wrong with it.
Both umpires are running off the pitch here. No one's coming to meet and greet them with any balls.
The whole box of balls, yeah.
2 boxes of balls that are on the sideline. The 12th man isn't helping in any shape or form. Good job the 2 umpires are fit as fiddles here today.
So here you go. Here comes the selection process. As we try and get a ball that's in the region of being 60 overs old. Little breather for the players, I suppose. Looks like Rob Jones is taking this chance to strap on a bit of protective gear.
Take his trousers off and put his protective kit on.
Bit of spin then on the way, potentially. 149 for 6. Right, we've got the umpire selecting a different ball. There is a new ball due in 18 overs time, so Lancashire would get that at some point today. That will become available for them to use at some stage today.
Might be a useful finish to the end of the day, that, if Bailey and Williams can come on at the end of the day and pick up those extra wickets.
Jones is still strapping on all the shin guards. He's had them on, he's had them off, he's had them on, he's had them off. Bright sunshine now. And a delay for the change of ball and for the protective equipment to be carried out has ended. Jack Leaning doing a few, bouncing up and down the spot a little bit and getting himself back into it. 58 not out from 166. Won't want his concentration to be broken. Lancashire should be quite pleased if it is. Wood in to Leaning. Worked off the pads. Deep backward square leg. Hartley picks up and throws in. And they come back for 2. And Leaning moves on to 60 not out. Score moves on to 151 for 6.
Not sure what your conversations were before, Scott, but Sean the Brewer has written in saying they actually delivered it on Sunday any time between 9 and 5, turned up at 4 p.m, but couldn't install it because whoever had installed it, the last one, had boxed in the waste pipe.
Oh, this is the dishwasher. I remember this now, yeah. Bailey in, Wood in, left arm round, ball's fallen, driven nicely for 4 to the right of Bohannon at mid-off. For Leaning, he moves on to 64 not out, 155 for 6. That's our friend in crew, isn't it, that's been listening to us?
I think so, yeah.
Having his dishwasher delivered. Right.
Oh, very good. Good day to work from home then.
Catch you at a cricket, yeah, wait for your delivery to arrive. Last ball of the over. It's chopped out towards the offside by Jack Leaning, but Washington Sundar, who was at point, was just pushed back towards deep point. Just eased away for 1 through that region to keep the strike as well. 65 to Leaning, 14 to Stewart, 156 for 6. So a lead of 11. We've got 29 overs remaining in the day's play. And we could see Rob Jones getting himself ready, putting on all the bits and bobs, because we are going to see some spin. Washington Sundar is going to come into the attack. He's bowled all 13 overs from that Jimmy Anderson end. 0 for 33. And he's going to bowl his 14 from that end too.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see spin doing some damage here at Emirates Old Trafford. All 6 wickets have come from pace, 4 for Bailey, 2 for Williams. So it'd be nice to see Sundar take a wicket with his dangerous spin.
Yeah, got his Lancashire career up and running in fine style last week at the County Ground in Northampton. Finishing with 5 for 76 from his 22 overs. And then with the bat, unbeaten on 34 to help Lancashire chase down 278 to win the match. Here comes Sundar in and bowling. Oh, no ball signalled by the umpire.
There's a few of those today, hasn't there?
Yeah, it's got us calling for free hits in 4-day cricket with a no ball. I'm sure the bowlers would agree. Washington balls again, leaning us back and across, and guides the ball safely away into the offside for no run.
He's just having a chat with the umpire now. I think the umpire's letting him know it's about an inch over, which Washington looked quite shocked by. But still looks a little bit confused. That can't have been me that was bowling then. No, it definitely was Washington.
In balls and flicked away through the leg side by leaning. Bohannon fields, no run. Leaning 65 not out. Sundar bowls, and that's worked along the ground through wide mid-on. Bailey will stop it with his boot. And they come back for 2. 160 for 6, leaning to 67. A slip and short leg. So Jones is in at forward short leg. Wells is in at slip. 2 fielders around the batter. Short mid-wicket and short cover. He's asking for an LBW. Washington Sundar. There wasn't an enormous amount of support from his teammates. Not helpful in his appeal for the wicket.
No, it's normally the bowlers that are half-hearted, but that was a full-hearted appeal there. And keeper slip, short leg didn't support.
Didn't move, did they?
No.
Didn't barely flinched. Umpire there, Graham Lloyd, just nattering away to Washington Sundar. He's in and bowling. It's fizzed in a little quicker. Touch flatter, wide of off stump and left. Taken by George Lavelle. Final ball of Sundar's first over back into the attack. Leaning. Wait. Sundar comes into bowl, hops back into his crease. And defends into the cover region for no run. 64 overs gone. First for Washington Sundar, still in conversation with Graham Lloyd. He's bowled 14 today. Just the 4 overs from the left arm spinner, Jack Morley. 4 overs for 17. Then 17 overs from Bailey. 18 from Williams. 11 from Wood. 14 from Washington. And 4 from Morley. And it looks like Lancashire going back to Bailey again.
They are indeed, yeah. I think Morley hasn't had the greatest day with the ball. He just couldn't find his line and wasn't looking particularly dangerous, and it's been a seamer's day out so far, and Bailey's looked the most threatening. I didn't know whether they'd wait to bring him back on with the new ball, but they obviously want to create something and to create it quickly. 64 overs gone. Kent 160 for 6. And they keep having a look at this ball, don't they?
They do. Well, Bailey's gone to collect his cap again. And Wood's is gonna bowl.
Interesting. I wonder why. What happened there with that change?
I don't know.
Bailey looked very set that he was going to bowl.
Yeah.
Marker was down by his run-up.
Sure what that
Doesn't
was all about.
look too disheartened, so it doesn't feel like feels like he'll definitely come back on at some stage, but maybe he doesn't like the change of ball.
I'm not bowling with that. Yeah.
Not today. I'll wait for 16 overs. Cheers.
Yeah.
Crofty.
I'll wait for a nice new one to come a little bit later on.
Hold off, Crofty. I'll come back in 16.
So Wood it is then. Okay. Left arm round the wicket. It's a short ball to Stewart. Creeps underneath it and through to the keeper. No run. 160 for 6. Somerset have lost their first wicket, 40 for 1. Essex declaring their first innings on 505 for 9. Somerset 42 for 1 now. Harmer with the breakthrough. Wood for Lancashire in and bowling. Punch down the ground. Bailey comes round from mid-off to his right to field, and there's no run. Both Surrey and Hampshire are still 8 down. Surrey lead Warwickshire by 9 runs with 2 wickets remaining, 262 for 8. And Hampshire lead Yorkshire by 16 runs with 2 wickets remaining at 175 for 8.
Yeah, it's a very similar picture across the county championship at the moment in terms of scores set, wickets taken. I think there'll be results across the country from today, or from this 4-day games.
There is Wood in and bowling left by Stewart and taken by the keeper. No run. We're at that point, aren't we now, I guess? This is the final block of championship matches before the break for the One Day Cup and the 100, and then back in September. And teams looking for wins, aren't they, to end wanting pitches that's going to get a result and that type of thing.
Definitely. And coming towards the back end of the season, there are more results, aren't there, because of the wickets breaking up and being more in favour of the seam bowlers.
Driven by Stewart out into the offside, but Hannam Fields, no run.
But we have seen a hell of a lot of draws this year with big scores, and it questions, yes, it's fantastic that the players are playing on these roads, that big runs are able to score, but tactically, are you playing to win? Are you playing the 4-day game as well as possible? Lancashire, I think, have had 5 draws so far. And I think that'll be something that all teams will be reviewing.
Short ball from Wood. Stewart ducks underneath it. Through to the keeper, no run.
Because, for example, the game at Birkdale that was ended up being a tie, 300 plus runs for Keaton Jennings, but imagine taking those runs home and you've only got a draw in your back pocket. It feels a little bit wasted, really. Surrey also drawn 4 at top of the table. Yorkshire drawn 6, Northants drawn 6. A lot of ties across the table.
Wood balls and Stewart defends. Oh, it's another no ball.
Probably one of the first years that we can't actually blame the weather, because a lot of cricket has been played. Not many games have been rain affected. Obviously yesterday was, but it's back on track, isn't it? Today's day of cricket. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how everyone reviews it, depending on how the rest of the season plays out in the county championship.
162 for 6. Wood to complete the over again with a no ball. And flicked away through the onside for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Stewart, who made the most of that additional ball of the over. That'll frustrate Luke Wood. 4 runs eased away through mid-wicket. 166 for 6 now.
Yeah, a little bit fuller there from Luke Wood, which is just a free shot, really. Able to throw his hands through it and guide that through the onside.
Interesting debate, isn't it, really, with the... Because you want good pitches, don't you? You don't want pitches where you just rock up and seamers come in and skittle out teams without too much effort, you know. And you want a good contest, don't you, between bat and ball? You do want it to be difficult to take wickets, but not, I guess, too far in favour.
Yeah, definitely.
There's Washington Sundar bowling, left by Leaning. Through to the keeper, no run. You just want a bit of something in, you know? You want something for the batters, something for the bowlers. Wells at slip and Jones at short leg. Washington bowls. Oh, swept. It loops to the left of the keeper down towards kind of short, fine leg for a run. It came off a top edge.
Well, yeah, and then there's the debate. So in women's cricket at the moment, the test matches are 4 days long rather than 5 days. And it's the same format as county championship, but obviously for England men, they play 5-day tests. But when you play 4-day, you have to play it differently. Tactically, it's a very different game because you've got 1 less day.
Forward goes Stewart to defend, no run.
To take 20 wickets. And I think that's where, in all those matches that are tied, if you're tying over 60% of your games, 70% of your games, are you tactically playing them to win? Are you taking a Brendan McCullum approach?
Down on one knee and swatted away through the onside for 4 runs through kind of wide mid-on by Stewart. 171 for 6. Emphatic shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely shot there.
Lead up to 26 now. 50 partnership too as well. Yeah, 171 for 6 with Washington Sundar currently bowling to Grant Stewart. 50 partnership up between Stewart and Leaning. Stewart on 22, Leaning on 68. Lancashire picking up 2 wickets straight after the tea interval after 9 fell in the morning session. Lancashire 145 all out, and Kent in reply 171 for 6. Oh, that comes off the inside edge and goes past the stumps. Picked up by Morley, ended the over.
Yeah, interesting over there. Some attacking shots for 4. Slog sweep, which was a great shot for 4, and then little inside edge that's run down to short 45. So still feels like Lancs are in this to break through this partnership, which has been a critical partnership of now 50 runs. Stewart, 22 off 36 balls, who's done an excellent job to come in and help anchor this innings and rotate the strike. And Leaning, excellent display. Really held the ship, really, for Kent. 66 off 178 balls. I'm not sure whether I'd have the patience to play that game, but he's batted really well, hasn't he, here? Bailey is coming back into the attack now.
Do you know, I wonder what it was with Bailey. I wonder whether he was off the pitch for a little while. After his first spell, he went off for a bit.
That could well have been, because it was the umpire that came and had a little chat with him, so that might have been the reason why Luke Wood got that extra over.
There's Bailey over the wicket. This is worked up to mid-off, but for no run. I think you're allowed to be off for quite a limited period of time, aren't you? It's only a handful of minutes, 7 or 8 minutes or something, and I think then you have to have a bit of a break before you're allowed to bowl again.
I think you've got to be on the pitch for the same amount of time that you're off the pitch.
Okay.
So that's maybe where that 2 overs might have classified as 5 minutes.
Worked to the leg side by Leaning. Picked up by Williams, no run. Just on the 4-day, 5-day debate with Test cricket. I mean, I've failed to understand what the reason why it wouldn't be 5 days. Why is it just 4 days for women's Test matches and not that 5th day where you see so many draws, don't you, in Test match cricket?
Honestly, don't know. It's bizarre, particularly it's international stage. I think it's been proven for the past 3 to 5 years that females have brilliant skill and can sustain their skill for long periods of time, and naturally rain has affected play both in England and Australia and meant that we have seen draws across a number of Test matches.
Bailey over the wicket bowling and Leading defends, no run. 171 for 6. A lead of 26 now with 2 balls left of the over. Barely 4 for 33. And balls, it's fallen straight and hit firmly by Leading down the ground to a straight mid-on for 4 runs. Good shot for 4. He moves to 72.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Leaning. Full and straight from Bailey, and he's just played that fantastically down the ground.
Top score in the match by a distance for Leaning. 72 not out. 175 for 6. Kent, as this wasn't worked into the offside for a single to make it 176 for 6. So the lead for Kent is 31 runs. 2 wickets have fallen since tea, both of the bowling of Tom Bailey. We had 9 wickets falling in the morning session. Lancashire 145 all out. Kent in reply 176 for 6, lead by 31. Phoebe, I'll leave you with Matt.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's been another excellent partnership from Stewart and Leaning. Stewart 22 from 36 balls, Leaning 73 now from 184 balls. This 50-plus partnership's given Kent the lead of 31, and again is going to make a big difference to this 4-day match, in which the start of the day, when Kent were 12 for 3, we thought it would be a short finish and see something similar that we saw in the first half of the morning's play.
Washington Sundar then from the James Anderson end, defended by Leaning back up the pitch. Start of Washington's 16th over. Bailey has 4 for 38 so far. Yeah, Leaning and Denley changing things around earlier on, and as you say, Stewart has aided and abetted them through to a 50 partnership now, the 2 of them. As Sundar bowls to Leaning, is down the pitch and thumps that wide of the man at a fairly wideish long on. Bottom hand involved in that. It's a lovely shot from Jack Leaning. He goes on to 77, 180 for 6, and that shows some confidence in himself and the pitch there, I think.
Yeah, he started to be a lot more expressive with his shot choices and starting to get on top of a few of the bowlers now, playing really nice shots there. Come down a few times to Sundar as well.
Who comes into bowl now? To Leaning, who makes himself room outside the leg stump this side and carves it into the offside. Thinking about a second, but they'll get a quick run 1. 78 he's on now. The worry for Lancashire here is the spinners haven't really shown. We've seen 1 or 2 keep low and a drop catch off Morley, but otherwise it doesn't seem to be a great deal of grip there for them.
No, not at all. It's been...
It's fairly placid at the moment from a spin point of view. It's driven up by Stewart to long on, single taken.
And I think as well, where the pressure is built, it has been from the seam attack. It's where we've seen more consecutive dot balls, less singles, less strike rotation, and the fact that Stewart's been able to come in and score.
As Leaning takes that on the full up to mid-off, no run.
23 off 37 balls and have a much higher strike rate than any of his mates in the team, I think has been down to the fact that spinner's been on.
Looking at the scorecard, 5 players with this one is just squeezed out on the offside by Leaning. He looks a bit unbalanced. 5 players in single figures, 59 Denley, 78 Leaning, 23 Stewart. Suggests there's still something in the pitch. Well, there certainly was after tea, with 2 wickets falling very quickly and 3 in the morning session as well. So Bailey feels, not just by his figures, that he's been the standout bowler for Lancashire. And he'll take the ball once again after this conference from Leaning and Stewart. In fact, a bit of a conference between Luke Wells, Stephen Croft and Tom Bailey. I'm not sure there's much they can tell him about this pitch that he doesn't know already, the bowler. But just working on some plans.
No, it's an unusual looking scorecard, isn't it? And I think the frustrating thing about it is that wickets have come in clusters, and we've seen Leaning dig deep for their partnership, the partnership with
Denley
early on, and now again building a great partnership with Stewart.
As Bailey bowls to Stewart, a little bit late on that, but just punches it up to mid-off. Stephen Croft intercepts it before it gets to Bohannon.
It's the seam bowlers that have really created this pressure, taken the wickets. 4 from Bailey, 2 for Williams. And when Luke Wood was on the money, he looked dangerous, didn't he?
Yeah, I agree. And was still causing them some trouble, these Kent bats. And here comes Bailey to Stewart. He's got over the top of that. That might be 6. That might be the first 6 of the match, is it? It is. That's a hearty thump from Stewart right down the ground. Such power from not much backlift. And I believe that is the first maximum of the match. Yeah, actually just a good swing of the bat there. I thought he hadn't had much backlift, but that shows that he swung right through the ball. And they move to 188 for 6, Kent. And he's taken that off Tom Bailey, who's been impeccable all day.
Lovely shot there for 6.
It's Bailey to Stewart. He attacks again. Will this be 4 through mid-wicket? It's running away from Wood. He's trying to catch it. He will get there just before the rope. That's great combinations. They save themselves 1, but Stewart does come through for the 3rd run. 191 for 6, and then almost inconceivably, it feels, certainly from this morning, Kent are now 9 runs away from their first batting bonus point.
I know, you can't believe it. It's been a tale of 2 halves, hasn't it, here today, with the pitch almost looking like completely different conditions now. I think the batters are getting on top of them. 3 or 4 hours of sunlight, pure sunshine, and blue skies breaking through at Old Trafford.
So Bailey to Leaning, works that away on the offside, cut that past gully. Keaton Jennings despairing dive, and that'll be 4 more. And now Bailey's starting to go for runs, and this really will be a worry for Stephen Croft. Hands on hips watching this, and they've taken 13 off this over already from Bailey, who, as I said before, has been at times looking almost unplayable. They're starting to attack now. Kent 195 for 6.
Yeah, they've really started to put the foot on the gas here, Kent, and be a lot more expressive. Trust the shots. Trust that they're both 2 batters in now.
It's Bailey into to Leaning. Defends this one. No run. New ball available, I suppose. I don't know if they'll be keeping an eye on that at all, but 80 overs, so 11 after the end of this one, so they might feel they'll make hay while the ball's a bit older, thinking there might be a comeback from Lancashire, but it might just be they got themselves in. As you were saying, they got 50 partnership on the board already. Starting to feel more confident. So Leaning faces on 82 now. Bailey bowls, defended, end of the over, and he rather kicks that away, Bailey, as it comes back to him, and he will be frustrated after so much good work Still 4 for 51. The figures aren't bad. But Kent 195 for 6 now. Lead at 50. And how important that will be, we'll find out in the days to come.
I think Lancashire will be disappointed if they don't get Kent all out today, given the impeccable start that they had. Kent 12 for 3 and 2 quick wickets post tee from Bailey, bringing them 195 for 6 now. Kent just feel on top and in control. It's gone from a wild and wonderful start to very calm waters to now Kent almost feeling like they're dominating the game a little bit, and Lancashire need to persist, and I think at 80 overs they've still got an exceptional seam attack to try and finish the day with the game in their hands.
Yeah, could well be. Washington Sundar hoping to turn things for Lancashire. Again, arm comes through quickly. It's just a little bunt into the offside by Stewart. They'll go on to 33. The scoreboard is very quick at times, isn't it? I think Stewart he'd only got halfway down the pitch by the time they put the single up. Scorer is very confident in that single. 196 for 6. Leaning on 82. Faces the Indian off spinner. Rocks onto the back foot. She's propelled out, I think, off the toe of Jones at short leg. It loops up and Bahanan stops it at mid-wicket, so there's no run. Lots of lovely sunshine out there. Breezy as well, though, still here at Old Trafford, as this one is played with very soft hands, very cautiously by Leaning. And there is no run. Still a slip and a short leg in. Luke Wells at slip. Short leg is Rob Jones, mid-wicket, and cover mirroring each other. Kept us a little bit low outside the off stump. That's what we've seen do that in a bit, but it's not getting enough grip to really make Leaning uncomfortable. Looks like he's defended that one away pretty comfortably. 196 for 6. Washington comes in again, and Leaning has just gently pushed that into the onside.
No, the only real inconsistency that we've seen is the pitch and the bounce for Sundar.
And
in terms of grip and spin, we haven't seen a lot.
No, and there's a spot outside off stump, which at the moment Jack Leaning's coping with. He cuts that away, backward a point, and that will be a single. So 2 off the over. 197 for 6. Kent lead by 52 here at the Emirates Old Trafford. 70 overs exactly gone of their first innings. Stewart, 33 from 41 balls, has been going like a veritable train compared to most of the batters on this pitch so far. 4 fours and 1 6, and Leaning on 83 not out so far has been outstanding. Denley batted well, but Leaning's taking it on to another level almost, it feels.
Yeah, and we've seen Leaning change and work through the gears in the past couple of overs and really increase his strike rate and his intent. Obviously he's anchored the innings so far, but it's nice to see him be a bit more expressive with his shot selection, hitting boundaries, and could take Kent to a really nice comfortable lead here. Lead at the moment is 52 runs and only 6 down, partnership of say 60 plus now.
Looks like Kent have knocked Tom Bailey out of the attack as well, which seemed inconceivable this morning. But it will be Jack Morley to come on. Trying for just a spell of 4 overs today. A little bit of trouble with his line. Was definitely trying to trap him down the leg side, but there's no leg slip in now, so I wonder if there'll be a different angle of attack now coming into Jack Leaning. As that subfielder coming on, I think it is. Deep backward square. So let's see what he tries here. Luke Wells is in a slip. Here's Morley now. No, still on that leg stump line, and does rather tuck Jack Leaning up as he tries to push that away in the leg side.
This is quite an exciting announcement from the England and Wales Cricket Board.
After this ball, here comes Morley to Leaning, who knocks that into the offside for a single. He goes on to 84.
And England and Wales will host the 2026 ICC Women's T20 World Cup.
Fantastic.
Which is really exciting.
That's pretty soon, isn't it? I think.
Well, I was thinking that's 4 years away, yeah.
Quite, yeah. Nice to get it arranged. That's fantastic, though. Domestic cricket. As this one from Morley has Stewart on the back foot. Just not in the offside, so no run. So venues will be queuing up now to host those, which will be great to see where that appears. On the back foot, Stewart rather, defending that again from Morley. Just the one off the overs so far. 2 balls to come. Morley trying his best here to make the breakthrough in this partnership. Stewart on the back foot will cut that away aggressively. Looks like that's gone for 4. It has. Again, he struck that very hard. Has Grant Stewart. We're saying the outfield isn't that quick, but those shots from Stewart are disappearing to the boundary. 202 for 6, and Kent do have their first batting bonus point. Chances of either side getting to 200 seem very unlikely earlier in the day. A ball to come from Morley. Stewart's on a 37 as well. That was just a full toss down the leg side. That's a poor ball, helped on its way by Stewart, and that'll be 4. And Morley looks very disappointed with himself. He's had a frustrating day, hasn't he? Just really hasn't got into his rhythm, Jack Morley, and comes back for an over. And the last one of those, he's just, I don't know, the grip's gone there, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just dragging it down the leg side, which is unusual to see, missing the line by such a long way, really, in terms of where he's pitching the ball. It was leg stump or even beyond leg stump, which the amount of T20 and ODI cricket that a lot of these players play, it's strange to see players finding those lines. But hopefully another over, he can find his flow, but it just seems to be off the mark today.
Yeah, 9 off that over. Washington continues. Oh, that's a good shot from Leaning, and that is a punch through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He's advanced down the pitch as Leaning. At the moment, they're going from strength to strength, these two. Came together at 124.6. It's now 210 for 6, and building this first innings lead. And Lancashire trying to find answers here. Bailey was their go-to man. He was muscled out of the attack by Stewart and Leaning. Leaning's on to 88 now from 200 balls. Early on, he had to just guts it out with patience and
it's definitely saying to Stewart, anything you can do, I can do better. Stewart's been hitting the ball really nicely the past couple of overs. 41 from 45 balls now. 1-6 off Bailey, 6 fours. I think Leaning's decided it looks quite fun to score these boundaries. So yeah, the two of them have been quite explosive in the middle at the moment and really dominating the lead, and Kent's lead is now 65 runs.
And Rob Jones goes out at short leg. Oh, it's a good ball from Sunday. It's been left by Stewart, not very far away from the off stump. A rare lapse from Leaning there, beg your pardon. It's gone through. But yeah, Jones has moved out from forward short leg, a more defensive position now, trying to stop Leaning, clipping that through mid-wicket. He defends that though. And again, there's no run. So the slip's still in though. We've not really seen any indication that there's going to be an edge, but I suppose if one keeps low and Leaning just edges that behind, perhaps. 210 for 6. Ooh, inside edge from Leaning. So say that. False shot. Dot ball. The lead is 65 so far. I mean, Kent will have eyes on possibility of moving that into 3 figures, maybe the lead by the end of the day. Lancashire hoping for another flurry of wickets. As you were saying, Phoebe, they're coming in groups. Haven't come for a while here with these two. Blocked out for a dot ball. Stand at 90. So 106 partnership between Denley and Leaning, and now Leaning and Stewart with 90. Lancashire looking for answers, rather on the back foot at the moment. Washington 2, Leaning. Looks frustrated with himself there. Full delivery. I think he wanted to, he's trying to smash it past Bohannon on the ground at mid-on, but just found him with that one. Just a bit low on the bat. 210 for 6, 72 overs gone. Stewart 41, Leaning 88. Lovely summer sunshine here, though I'm told some temperatures around the country now dipping below the seasonal average after last week when
wow.
It looked like
we had the big heat wave, didn't we, Monday, Tuesday?
Felt like we were all sitting in a roasting tin, and now it's breezy and pleasant for out there. Some of the spectators in the shade may have a coat or a jumper on perhaps today. But yeah, Stephen Croft looking for the answers here. 8 overs until the new ball's available, but they can't really let it slip here, can they?
No, that could be 250, 260 on the board before those 8 overs are played.
As Morley continues. Oh, that's a great delivery. That's a lovely one. That's gripped and bounced as well and beaten Stewart. And that's the best ball that Morley's bowled. And the first one to beat the bat for a bit as well from any of the Lancashire bowlers. Stewart now regroups and doesn't really look that convincing on that one. I think he was trying to drive that into the offside and adjusted the shot late. Ended up just blocking it out the offside. Well, this is a very promising start after a terrible end to his last over. Jack Morley on the money with those 2 deliveries. Making it look difficult for Stewart. More orthodox shot this one to defend it up to mid-off.
Yeah, much better from Jack Morley now. 3 balls on the money and starting to ask questions. I think there has been a shift of intensity from the Kent batters.
Stewart faces this next delivery, goes back on it. Where has that ended up? He has clubbed that away through long on. I lost the trajectory of that for a second. I just saw Tom Bailey jumping in the air, trying to get near it. But again, he's hit that so hard. That has disappeared to the boundary along the ground very quickly indeed. Well, I say along the ground. It's flashed past Bailey, hasn't it? Who's had thrown an arm at it. But that has gone away. He's not to be pinned down, Grant Stewart. Had no room given to him by Morley. It's not a bad delivery. This one's on, pitches on middle and spins offside. The Aussie accent coming in the yeah from Stewart there. As they scramble through for a single. 46 from him. Leaning has 88 now. 215 for 6.
That they're definitely trying to score as many runs as possible before the new ball comes. I think they've started to recognise that actually these spinners are much easier to play than the seam bowlers before, and it's their time to attack.
Morley to Leaning. Plays that out into the offside, out to a point towards the boundary, fielded by Luke Wood. Comfortable single. 216 for 6. The lead's 71 now for Kent. But yeah, where are we? So 29 off the 100 lead. Eminently possible in 7 overs. If they're batting like this, that they could get up to 100 lead by the end of by the time the new ball comes.
I think that's what they'll be aiming for.
Yeah.
7 overs. How many runs can they score in the next 7 overs before conditions change again? They know that they're set batters. They know they can take advantage of it, and there's wickets in the tent as well. So I think it's a case of Stewart and Leaning making the most of this situation, because conditions are only going to change after 7 overs of play.
Washington then over the wicket to Stewart, who's come down the pitch, and orthodox shot off the off spinner up to long on, takes the single. He moves on to 46. Grant Stewart. He's got himself 2 50s for Kent already this season. I believe 1 for Sussex in his only game on loan as well. So he can do this with the bat, turning himself into a proper all-rounder. Sorry, that was Leaning off the first ball, wasn't it? Stewart now playing at the offside. He's on 46. Leaning's moved on to 90. And we are in the 74th over of this Kent reply to Lancashire's 145 all out. Denley 59 in a partnership, a century partnership with Leaning, as this one's defended by Stewart. And now this partnership standing at 97 between these two to establish a good-looking lead here. I'm off after into this over. I'll make way for Scott to join Phoebe Graham. Oh, it's an inside edge past his stumps from Stewart. Well, that's not going to help Washington Sundar's mood, or indeed Stephen Crofts as that goes. Oh, I beg your pardon. No, it's Buys. He's missed it. Well, there was a massive flurry of the bat. I thought the trajectory it took, but it has gripped from Washington and gone past Stewart. It's gone past past the wicket keeper, and that brings up the 100 partnership from 140 balls. Stewart on 46, Leaning on 90. Well, he did get some turn there, and that's fooled absolutely everybody. It's beaten Stewart all ends up, and beaten the keeper as well. And off for a boundary.
Yeah, promising signs really for the spinners there.
Yeah.
First time we've really seen the ball rip and turn. So I don't think everyone...
Sundar bowls now to Stewart. He'll get himself a single out to backward point there. 2 for 6.
I think people will be pleased to see those signs. Just want to see more of them.
Yeah, and Morley got one, didn't he, in the previous over to Stewart as well, which beat him with some good turn and bounce. But they need to wicket sooner rather than later. Lancashire here as it comes up to 6 o'clock, and Sundar to Leaning, end of the over. Leaning has 90, Stewart has 47. 2-2-2-4-6. The lead for Kent at 77. The partnership at 102 between these two. I'll off to update BBC Radio Kent listeners. I'll leave you with Phoebe Graham and Scott Reed.
Yeah, so we're 6 overs away from the new ball. 74 overs played here at Emirates Old Trafford. Kent 226 for 6, and Stewart and Leaning's fantastic partnership here, 100 partnership, is really taking the game away from Lancashire and needing to see a breakthrough really. We've got spin on at both ends, and it looks like we're just trying to find a way to get a breakthrough, Scott. There's been lots of runs scored since you went away.
Yes,
at quite a pace as well.
Yeah. They've kind of pressed down on the accelerator a bit here, haven't they? Two absolute standout partnerships. Denley, Leaning, Stewart. I think 77 runs in front already. 4 wickets remaining for Kent. In a strong position.
Definitely.
Still got 17 overs left to go today. And it's Morley, left arm round the wicket to Stewart, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. 6 overs away before the new ball becomes available, and perhaps Kent looking to try and cash in with this older ball in this little period. The back foot and cut out through the offside for a single. 223 for 6. There's not been there's been two century partnerships for Kent, and then no other partnership reaching double figures.
No, it's a bizarre scorecard. When you look at the scorecard, it's like 50, 0, 0, 0, 100. You know, it's one of those that you think, who and how have they been playing?
Morley in, bowling. Oh, Leaning playing forward, edged. Yeah, taken. Good catch by Luke Wells. Leaning falls for a really, really terrific 90. And Kent lose their 7th wicket. 223 for 7. A wicket for Jack Morley. Good catch by Luke Wells. Oh, great take. Low down to his right at first slip. And Leaning has to go, but boy, hasn't he batted well. Out for 90 off 209 deliveries. He'll get, I'm sure, a terrific round of applause from the Lancashire supporters in the ground, I'm sure, and certainly from his teammates.
Yeah, that's an absolutely fantastic innings there from Leaning. He really has anchored the team today for Kent and helped them progress this 70-plus run lead for Kent here. he'll be disappointed with himself there, but this is the turn and grip that we're just starting to see for the spinners, which is promising signs for Lancashire. Jack Morley's taken a while to find his flow and his rhythm, and he's just about got that. Last over we saw 3 or 4 dangerous deliveries, and it's be pleased and help with his confidence taking that vital wicket of Leaning at 90 runs.
Partnership was worth 103 between Leaning and Stewart. It's a partnership that's moved the game as it stands firmly in favour of Kent with a lead of 78 and 3 wickets remaining. But it really was an outstanding innings from Leaning. His partnership with Denley and then with Stewart has changed the feel of the game. And from his point of view, it's such a shame he was 10 shy of what would have been in the context of the match, a brilliant century had he got there.
Definitely, and he definitely deserved it, didn't he? The way that he batted and persisted, and he was just working his way through the gears to really crack on for the team.
Morley bowling to Matt Henry, new batter. He's playing it back down the pitch, and there is no run. So 2-3 for 7. Lead of 78. Morley picks up his first wicket. The young left arm spinner. And I'm bowling it's down the leg side. Henry sweeps to try and help it on its way. It has gone down to the boundary, and it's been given as 4 byes, so nothing on it from Henry. He was trying to get that little bottom edge, I think, wasn't he, off the sweep?
Yeah, there's been a few byes today, but they've all been through quite poor deliveries from the Lancashire team. That one spraying a yard down leg side isn't really a fair reflection of the keeper, but Jack Morley not being too consistent today in terms of his lines. Hopefully that wicket will help him.
In and balls to Henry, gets onto the front foot. Defends away into the offside for no run. He's picked up his first wicket. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33 are Morley's figures. This spell is 3 overs, 1 for 16. 227 for 7. We've got 16 overs left on the second day. Kent leading by 82 runs. Got spin from both ends. New ball due in 5 overs time, so there'll be going to be a burst of that from Lancashire before the close of play tonight. Just to break that century partnership before the new ball is due, and perhaps crucially managed to get rid of Jack Leaning, but blimey, didn't he bat ever so well. Really impressive, 90 from Leaning off 209 deliveries, batted for 259 minutes and 8 fours. There's Washington Sundar to continue from the Jimmy Anderson end, slip in place. Stewart, who's too shy of a very good 50 himself, almost run a ball down the pitch to Washington. That's hit on the bounce back to the bowler, and there is no run.
It's one of those where you hear a ripple of clapping in the clouds because a few of them thought it was caught and bowled, but bump ball back to the bowler.
Washington in again, bowls. And Stewart goes back and flicks it to the leg side, but for no run. Had it been a T20 match and it'd have been 10,000 here, you'd have got half the crowd, wouldn't you?
An eruption.
Yeah, you would.
Particularly if people are 3 or 4 deep, beers-wise. It's definitely out.
It is definitely out, and there's utter horror when they realise it's bounced. Washington in to Stewart. It's thumped through mid-on where Jennings fields down below in front of the pavilion. Stewart moves to 49. Score moves on to 228 for 7. Lead of 83. Priceless runs for Kent. Still with 3 wickets to play with.
Yeah, you feel like they could get a 3-figure score here at least. Look on to push on to 150 lead if they can. 1 or 2 more partnerships here will really change things.
Down comes Henry trying to smack it past Washington, but there's no run. That just feels like hugely significant from what we've seen across the first 2 days. I mean, Lancashire conceded a 100-run lead on first innings last week and still won the match, but played by Henry back to Washington, there's no run. Already feels pretty significant, those 83. Still with more potentially to add. We'll see. It's been quite a difficult game to predict, hasn't it? And second guess. So.
Oh, definitely. It's been many different...
Oh, he's down the pitch here, is Henry. He's been eyeing this up for a bit, I think. Hitting it over at Jennings and down towards the boundary for 6 at long on. Henry gets himself off the mark with that 6. He's kind of been eyeing that up, hasn't he, through the over. Eventually got it away.
Yeah, he's looked eager for that. He's been going at the ball very, very hard, and as the ball isn't spinning, probably got away with a couple of shots, and they're just tracked down the ground on drive for 6, and 6 balls, 6 runs, and tried to probably hit all 6 for 6.
I think it's well worth doing that, isn't it, for Henry? New ball's not far away. Seen how wickets have tumbled throughout the course of the couple of days so far.
I do think it's a 4-over cash-in for Kent, because anything could happen with the new ball. It might be that conditions stay the same and actually the passage of play continues, but given how the day's played out, make the most of this passage of play.
A little bit of turn and bounce again for Morley as Stewart goes back and nudges the ball away through the offside for a single. 234 for 7. Morley twirling in and bowling, flicked out to the leg side. Bailey fields at mid wicket, and there's no run. 234 for 7. Morley brings Stewart onto the front foot, gets a single this time, gets himself to 50. That's a fabulous knock. He's 50 off 62. He's shared that century partnership, but he's also put a bit of kind of beef into the innings for Kent. He's kind of got them going a little bit here. It's a really good knock from Stewart.
Yeah, he's definitely come in and changed the momentum, and also helped with Leaning's innings as well to help generate some energy in the middle, to help improve strike rate, to improve the rotation. I think he's played a really critical role, and I think that 50 runs probably contributes a hell of a lot more to the score than it shows.
This is Henry driving down towards the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, it's significant innings in the match, isn't it? It's innings where not many have been able to get anywhere near it. Just 2 others, in truth, in the Kent team. Got skipped down the pitch and played nicely by Henry. A little into-out cover drive, and Crofters catch up with the ball. Jog back for 2. Score moves on to 237 for 7. 1 ball left of the over. Hampshire have been bowled out for 218. So Hampshire have a first innings lead of 59 against Yorkshire at Scarborough. Surrey are still 8 down, and they lead Warwickshire by 54 runs with 2 wickets remaining.
Feels like more what we would have thought we'd seen here today, but the lead of 92 at the moment.
Looking to add to it here, albeit Henry tries to work it to the leg side. It loops out away into the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over at 2:37 for 7. Time for Phoebe to have a break, and we'll bring Matt back in. 3 overs left of the of this old ball. It's been changed at least once. I think it's just once. So 3 overs to go, and then there is a second new ball available for I should try and wrap up the innings. So just look at the scores elsewhere. I mentioned the Surrey match against Warwickshire, the Yorkshire-Hampshire game. Essex 505 for 9 declared, and Somerset 99 for 1 in reply. And Northamptonshire lead Gloucestershire by 28 runs at 345 for 6. They're the Division 1 scores. A little roundup of what's happening in Division 2 in a second.
So Washington comes in to Stewart now. Stewart makes himself room, cuts that away at some speed. He hits the ball I've said it a number of times. He does hit the ball very hard, Grant Stewart, and that's 4 runs. considering this outfield has not exactly been like glass. He is preparing the balls very quickly. Matt Henry was saying went for that 6. That is Matt Henry's style. I think whatever position the match is, if he's there for any length of time, Lancashire will certainly know. He got 30 and 20 against Warwickshire. 30 odd and 20 odd. More than a run a ball as Stewart up towards long on. So it's in a losing cause, but I think he got 34 in the first innings, 3 4s and 3 6s in that, Matt Henry. So he doesn't hang about. Again, he'll look to launch. 2-4-2 for 7. Kent are 3 away from 100 lead here, and at 12 for 3 this morning. Don't think I would have had much money on that. As Washington bowls to Henry. He'll go for that. He's picked that up, and that will go for 4 through mid-wicket. That's a very unfussy stroke, that from Matt Henry, isn't it? It's no more than a jab, really. And that has zoomed away through cow corner.
100 lead now.
Yeah, and that's 2-4-6 for 7. That's a hearty thump.
It was, wasn't it?
From the New Zealander. Coming in at 9. Milnes at 10 is low down, I have to say, for his batting skills. And then Navdeep Saini after that is Washington to Henry with the spin. It's guided up to a shorter mid-wicket where Bohannon fields. And there's no run. 9 off the first 3 balls. It's much more T20 than anything else. And Washington to... Oh, is that a top edge? No. In fact, it just come off the... I think... the fingers of George Lavelle behind the stumps there as Henry's trying to whip it away on the offside. So leader's 100. 2-4-6 for 7. Stewart has a half century. Washington to... Ooh, it's a little blooper up into the air from Matt Henry. I think pulled out of the aggressive shot there. Ended up with Stephen Croft in the offside and no run in the end. So 2-4-6 for 7. And again, this is a very annoying little partnership for Lancashire. They just want to be taking these final wickets in a cluster and get Ken out of here.
Yeah, 23 put on. Good stuff. Pretty quickly as well. 23 off 20. Lead of 101. Trying to make hay for the final couple of overs before Lancashire can take a new ball. Edging up towards a second batting bonus point as well, Kent. 4 runs away from that. Here's Morley. Might be the last time we see him for a little while. Into to Stewart. Danced down the pitch and flicked away through the leg side for a single. Back to those scores in Division 2. Nottinghamshire 240 all out. And they've reduced Sussex to 64 for 5. In reply... Morley balls tossed up and worked to the leg side underneath Bailey at mid-wicket. One more. One takes a total to 248 for 7. Derbyshire are 228 for 6 in their second innings. They lead Worcestershire by 173 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Morley in, clubbed out through the onside. And well stopped. Yeah, Will Williams. It's a great piece of fielding, kind of wide, long on.
Yeah, that should have gone. Shouldn't it, from Henry? That's good goalkeeping, that.
It was. Saved 3 there, isn't it?
Yeah,
they only run 1.
Absolutely.
Morley to Henry, worked away to the leg side, no run. The final game in Division 2 to update you with Durham. 421 for 7 declared. And Middlesex have started their reply 18 for no loss. Morley bowling. Hit down the pitch to him. And there's no run. Potentially on the full. Maybe it was down into the ground before reaching Morley. I think it probably was, actually. Final ball of the over. That's it. Going to bring up the 250 for Kent. That's another bonus point. 250 for 7 after 79 overs. Lead of 105. And the two partnerships absolutely dominating the innings. Denley and Leaning and Stewart. And now this little one just developing between Stewart and Henry, worth 27. But it's helped Kent get to 250, secure another point, and it extends the lead to 105.
Thanks, Lewis, pointing out that Matt Milnes isn't playing this match, so he will be well down the order. 250 for 7. My apologies. Obsessed with Matt Milnes. You know that, Lewis. Here's Washington Sundar now to Henry back up the field. To be honest, he's played a lot more games this season. I'm trying to cover my tracks here than he probably should have done in terms of injuries to the Kent squad. He's needed a rest for a while. They managed to rest him in this one. There's Henry onto the back foot. He'll take a quick single and safe enough as Stewart comes through. Yeah, it's Navdeep Seni and Nathan Gilchrist, of course, back in the side for Milnes. Bass at 11. But Stewart 57, Henry 15. 251 for 7. And this is the last over before the new ball is available. Second new ball. Turned to the onside by Stewart. He goes on to 58 at 252 for 7. And I'd imagine they'd take the new ball straight away.
I think so. Williams is warming up, isn't he, on that square leg boundary?
3 balls to come. Sundar to Henry, tries to gallop down the pitch, gets half a gallop, and they come through for a single as it's dropped into the offside. So Washington Sundar has ploughed on from that far end with no wickets so far, number 75. And the lengthening shadows here. Sundar to Stewart, traps him on the back foot. He can do no more than defend it. 1 ball to come then. This Washington Sundar over. 11 after this available. And again, there's no room for Stewart. Sundar has pinned him down, and that will be the end of the 80th over. 253 for 7. Kent have a second batting bonus point, we should say. A lead by 108. Stewart has 58. Henry has 16. Earlier in the day, Leaning was last man to go for 90. Denley made 59. 5 Kent batters were out for single figures. In fact, for 5 or fewer. And Lancashire bowled out for 145 this morning, when Matt Henry, who's out there at the moment, took 5 very quick wickets for 14. 546 in total. We're talking about that not Sussex game, by the way, as the new ball will be taken, and Liam, from the Kent office, showed a picture of just how far the pitch is over to one side. I'll try and find that for you.
Okay,
but it looks like I was making a joke about presumably deep square leg is fielding at the back row of the stand, because it seemed... I'll show it in a second. But anyway, Bailey takes the new ball.
Here he is, yep, Henry on strike. And then balls and driven into the offside for no run. Croftfield's at cover. New ball taken. Lead of 108. Henry 16 not out. 253 for 7. Lead into 3 figures. 10 overs left after this one from Bailey today. Looks like we're going to get them all in. No problems now. Lovely blue sky. Plenty of sunshine around. Couple of slips crouching down. Just says strangled down the leg side. It is. Henry's caught down the leg side. Bailey has 5 wickets. 5 for Bailey. 5 for 51. 8 down now, Kent. 253 for 8. But that lead is 108 runs. And Henry chipping in with 16 before being caught down the leg side of the bowling of Bailey, who has another first-class fifer to add to his growing list for Lancashire. She's got quite a few here at Emirates Old Trafford as well. That's the 4th time he's picked up a fifer here at Old Trafford.
Yeah, so 16 out of the 20 they made between them. Oh, sorry, 30 they made, didn't they? 2, 2, 3 for 7 they came together. So that's a good little partnership again. Annoying for Lancashire, but when they mop them up with this new ball, I think Kent will be intrigued to see what this new ball does as well, because they may well be bowling with it shortly, depending on how well it goes. Looks like this is that Nathan Gilchrist coming out at 10. He of the 6 consecutive ducks earlier in the season. Got himself equalled a unpleasant first-class record. I blame myself because before the first one of those, I think he was batting at 9, and I was saying, I think he's a better batsman than that. But and there was made to look like an idiot. But obviously my pain was much less than Nathan Gilchrist's was, and he's been out for the best part of 2 months, or over 2 months, from first-class Championship cricket, and coming back now from injury, taking his place at 10 here, and Kent will eke out what they can from the new ball here.
2-5-3 for 8. So Gilchrist waits and lets his first delivery go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Grant Stewart passing 1,000 Kent first-class runs, by the way, this afternoon within his innings. Thank you, Liam.
Yeah, 58 not out. An innings full of energy, isn't it? 58 off 69, 8 fours, a 6. Hoping Kent to try and accelerate a little. Forward because Gilchrist in defence. Ball bounces away into the offside. Croft fields, and there's no run. Gilchrist on 0, 2-5-3 for 8. And Bailey 5 for 51. Trying to tot up the number of fifers he's now picked up for Lancashire. And that swings away from Gilchrist, and it's left. He's first in 2015. He got 2 in 2016, 2 in 2017, 1 in 2018, 2 in 2019, sorry, 3 in 2019, and 1 in 2021, and 1 this season. His first this season, this one. Thanks to Ken for the email with all the details of his 5 wickets in first-class cricket. 5 for 51 in the minute. Here he is in bowling. Well, that's edged, but down into the ground off the bottom of the bat, I think, from Gilchrist, and he just squirts along the grass towards Jones at second slip, and there's no run. A wicket maiden for Tom Bailey. 2-5-3 for 8. Kent lead by 108 runs.
I was talking about that. I'm not sure if you can see it. It's mainly visual gag, this one as well, or a piece. So it's not going to work terribly well on the radio, or indeed on the stream where you can't see my phone. But here's Trent Bridge, Notts against Sussex.
Oh yes.
Here's the pitch. There's the stand. It's almost.
It must be pushing the. It must be the very, very top of the regulation for the shortest boundary you can have.
The pitch is very, very close to the stand. I mean, there is a curvature to the stand, but yeah, I think there are photos out there detailing it. But nevertheless, Sussex are 77 for 5, so probably they're playing to the wrong side, obviously.
Well, they're not shy of a short boundary there, are they, at Trent Bridge?
No. There we go. But here, 2-5-3 for 8, a lead of 108. For Kent, Stewart 58, Gilchrist none. It's Williams bounding in from the James Anderson end to Stewart. It's looking well sound, 58 from 70 balls. It's played into the offside. I started this over and realised that I have to leap off and do an update, so that might not be the most sensible thing. Shall I do that now rather than cause further? I'll tell you what, I'll do one more ball.
Okay.
One more ball for you, Scott. Just one more. And then then I'll be off. I do spoil you.
You do, actually. It's always a treat.
It's Williams then. He says under duress. Let's see. It's dropped into the offside by Grant Stewart. 253 for 8. Kent.
Yeah, 2 bowlers with 5 wickets haul on the same day from different teams. This morning it was Matt Henry filling his boots with a fifer. Figures of 5 for 14 in that spell this morning, and Bailey with a fifer later on in the day. Need of 108. There is Will Williams bowling, and Stewart trying to flick it away towards the leg side. And there is no run. Surrey have been bowled out. They've been bowled out for 316. So both Surrey and Hampshire showing qualities you'd expect from teams at the top, because they were both in positions where they could easily squander first innings lead, and both have got first innings leads. Surrey 318 all out, so they lead Warwickshire by 63. Dropped away to cover by Stewart, but for no run. And Hampshire securing that first innings lead, and have picked up a Yorkshire wicket as well. So Yorkshire 2 for 1 in their second innings, trail Hampshire by 55. Close of play in the game between Essex and Somerset. Somerset getting to the close on 99 for 1. And captain Tom Abel on 27. And Matt Renshaw on 50. On 36 not out. So still 406 behind Somerset heading into the third day tomorrow. Williams bowls, and Stewart playing and missing. Through to Lavelle, and there is no run. Final ball of the over coming up. Slight tweak to the field. Williams calling up square leg. Out towards the boundary in front of the empty party stand. This is now a mid-on, mid-wicket square leg. Long leg, mid-off, cover, point, gully, slip. That's flicked out towards backward square leg where Morley fields. And then jog through for 1. And that's the end of the over as well. So Stewart keeps the strike. 59 not out. 254 for 8. Bailey 20 overs, 5 for 51. Williams just completed his 19th over, 2 for 28. Wood 12 overs but wicketless. Washington Sundar 22 overs for 75. Morley 9 overs, 1 for 40. And there we have it, 9 overs remaining in the day, a lead of 109. There's a chance that Lancashire could be batting again before the close of play. Bailey bowling, and Stewart kind of shuffling across his stumps and playing the ball away into the offside. Stephen Croft fields, and there is no run. It's 59 for Stewart. If you have just joined our coverage, just looking at the Lancashire bowling figures there, the Kent innings dominated by 3 players, of which one's on strike now. Swings in towards Stewart, big looping top edge. Will it fall safe? It does. Kind of ballooned down towards that deep third region. He was looking to try and work it towards the leg side. It went high down towards the third man region. I think Keaton Jennings was coming up from the boundary there, but couldn't take the catch. So Stewart moves on to 60. Second top score in the game, because Denley made 59. Before that, Leaning's 90. This is left by Gilchrist's, turned into the through to the gloves of Lavelle, and there is no run. So 255 for 8. And those 2 century partnerships for Kent, putting the home side into a strong position 110 runs, still with a couple of wickets to go. Gilchrist on 0. Barely looking for his 6th wicket. That's played beautifully away through the leg side by Gilchrist to get himself off the mark. He's timed it well enough through mid-wicket for the ball to just nestle over the rope. And 4 runs. 2-5-9 for 8. Nice looking shot to get going for Gilchrist. Lead 114 runs now. Bailey bowling. Again left. Taken by Lavelle, who bounces across first slip. And there is no run. Final ball of the over coming up for Bailey. Running in from the Brian Statham end. Wind's picked up a little bit. Ooh. Again, that comes off a leading edge. He's working to play it to the leg side. The ball deflects down towards third man for a single. The old count. Gilchrist to 5, 260 for 8. Lead of 115.
Almost exactly the opposite direction to which Nathan Gilchrist was intending to play that, but there we go. As you say, they all count, didn't it, the stumps? So yeah, 260 for 8, lead of 115.
Turning into a terrific day for Kent.
Yeah.
Set up beautifully for tomorrow and try and force their advantage and drive it home.
Yeah, indeed so. I mean, I might have thought a few overs, they might have a few overs at Lancashire tonight, but they'll be, I'm sure, very happy to leave that until tomorrow. Right, Stewart on 60, Gilchrist has 5. Doesn't have Deep Senny to come in after these 2. A little bit inside edgy from Gilchrist in front of the stumps. And there is no run. And
it's all right, you carry on.
My apologies, Scott. He's trying to send me a message there, and I can't see it because I haven't got my glasses on. Thank you so much, Scott. I shouldn't have done the smoke and mirror, should I? There, it's Williams to Gilchrist driving up to mid-off, and there's no run. And as if by magic, Scott Reed disappeared. I think we're on notice here, Phoebe, is what we're saying. He's just leapt off of Scott. He's gone.
Day's done now for Scott, isn't it? Clocking off for the day.
It's been a long day, to be fair. It's 6:36 at this point, and here's Williams to Gilchrist. Just casually waving the bat towards that, but I think he withdrew it in time. Through the wicketkeeper, and there's no. Thank you, Scott.
Glasses have arrived.
I'm not a man that should work in an occupation well like this. A lot of listeners would agree, but also received and understood. Thank you, Scott. But also because there's so much gear you take around with you, don't you? And I'm forever losing stuff. Swing and a miss from Gilchrist. He was still looking for that one to hit the sight screen, I think, when it was safely nestled in the gloves of George Lavelle. Gilchrist has 5. But the fact they haven't wrapped these tail-enders up quickly would just be a frustration, Phoebe, I would think, for Lancashire at this point. They just want to get it done at this juncture, don't they?
Definitely. They've got 7 overs left, or minimum remaining today, so that'll take us to around 7 o'clock, and I think they'll be wanting to break through and
So Williams comes in, oh, bowls him, has broken through there, and Gilchrist had a huge waft at the previous delivery. That one's nipped back and disturbed the middle stump. 260 for 9. Well, they might get their wish fairly shortly because Gilchrist has gone. Stewart's still there on 60. 260 for 9. I suppose on the other side of it, they might just face a couple
of overs. Yeah, that's well bowled by William. I'm sure he'll be chuffed with that wicket. They're needing the breakthrough. 260 for 9. Kent have a lead of 115, which is way more than Lancashire would have ever anticipated at the start of the day. There's been some excellent partnerships in that middle order phase, and now it's a case of cleaning up the tail as quickly as possible and making sure that they get that final wicket by end of play.
I think tactically as well, I'll get a ball at Saini just right at the end of this over, Williams. I wonder if Saini survives that, if Stewart then goes hell for leather. Although Navdeep has scored runs in his career. The fact he's coming in below Nathan Gilchrist at this point might suggest that Kent aren't thinking he's going to be around there for a super long time.
I think that's Williams' second wicket today.
Yes, indeed, yeah. So, or a third. Oh, yeah, third. Sorry, got 2 before lunch. He took 2 actually to the Baileys 1. He had Bell Drummond and Crawley, so 3 in total. Navdeep Saini has an average of 9.45 across his first class career, so we do here. Maybe you can just see this one off, and then maybe Stewart will have a last hurrah, and the over to follow. Oh, that was very close to the off stump. I think that's between bat and pad from Navdeep Saini. Williams very close to getting 2 and 2 and ending this Kent innings, which at the moment stands for 260 for 9. They have a conference in the middle.
Yeah, big smiles between the two of them. He survived that ball, most definitely, and they'll be pleased that Stewart's on strike. But yeah, when you look at the different partnerships for Kent, there's been that 106 partnership between Denley and Leaning, 103 partnership between Leaning and Stewart. And Stewart's played a really integral role here to help not only push on the innings and get that 115 lead, but a really critical 60.
Bailey then will continue from this Brian Statham end. Stewart looks around the field. Well, I think they might have cottoned on that maybe Stewart's going to have a thrash here, because the second slip has come out and been dispatched summarily to deep mid-wicket. So it's a very defensive field for Grant Stewart as Bailey steams in on the leg side, and he's going to pick up just one there, or he's not running the one?
No, they're not taking the single there.
I think that's fair from Grant Stewart.
Yeah, they've gone very defensive here of Lancashire to give Stewart one. Everyone's 5-10 yards off the boundary, apart from that one fielder, Wells, in slip.
It's Bailey too. Oh, it's a full toss there. I think that's got away from Tom Bailey. It floated in there. Maybe, did he try that at the back of the hand maybe? But it's full toss just below waist height and deflected away by Stewart, who's on 60 from 79.
I always find it very surreal seeing fields like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so much cricket in ODIs and T20s. You've got limitations to the field, and all of a sudden it looks like village cricket again.
Yeah, one inside the circle, absolutely. That one's down the leg side. Stewart may feel he's missed out a little bit on that one because he wanted to help that down through fine leg. No run. It's Bailey trudging back. He's got no one near him now. As in, normally you've got a cosy mid-on and mid-off to throw you the ball, do a bit of ball shining, haven't you, as the bowler, but his nearest fielders have dispatched the boundary themselves, so just the slip, as Phoebe was saying, and Stewart does connect with that one on the pull, but he's cued it. It goes out to, well, deep square leg, I suppose, but again, he's not running.
No, and he's looking for boundaries, isn't it? I feel like he's going to struggle to get boundaries off Bales, so he'll probably...
He's just stretching out the left calf there. Just wondering if he's, might be tightening up a little bit. 60 from 81. So it's Bailey now. Stewart goes for this one. That was a no ball the previous delivery. Didn't realise that. There we go. So 2 added to the total. He won't mind that. That's another dot ball. So how many is he going to offer Navdeep here? And Lancashire going to come in?
I know. I was just thinking that when do things change up slightly? Probably one more delivery.
Yeah, they don't believe in Grant Stewart's ability to push a short single. No, maybe they do. Stephen Croft pulls in the fielder Rob Jones from the deep wicket boundary. He's got through a lot of yards as Jones in the last over. Stewart straight back at the bowler. It's crashed into the stumps at the far end. That's bad luck for Stewart. Good for Lancashire. The stumps have done the fielding there. So they'll all walk in now. Trying to close off the single for Grant Stewart. Just limping slightly as he goes back. If he's just pulled a calf there. Or just slightly stiff.
He's bowled a lot of overs today, has Bales, hasn't he? So
yeah,
I'm sure he's feeling the effects now.
Comes in for this last ball of his 22nd over down the leg side, and that's a wide. I was going to say that's one way of making sure that Stewart's off strike, but the umpire, well, I wonder if the umpire Pratt there is thinking, come on, that's tactical, I'm not having it.
Yeah, it's a little bit naughty there from Bailey, isn't it, to ensure that Stewart stays off strike for the next over. But the umpire's having none of it.
Fair to Bailey. I've seen bowlers get away with that plenty. And he bowls now to Stewart on the money, and Stewart won't get a single, so it works out the same. Kent got 3 off for the over in extras, though. 263 rather, 4-9. 6 overs left of the day. 85 overs gone, the lead at 118. But Stephen Croft is taking issue with the umpire there about something or other, having a lively conversation. And I think they're all friends after it. They'll be fine. It'll all blow over. 263 for 9 then, and it will be Will Williams from the far end, the New Zealander. 3 for 28 for him, 5 for 60 for Bailey. In a day that started with the news that Kent skipper Sam Billings tested positive for COVID. Ollie Robinson making his way to be the like-for-like replacement. Kent taking 6 quick wickets this morning. Drive from Senny, actually, that might go. I was going to say might go to the boundary. Phil's not going to kick it over, are they? No, they're not. There'll be a single. And Stewart will take strike. That's good news for Kent. 264 for 9. Then 6 quick wickets in the morning. 5 of them for Matt Henry. 145 Lancashire ended up at. Kent were quickly 12 for 3. They recovered to 118 for 4 with Joe Denley's 59 in partnership. 106 partnership with Jack Leaning, who shared in another century partnership with Grant Stewart. He finished up with 90. Stewart 60 not out and facing now 9 down. Kent. Stewart, I could have had 2 there. I'm joking. I don't think he's that mobile. As I said, he looks looking a little bit heavy-legged now, out towards mid-wicket. And my hard taskmaster. Easy run 2 from the commentary box, I would suggest. But no, perhaps not.
It was one of those where it's when the fielder's on the boundary and they weight it perfectly to run 2, but I think both batters have to be ready for it and backing up and in T20 mode, don't they, for that?
264 for 9. Stewart looking to tee off, I'm sure, if he can. Bouncer looked quite a way over Stewart's head, but umpire Lloyd is fine with that.
This could be another funny over to watch again.
Yeah.
When will he take the single? Will he take the single?
So yeah, they have 8 fielders on the boundary. Luke Wells at slip, keeping keeper George Lavelle company, and of course bowler Williams, who now is to Stewart, who can't take the single anyway because Williams always follow through fields. And 4 balls gone now. 4 balls gone now. Stewart still offering Stewart the single. Don't seem to be entirely clear, Lancashire, here on which ball they want to come in on, but there we are. Mid-wicket and extra cover come in to save the single now. Can Stewart find himself a 1 around the place? Will he go for 4 instead as Williams bowls to him, wraps him on the thigh pad? They think about going for the single and go through with it, so Saini will face 1 further delivery here. 265 for 9. And the field, it's almost like they have to send them a telegram to get them in from those far-flung parts of Old Trafford. Becking them in, sending smoke signals, semaphore.
Come on, it's not rocket science. There's 1 ball left to face.
2 slips of the gully in then for Navdeep Saini, who swings at this one. It's gone over the head of mid-on, and they'll come back. Oh, they don't want him stealing the strike. That really wasn't. That wasn't in the plan. I don't think either side have really covered themselves in glory in the last 5 minutes. 266 for 9. Lancashire seeming hesitant about their field placing, trying to work out how many balls were gone. And Navdeep Saini taking a quick single
and maintaining the strike. Yeah. It looked like he'd made better contact than that then. I thought there was definitely 2, if not 3. And actually he's clubbed it. It's barely gone over mid-on's head, and they've only just managed to get a single. Cricket, hey?
Yeah.
Right.
Not the greatest spectacle, but who knows, Navdeep Saini might live up to that in this over. Bailey then, 5 overs of the day left. 266 for 9, Kent. Bowls to Saini. Oh, a quick push and run. Well, there you go, you see. He's got Stewart up to on strike now. Takes a single. I think that applause
should have a bit more confidence in him after that lovely little rotation of the strike. All fielders in the ring. He's just manipulated the field there.
There's a couple of people applauding below us, and I think that might have come from the Kent dressing room, actually, applauding Saini coming through so quickly for the 1. 267 for 9. They were having a bit of a laugh about it. Lancashire far from pleased, I'm sure. Kent's lead 122 now as we come towards the end of this second day here. As Bailey bowls to Stewart. He won't risk Saini having the strike. Goes up to extra cover on the ground, and there's no run. Stiffening breeze here at Old Trafford. I've been saying there's been plenty of sunshine for the spectators to bask in today. Bailey to Stewart. He's gone for the pull there. Will he get 4? He won't. He'll get a single. They'll come back for 2, in fact, as Rob Jones throws it in. So 2 more to the total. As I said, Lancashire won't be smiling here. It's just irritation at the end of this innings. Lead up to 124, 269 for 9. Stewart swinging hard, is on 63 not out. 8 4s and 1 6 so far for him. Little push into the onside. He will take a single off the 4th ball of the over. His confidence is gaining now on... No, he's off strike now. You don't come in now. Do you? I'm very confused. Saini's on strike. You want to offer him the single, don't you, here?
You do, yeah.
Oh, so I suppose they're closing the field, him attacking him anyway.
Yeah, who knows what they're trying to do.
I think that's fair, actually.
Trying to get him out. 2 balls.
I suppose that's fair. They do want to get him out. 270 for 9. Saini defends this quite convincingly, actually, into the offside. And come on, boys, from Stephen Croft. You heard that there. Just clapping his hands, exhorting Tom Bailey, I'm sure, as much as anything else, to one last effort perhaps for today to get rid of Navdeep Saini. It's 3 for the changeover, so at this point it'll be an awkward over as Saini swings up in the air, and we could have that awkward over. Bohannon's underneath it at mid-off. Navdeep Saini goes. Stewart is 64 not out. Kent 270 for 9, leading by 125. And sorry, it's three including the over, I think. So I think we'll have a single over for Lancashire to face at the end here, because there are 4 overs left. Wicket falls. We'll find out in a few minutes' time. So the pair come off anyway here, Grant Stewart and Navdeep Saini, looking deeply frustrated, I have to say, with his head down there, having got out for 3. But Kent will be happy with their lead. 270 all out from where they were, 12 for 3 before lunch today. Stewart, as I said, not out. Leaning had 90. Denley had 59, and a good day's work for Kent so far. Lancashire wrapping up the innings.
Yeah, definitely, and it's well bowled by Bailey there, taking a phenomenal 6 for. He's bowled outstandingly today and really, really dominated the first half of the innings against Kent. Come back on and taken the critical wickets with the new ball. Played a really integral part of this Lancashire attack, but there's been some brilliant partnerships from Kent to get them that 125 lead, which is a lot of runs on this wicket. I think that's something that we need to sort of emphasise, the way clusters of wickets have fallen and the movement of the new ball. That's a really strong lead there from Kent, and a great innings and some great partnerships from Stewart and from Denley. Great knocks.
Yeah, leading with 90, leading the way more or less today, but Denley was sort of set the tone, didn't he, when he came in at, well, 5 for 2 at that point, and then in conjunction with leading, that century partnership has got them, or propelled them towards a first innings lead and more at this point. 270 then, the lead is at 125. It's 2 overs, is it? Thank you, Scott. So much for my maths. So
let's just hope they're not like the 2 overs that we saw from the start of the day from Kent, because I think that could leave Lancashire very uncomfortable overnight.
That's Phoebe Graham, everyone, cheering up Lancashire listeners at the end of a long day. No, I take your point though. It's been tough out there, and there'll be, I would imagine, 1 for Henry and 1 for Saini, just to keep Lancashire interested at the end of the day. I'm going to make my way off for my final update for BBC Radio Kent, and we'll be back with you for those final 2 overs of the second day.
So here we go, final 2 overs of the day's play. Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells walking out to the middle. What an awkward 2 overs to face, Phoebe, for these two.
We were just saying that, weren't we? 12 balls, they need to survive, and let's hope that it's not like the first 12 balls of play from earlier on today. Henry had a fantastic first innings with the ball, and it looks like he'll be taking the new ball from the Jimmy Anderson end. And I'm sure they've been told, survival mode. Make sure you're here in the morning.
Well, Henry enjoyed himself, didn't he, this morning from that Anderson end. 5 wickets, 5 for 14, was it, I think, from that spell in the 50 minutes this morning. It was busy. Wells and Jennings coming out. So 125 run lead for Kent. That's a lot in any game, isn't it, on first innings? But it feels even more in this match where we've seen so many wickets tumble across the couple of days so far. Let's see how these 2 overs go. So Wells to face the first, at least the first delivery of these final 2 of the day. It's down the leg side. Kent wonder whether he's edged it. The appeal from the keeper. Of course, it's Robinson keeping wicket now. Our 3rd wicket keeper of the match for Kent. But not out, says the umpire.
Gosh, that looked very, very convincing from where we're sat.
Yeah.
The whole slip cordon, got 3 slips in a gully. Ollie Robinson, bowler, all went big. Keeper didn't, and the umpire didn't move his hand at all there.
Keeper and those 3 slips in the gully. Absolutely desperate to try and get one of these tonight. Cap off a great day for Kent. Ooh, and Wells flirts with it a little bit. Just outside the off stump and through to Robinson. He's had some day, hasn't he, Ollie Robinson? On the train this morning. Comes out 3-ball duck. Ends the day keeping wicket.
I think sport is so unpredictable sometimes. I wonder what he was meant to be doing on his rest day, or...
Emery in to Wells. Leaves the ball through to the keeper. Robinson.
That's well bowled. 3 balls left to survive from Henry. They'll be pleased that he's not bowled on the stumps yet.
The bat again from Wells. Here comes Henry running in towards us. Over the wicket bowls to Luke Wells, who gets Lancashire's first run of their 2nd innings. Just guiding the ball away through that backward point region. And he is up and going. Wells on to 1, brings Keaton Jennings on strike. So 1 without loss. Lancashire having to try and eliminate this first innings deficit. Kent looking to make the most of their 125 run advantage as we start the 3rd innings of the match right at the very end of the 2nd day. And we lost so much time. Yeah, we had 34 overs yesterday, so it's moved pretty quickly. Jennings just plays inside the line of that delivery from Henry. And there's no run. Of course, we have made time up today. We're 104 over day, so that's why we're still going at 7:05 this evening. And we've got 104 overs again tomorrow to make up for lost time.
I think it'd be interesting to see how the pitch plays tomorrow morning as well, whether it has that same swing and movement.
There's Jennings up onto his toes to defend it. Matt Henry completes his only over of this very late part of the day. He'll be back tomorrow. 1 over to go, and Lancashire 1 without loss.
When you think back to this morning, it was almost unplayable, every ball. The movement off the ball was phenomenal. It was grey, overcast, the pitch was wet, so the conditions have changed dramatically. I think from about 1:30 the sun's been shining at Old Trafford, and it seems to have made a difference in terms of the pitch and conditions. But it'll be a long battle for Lancashire to meet that 124 trail and then to kick on and try and score some sort of total for Kent to chase down.
It's not going to be Navdeep Seni. It's going to be Nathan Gilchrist instead. Seni did take the new ball in the first innings for Kent, but Gilchrist will bowl this this final over of the day. A day which started with Lancashire batting and ends with Lancashire batting. There were 112 for 4 Lancashire at the start of play in their first innings, and here they are in their second innings. Oh, that swings in towards Wells, who turns the ball away off his pads out towards square leg for a single. 2 without loss.
That's well bowled there, asking questions from ball one, and a little bit of movement into the left-hander there. Jennings will be pleased that he's already been able to have a quick look at what Gilchrist is doing. That first ball said a lot.
Indeed, yeah. Waiting for Jennings to take guard. He's scratching around in the crease. Gilchrist patient at the top of his mark. Sets off now. 3 slips in position. Jennings steers the ball away towards Bell Drummond in the gully, and there's no run. Bell Drummond took a magnificent catch. Does feel like a long time. A lot's happened since then. But Bell Drummond did take a stunner, didn't he, earlier on today?
It was. Back foot punch, a lot of, well, like back foot cut even, a lot of momentum and energy into the shot, and Drummond took the ball at ease. It was brilliant.
Full and wide of off stump, and Jennings drives to mid-off for no run. It was actually the final wicket of the Lancashire innings, wasn't it? It's Will Williams. He was caught by Bell Drummond rather spectacularly. Lancashire 145 all out, losing 6 wickets for 33 runs in the morning session. Bell Drummond with the special way to end it. And that catch, been some good catches in slips and at gully, and as well as some fine bowling today. And Jennings defends away into the offside for no run. So 2 balls left to go today. And it's, as ever, so many times here in Manchester, you get to this part of the day and you could probably play comfortably for another hour or so, easily for another hour.
Conditions part of the day, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Yeah. Happens so often that you get cloudy mornings and afternoons, and the evening it's much brighter and sunnier. And that's the situation we're in now. Gilchrist to Jennings, it's left. And through to Robinson, and there's no run.
Last ball of survival mode. Jennings to face. Big smirk there to Wells. Still 1 more to go, Keaton.
5 slips all lined up there. Oh, looks rather threatening. Look at all them lot waiting for a catch coming their way. Gilchrist in, left by Jennings and taken by the keeper. That is the close of play on day 2. And Lancashire get to stumps in their second innings on 2 without loss, so trailed by 123 runs. They started the day in their first innings, 112 for 4, lost 6 wickets for 33 runs. Matt Henry, 5 wickets for 14 inside the first hour of play. Kent were 12 for 3 and then recovered thanks to Denley into Leaning, and then Leaning and Stewart, and get themselves up to 270 all out. 6 wickets for Tom Bailey. 125 run lead, and Lancashire 2 without loss. What a day's cricket, Phoebe Graham.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, hasn't it? A game of lots of different halves, passages of play that have varied significantly, but standout moments for me were definitely Henry this morning with the ball. Absolutely fantastic. I think he took 5 wickets for 14 runs. And then Bailey for Lancashire, followed suit and showed the class that he uses, taking 6 wickets at different parts of the play. There were some fantastic partnerships from Kent that have taken the game away by 123 runs, which were hard runs to score. It's been a great game of cricket with many different parts of the game, really.
Stumps then on day 2. We've seen a pretty eventful day. 2 without loss, Lancashire's second innings, so they'll have to start again. They're still 123 runs behind. Kent in a strong position, been a really memorable day for Kent. They'll feel as though they can, if the pattern of the day so far continue, that they can try and put Lancashire right on the back foot in that morning session tomorrow. We'll be back with you for full coverage of that. Phoebe, thank you for being part of the team today.
Thanks for having me, Scott.
Pleasure. And I don't know if I'll speak to you again before the 100 starts. If not, have a blast. Well, not a blast, have 100.
Thank you. Get 100, eh? Thanks, Scott. Thanks for having me.
Cheers, Phoebe. We'll be back tomorrow then. Our coverage starting in the region of 10:45, there or thereabouts, with highlights from today. And there's plenty of highlights to fit in. And then live coverage of day 3 underway from 11 o'clock. Lancashire 2 without loss in their second innings, trailed by 123 runs. And in bright sunshine here at Emirates Old Trafford in Manchester, we will bid you farewell. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Catch you tomorrow.
you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by their commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.